Hello, everyone. Oh, here we are. Hi. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Welcome to the very beginning of our WALDENathon. So nice to see all of you joining us today. Please feel free to say hello in the chat. Say hello. Maybe say where you're tuning in from, who you're with. I'm Tennessee. I'm a youth alumni from the youth group, and I'm in London right now. So we already got international vibes already. Yeah, and I've been helping out with this project, and I'm so excited to be here with you guys.
And I am Reverend Emily Boggess, and I am across the pond. For a long time at Beacon, I was the youth minister, so I got to work with so many youth during the time, and now they're all youth alumni. And so this has been so much fun to work with Tennessee, and there's someone backstage who, if Alex wants to come on, it's Alex Eisenstein, who is basically producing all of this and making sure that all of WALDENathon happens. So while you'll see Tennessee and me here, Alex is behind the scenes making everything look so great. Thank you,
behind
Alex.
the curtain, of course. It's my pleasure. I'm so excited.
Absolutely. So you might be wondering, like, what is a WALDENathon? And here's the backstory. And that is that I watched on YouTube at the beginning of the pandemic, the guy who plays Gollum read The Hobbit from start to finish on YouTube. And I thought that's such an awesome idea. And at the same time, I was having these moments where I was like, I think that I called them shower ideas. Like, I think that the ideas that I have in the shower, I need to make happen. And I was thinking about The Hobbit, and I was like, why don't we read Walden from start to finish? Now, why Walden? And part of it is because Henry David Thoreau had connections to Unitarianism. There's some dispute around whether or not he was a Unitarian, and we are going to ask Thoreau himself if he is a Unitarian. But I thought, I had taken classes like Tess's class to Walden Pond, introduced them to Henry David Thoreau. And I was like, well, this is a time of pandemic. This is a time when we are all stuck in our houses. Why don't we read Walden, a time when a man lived in a small hut for 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days. And why don't we read that from start to finish as a spiritual adventure, as opposed to The Hobbit, which is an actual physical adventure, probably a spiritual adventure too. And so I talked to Alex, and Alex was like, yeah, that sounds bizarre. Why don't we do that? And then talked to Ten, and then talked to Carter, and talked to Alyssa. And we started, there were a whole bunch of youth, and Emily Bloomfield, don't forget Emily Bloomfield. We started talking about how to make this happen, and we were getting together via Zoom, and suddenly we had a project. And so we're so excited that this is happening today. The other thing that I want to say is that our youth group has a history of doing some pretty crazy things, like rocking in rocking chairs for 24 hours. So for us, this seems like an absolutely natural thing to do, right?
Absolutely.
Ten, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are we actually going to read Walden from start to finish?
Kind of. We are going to be reading excerpts of Walden. We will be having one chapter in full, which is very exciting. It's coming up. Can I say who it is?
Yeah, sure.
Henry David Thoreau himself will be reading one chapter in full, which is very exciting. I'm sure that his narration will be beautiful. But the rest will just be excerpts that the youth have chosen themselves, that they have connected with, so that they have a personal relationship with the text, which is really exciting, especially because we did read parts of Walden during coming of age, or most of us did, the alumni. So it's really interesting for us to go back and reread it now several years later and maybe connect to the text differently. I definitely remembered it much different than how I read it now. And maybe that's because our lives have changed. We're growing up. So yeah.
And that's so much a part of what Unitarian Universalism is. Like, we call ourselves a living tradition. And we're a living tradition because we revisit, like, our beliefs are changing throughout our lifetime, right? So you can read Walden as a 14-year-old, and it'll be very different to read Walden at 24, at 34, at 84. So it's actually just a fun thing to do. We really encourage you. We hope that these excerpts, and it's one excerpt from each chapter. So we hope that these excerpts will get you excited for actually just to pick up the text and to read it for yourselves. The other part is that, Henry David Thoreau is a philosopher. So to some extent, reading from start to finish, we didn't want you to get bored. So this is the other thing that we have for you, and that each one of our youth alumni, not only do they read an excerpt from it, but they tell you a little bit about themselves, sharing stories of what life was like in the pandemic, and how they've connected with it. So I think for me, that was the most exciting thing, that as the videos came in, to watch these people that I know and love, see who they've become. So I'm so excited to introduce you to them, and to hear where their lives have taken them. But we need your help, right? Don't we need everybody's help?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this isn't just like a showing, right? It's not like we're doing this.
This is also a fundraiser. So yeah, we're really trying to support Beacon's mission financially. And we also wanted to use this as a way for more people to find out about Beacon and what it is that we do. So if you're interested in supporting Beacon or learning more about Beacon, this is a really great way to do so. So by the time that we finished reading the entirety of Walden, or our excerpts of Walden, we're hoping to have had 1,000 contributors.
1,000!
1,000!
1,000 contributors!
You heard me right at home. You folks at home, all of you heard me right. It's 1,000. 1,000 contributors, and each of them giving $22. We chose 22 as a cheeky little number because Henry David Thoreau did spend 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days in his cabin. So yeah, that's the meaning behind that number. And we need you. So we are going to break down our goal into smaller chunks to make it a bit more approachable. Our target for the next hour is for 200 people to donate $22. So thank you so much to people who have already donated.
Oh my God. Here,
yeah.
Wait, you want me to, let me just tell you who they are.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because amazingly, we came into this with already like 27 givers, and we hadn't even started. So let me just give you a few names, and then wait, I'll give you the names, but Ten, tell us what we're going to do.
Show you the names, because I put those names on this here dartboard, and this is an idea that I got from TikTok, like most of my ideas these days. And every single person who contributes throughout the night, your name is going on this dartboard, and at 6:45, I am going to throw a dart onto this dartboard, and whoever's name gets hit by the dart is going to win a special prize. So it's a game of chance. It's a game of luck. Take a risk, everyone. Play a game. It's going to be great.
Get your name on the board. It only takes $22. Only $22.
Yeah.
So here are some of the people whose names are already on the dartboard. Are you ready? We have got Jean Crichton, our first giver, Carol Conger-Miller, who is in the chat right now, Hannah Hergenhan and Sean Jordan, some of our youth advisors, Janet Roberts, Tuli Patel, who will be on live later on today, myself, Joseph Colicchio. I don't even know who Joseph Colicchio is. Thank you, Joseph. Karen Jackson, the mother of Montana, Colleen Grazioso, Jose Perez, father to Andres, Susan Spencer Kramer, mother to Charlotte, who we'll hear from later today, Nora Boylan, one of our speakers, Sherman Logan, my favorite minister in Richmond, Virginia, Samantha Ewing, also a speaker, and the designer of my amazing youth group t-shirt, Rachel Boylan, Nancy Griffin, Callie Levine, Emily Heeson, my Aunt Emily, that's right, Judy Brewer, Russell Hathaway, Anna Maria Lessie, Ten's mother, Chris Gordon and Erica Malinowski, and Adam Volk, another youth alumni. So we are taking contributions right now. We want your name to be on this list and on the dartboard because you want to win that prize, people. But you can't just stop there. And this is really critical. You not only need to give $22, you have to expand our circle, because this is a zany idea. Like, who reads Walden on YouTube from start to finish?
Unitarians.
We do. Share it with 2 other people, and this is what I want. Like, this is about sharing joy, right? Because people need zany things like this in their lives. So share it with 2 people. Say, hey, we need you to give $22. It's for a great mission. It's about radical inclusion, healing the world, and feeding our spirits. And man, did we need to feed our spirit throughout the course of this year. The PayPal link is in the chat, so it makes it very easy. Thank you so much, Alex. And Ten, what else do we need to say? Oh.
Well, I guess it might be good to remind people that even if you have got your name on the dartboard, to stick around, not just for the beautiful excerpts, but also if you're the kind of person that all you care about is prizes, which I completely understand. It's a materialistic world that we live in. There will be further opportunities for you to win a prize, namely some guessing bean activities that we will be sprinkling in throughout your evening. I have counted these beans by hand, and I'm so excited for all of you to, that was just a teaser. You can't look too long. I'm so excited for all of you to have the opportunity to guess how many beans are in those jars and to, potentially win a prize. So just stay tuned for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And not only that, but we've got some bean puns. We've got bean trivia. We've got things throughout. Yeah. We've got stuff throughout the day, not to mention some spiritual advisors that are coming on. Mm-hmm. So with that, I think we are ready to begin reading Henry David Thoreau's Walden. And we begin with Stephen Lameda. So remember, folks, we need 200 people in the next hour to give $22 and be inspired by the amazing youth alumnus, Stephen Lameda.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining us and for tuning in to this wonderful series put together by some of my friends and the other youth alumni at Beacon. My name is Stephen Lameda, and my pronouns are he, him. I'm recording this video from a little corner in my Upper East Side apartment, which I'm very fortunate. The prices have kind of gone way down during the pandemic, so I'm able to afford a place that's a little close to Central Park. It's like only a few steps away, so it's really nice. Like on a lunch break or a nice day, I can go for a walk and kind of escape the confines of my apartment here. And a little bit about me and my connection to Beacon. I went through the youth group almost like starting 10 years ago, which is really crazy to me that it was so long ago. But my senior year in 2014, I was one of the co-leaders of the youth group. And I've always tried to come back as often as I can if I'm ever in New Jersey on a Sunday or here and then to sing. Usually on Christmas Eve, I'm singing in church as well. So that's really my connection to Beacon. So today I'll be introducing Chapter 1 of Walden and discussing its parallels and different connections to my pandemic world this past year. Chapter 1 is called Economy, and it hits on some pretty large themes to think about. And I'm in no way a Thoreau or Walden expert, so it's just my interpretation of what I was thinking about while I was reading it. So to speak pretty broadly about the chapter and some of the main points he brings up are the ideas of that we're always chasing something material, or that how our society has adapted to this capitalistic approach of always wanting some sort of property or even like wanting the next upgrade. He also dives in a lot about discussing integrity, how we should always be doing the right thing for the right reasons and not necessarily for the clout that we're seeing people around us do these days. And Thoreau mentions how you have to have integrity and really understand the best version of yourself before you can go out and make these massive changes to the world and massive changes to society. And I found that this is as big of a discussion as ever, especially with everything that we're seeing on social media and the social media activism and people with these seemingly perfect Instagram profiles and trying to tell their friends that they care about all these social issues in such a weird way. And there's so much to unpack with all of that. And I found myself as I was reading, I kept laughing at the idea of Thoreau scrolling through Instagram these days, and it really made me laugh to think about like how the performative posts that we may have been seeing, or people trying to check a box, and it's just going so much further away from what he was saying in Walden, especially in this chapter about this integrity piece and really doing things for the right reason. And I can't judge too much, as I'm very active on social media, and I've made my own mistakes and made and learned a lot from what's been going on social media this whole past year. So, but it does help put it all in perspective, and it really opens your eyes to a lot of what's happening in the world. So there is a passage from the chapter that I picked out that I resonate the most with. This section hits in the themes of forging your own path and embracing change that is around you in an authentic way. And I selected this because right now I'm a fourth grade teacher and I am teaching fully remotely in Manhattan. And being here in my early 20s and all the excitement that that brings, when the pandemic hit, like it all changed, of course, and it changed for everybody. And so that's why I thought that these were the themes that would hit home the most. So here's the passage that I selected from the first chapter of Walden. When we consider what, to use the words of the Catechism, is the chief end of man, and what are the true necessaries and means of life, it appears as if men had deliberately chosen the common mode of living because they preferred it to any other. Yet they honestly think there is no choice left. But alert and healthy natures remember that the sun rose clear. It is never too late to give up our prejudices. No way of thinking or doing, however ancient, can be trusted without proof. What everybody echoes or in silence passes by as true today may turn out to be falsehood tomorrow, mere smoke of opinion, which some had trusted for a cloud that would sprinkle fertilizing rain on their fields. What old people say you cannot do, you try and find that you can. Old deeds for old people and new deeds for new. Old people did not know enough once, perchance, to fetch fresh fuel to keep the fire going. New people put a little dry wood under a pot and are whirled around the globe with the speed of birds, in a way to kill old people, as the phrase is. Age is no better, hardly so well, qualified for an instructor as youth, for it has not profited so much as it has lost. One may almost doubt if the wisest man has learned anything of absolute value by living. Practically, the old have no very important advice to give the young. Their own experience has been so partial and their lives have been such miserable failures for private reasons, as they must believe. And it may be that they have some faith left which belies that experience, and they are only less young than they were. I have lived some 30 years on this planet, and I have yet to hear the first syllable of valuable or even earnest advice from my seniors. They have told me nothing, and probably cannot tell me anything to the purpose. Here is life, an experiment to a great extent untried by me, but it does not avail me that they have tried it. If I have any experience which I think valuable, I am sure to reflect that this my mentor said nothing about. One farmer says to me, "You cannot live on vegetable food solely, for it furnishes nothing to make bones with." And so he religiously devotes a part of his day to supplying his system with the raw material of bones. Walking all the while, he talks behind his oxen, which, with vegetable-made bones, jerk him and his lumbering plow along in spite of every obstacle. Some things are really necessaries of life in some circles, the most helpless and diseased, which in others are luxuries merely, and in others still are entirely unknown. Then he goes on to say, and further on this page, I just skipped a little bit, and then he goes on to say, "I think that we safely trust a good deal more than we do. We may waive just so much care of ourselves as we honestly bestow elsewhere. Nature is as well adapted to our weakness as to our strength. The incessant anxiety and strain of some is a well-nigh incurable form of disease. We are made to exaggerate the importance of what work we do. And yet, how much is not done by us? Or what if we have been taken sick? How vigilant we are, determined not to live by faith if we can avoid it. All the day long on alert. At night, we unwillingly say our prayers and commit ourselves to uncertainties. So thoroughly and sincerely are we compelled to live, reverencing our life and denying the possibility of change. This is the only way, we say. But there are so many ways as there can be drawn radii from one center. All change is a miracle to contemplate, but it is a miracle which is taking place every instant. Confucius said, 'To know that we know what we know, and that we do not know what we do not know. That is true knowledge.' When one man has reduced a fact of the imagination to be a fact of his understanding, I foresee that all men at length establish their lives on that basis." And so that is the section that I picked out. And as you can tell, he talks a lot about change and about forging your path. And I think he criticizes taking advice from elders. And I found that the way he said it pretty harsh, but I think there's a lot in there that can be unpacked and that we can really bring to light in this pandemic and connect to it. So for me, I really connected to this. I'll start with my connection as a teacher. I found that this year, I've been teaching remote now for a full year. We started in March of last year, and we stayed remote until the end of the year. We did a remote graduation, and then we started our school year remotely. And due to the fact I have 35 kids in my class, and to get 35 kids in one class and to properly social distance and to not really interrupt their day, the school chose to stay remote for the whole year. And with that commitment, we chose just to do remote learning right, rather than go back and forth and be 2 weeks home and this class is 2 weeks home. And just the consistency for these kids in Manhattan, they put first. And obviously that's a whole debate in itself, but it is what I've been doing. And I think that one thing I've really noticed is how much of a change that this is going to put on education in general. I was talking to one of my college professors who's a retired teacher in New York, and he was saying how he was always, towards the end of the career, he was pushing away the idea of technology in the classroom. He's like, I have my ways. They've worked for me for 40 years. I'm not going to start doing all this crazy things with computers and getting my kid, I know what to do. I'm going to teach the book the same way so he was talking to me that that's how he was towards the end of his career. But now there's kind of this, there's no going back with the technology, and how it's really going to be more than ever integrated into schools because of how much we've had to rely on it this past year. And I thought that this can connect to really embracing what's happening and running with it, instead of trying to go back and make everything back to normal and bring all the kids back into the classroom and teach the same way we have. I think we're going to have to realize how much the technology is going to play a factor in ways that we really never even thought. So one thing, I think the craziest story I have that I can kind of tell that explains this is, I have a student who, I'm in 4th grade, so I have a student who in 3rd grade something had happened, and so he wasn't always in school in 3rd grade. And he said to me at one point, I just said in the beginning of the year, I said, take out your whiteboards, because we had sent them all whiteboards at home to do math, and it was great. So I said, take out your whiteboard. We're going to write all of the math out, show your work on that, hold up your whiteboard to your screen. And that was what I was doing in my lesson. And then the student said to me, and he goes, Mr. Lameda, I don't remember how to write. And I chuckled, and I was like, no, you know how to write. Take out your marker and you're going to write all this stuff. And he goes, no, I don't remember. And I was thinking, I reflect on that now, and I think he remembered how to write. But I was thinking back on that, and I don't think it was so far from the truth of what he was saying. And it turns out there are a lot of students, especially in 3rd and 4th grade, that are having a lot of trouble with with real handwriting. And when we think it's been a full year where they've been typing everything, they've been drawing with the stylus on a computer, if they really are writing. And I just think that this is the craziest example I have of in 2nd grade, they start really writing paragraphs and writing complete sentences. And in 3rd grade is when they write their first cohesive paragraph. And then by 4th grade, if you did half of 3rd grade remotely, and then you start 4th grade remotely, and you haven't written anything, you've forgotten the skill. You haven't used the skill as long as you've actually had that skill. So I hope that kind of made sense. But I just think that that's the craziest example of really embracing what's happening, and we have to tackle it in a real way, because obviously writing isn't going anywhere. And now the idea of writing in script, we have to where did that go in school? That's really out the window, because now we're just trying to get the kids to write in print and to be able to do that. So I think that there's going to be so many unexpected things there are so many unexpected things happening every day in education, and there are going to be so many more that happen and that are going to happen as we move forward because of the impact that this pandemic is going to have. And I think that this idea that Thoreau is saying when he's what is true today may not be true tomorrow, and that he can't really take any advice seriously, because what the education that my college professor, what he was teaching, it's 100% different. None of it is the same anymore. And yes, there are going to be aspects of everything that are the same, of connecting with students and having the relationships and the value of that. But the way we're doing it right now, I've had to make all of these relationships with my students over a computer, and I've had to have meetings with families over a computer, and I've had to grade work over a computer and have them show work by typing in text boxes and math. It's been a really wild year teaching, and I think just the idea that a student could say, I don't know how to write, and it could be true, was just so crazy to me. And I think it really speaks to what is going to be happening in the next few years. And especially with remote kindergarten, the first experience these kids have with school is with a tablet in front of them, they're typing, they're not really writing anything out. They're not learning how to write the letters the same authentic way they would in the classroom. So how is that going to affect first grade? And then how is that change the first grade going to affect second grade? And it's going to be this domino effect are we going to catch up? Are we going to change? And I think it's really embracing that is going to be hard, and it's going to be interesting. And I think that's exactly what Thoreau is saying here. And also with teaching about like forging my own path, one thing that I have really been thinking about now is like, what works, and what doesn't work, you try something new. But what worked in the classroom, you keep year after year, whether it's a certain lesson or if it's a certain like fun thing you do to motivate kids. And if it worked in the classroom and it works remotely, I learned it sure is going to work next year and for years to come. And that's one of the other things that I did find, that I think that you can reflect and embrace what is changing, but the things that work throughout those changes are things that should stick. And while this is in the specific example of my teaching and my classroom, I think that also is true for life. Like the phases that we go through or anything that's changing, the things that stick and the people that are there or the things that are there are things that are true and are going to stay through the change. And then the other side of this is more like on my personal life of what's happening. So this is my third year out of college, my third year teaching in the city at the school. And now it's coming up on this like 4-year like section of my life, and which my whole life up to this point has really been defined in 4-year phases of, elementary school, middle school, high school, college, and then where am I going next? So these ideas that Thoreau is talking about, that society has said to me, like, here's these 4-year sections, and this is how you're going to do it because this is the way we've decided. And now it's my turn to kind of decide where I'm going to go next. And it's been it's been a wild ride this past year, as I'm sure it's been for all of us. And I think that reading this chapter and reading these passages really helped me reflect on that and reflect on where I get to go next and what the rest means for me, and that it's embracing this change that's in front of me is going to lead me into the right direction. And so that's kind of my story and my connection to this chapter.
Oh, that was so touching and beautiful. Stephen is absolutely amazing. Wow. That was a really excellent reading as well as interpretation.
Absolutely. You can tell he's a teacher. Like I felt like I felt like to open with him teaching us Thoreau and Walden.
Mm-hmm. And he's just so charismatic, so well-spoken as well. I think if anybody has a favorite moment or something that Stephen said that touched them, please feel free to share in the chat. That was really, really lovely.
Well, one of the things that I love that he talks about is like, especially as it happens with Thoreau and the Thoreau reading, is like that things are constantly changing. And when our group was reading Thoreau together and trying to determine the excerpts that we were going to choose, one of the things that came up was like Thoreau's writing in the 19th century, and it's 19th century language and 19th century references. And we talked about like, do we change the language to make it more inclusive? Do we read it as is? And that like, we all had different opinions on it. I think we ultimately decided, right, to just stick with the text, and with the understanding that that it's a sign of where it's come from. But I think Thoreau would also say, that things are going to change. And I think he knew that exactly then. Ten, what else do you like? Do you have any memories of that conversation and just some of the conversations we've had about, do you change the language?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that came up a lot. In university, I'll often read texts similar to Thoreau, more philosophical texts. And there's often quite a debate about whether or not you should be reading those texts as they were originally intended. But I think maybe another reason why we chose to leave them untouched is because to be critical of these things, you have to, first read them as they are, and then, point out those things that you think should be reinterpreted in the modern times.
Right.
Definitely.
And I think the thing that we struggled with was first, you have to read it and apply critical thinking. But Unitarian Universalism is so much about inclusion. Right. So when you hear he, him language and it's not inclusive of gender and you can't hear yourself in Thoreau's writing, what do you do with that? And that was some of the things that we struggled with, at least in our reading of it, So
absolutely.
So
if anybody, I was going to say, have any, I feel like if anybody has any thoughts on that, please feel free to share in the chat. Would love to hear it. We've had many conversations on it. And I'd love to hear if anybody has any thoughts relating to that.
I also I thought it was so helpful to have a teacher's perspective in the midst of this year, to hear that kids forget how to write, and how to embrace that change without judging it.
Absolutely.
Here comes, and this is the other change that we've had to embrace, the fact that our family members just walk into a screen. Do you want to wave, Gordon, to everyone? I covered him.
Oh,
this is the office that we've been sharing. That's his desk. This is the family desk. So anyway.
I feel very lucky that people like Stephen are taking care of children right now, though. If our teachers are like Stephen, which I believe a lot of them are, then they're in the best care they can be in. They're with people who are really thinking critically and passionately about their work during this time. So that's lovely.
Right. And one of the things that I think is so important about what Beacon and other Unitarian Universalist congregations give to children and youth that they then bring into their larger lives is, and folks, just to let you know that later on today, Dr. Tuli Patel will be on with us. In fact, I believe she's in the studio. But the gift that Tuli has really shown me is to meet children and youth where they are, right?
Yeah.
So it's you have a curriculum, and so often we're sitting there looking at the curriculum and we have to get through the curriculum. The whole point is to get through the curriculum instead of focusing on where the kid is or where the kids are and what they need. So one of the things that I've seen that Dr. Tuli does that just amazes me is that Tuli will bring up the core message of whatever the curriculum is, and a kid will say something, and they've been brave enough to bring up what it is that they the way that they're entering whatever the core message is, and she then turns to them and says, "So tell me more about that." And then the conversation moves into what the kids find important. And that's something that I always felt was really important in youth group. Because by the time our youth are in youth group, you all are leading it. I mean, you were one of our leaders. Alex was a leader. Stephen was one of our co-leaders. And you were designing those conversations for the youth group itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, if you were lucky enough to have grown up in the church, you guys had modeled those conversations for us, so that when we were put in leadership positions, I feel like I was very much influenced by, how conversations went in OWL, or how it was that we structured our RE classes. The way that you guys spoke to us and had that respect really showed us how it was that we could speak to each other later in youth group, which is lovely, which is just great.
Which is, at least my hope is always that, Stephen has that gift in multitudes and was able to learn some of it within within our community and then take it out into the larger world. Gosh, what a gift. It's definitely something that I learned from my own youth group advisors, right? Just
Really?
yeah. You'll hear a little bit
Wow.
more as we go on.
Your own, like when you were in youth group?
When I was in youth group, I will tell some of the secrets behind
I'm
some
so
of the best games that we played.
Okay, yeah.
So just remember, this is not only a reading of Walden. What is it as well?
It's a fundraiser.
It's a fundraiser.
If you have donated, we've put your name on I've put your name on the dartboard. Don't worry.
I just have to say, we are so close, at least right now, we are so close to just going over the 2,000 mark in terms of money. And we have almost 50 contributors. So keep it coming, everybody. It's so great to see your comments in the chat and to also see your contributions coming in. Keep it coming on. And then it's the moment we've all been waiting for.
It is the moment. We have Henry David Thoreau himself in the studio, folks. I'm so excited. I'm lucky enough to have met Henry David Thoreau when I went on my coming of age trip. I visited him at Walden Pond and spoke to him then. I haven't seen him since. Yeah, so exciting. He'll be sticking around to answer questions as well afterwards. If you have any...
Ten, let me ask you, did you like Henry when you met him?
You know, I did like Henry. I think that I found him a bit aloof. Mm-hmm. I think I was like, oh, we're going to meet Henry David Thoreau. I thought he'd be more excited to meet us. But I guess that if you've been living in a cabin by yourself, you're like, I don't want to talk to these kids. So I thought that he was very educational, but maybe I was a bit taken aback by, he's very introspective. But he has a lot to teach us.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah. So without further ado, people, keep those contributions coming in. Keep sharing with other people. And Alex, if you'll pull up Henry David Thoreau, reading the entirety of chapter 2.
My name is Henry Thoreau, and I will be reading the second chapter from my book, Walden or Life in the Woods. And the chapter is called Where I Lived and What I Lived For. You will forgive me for putting on a pair of spectacles. I am not as young as I was 150 years ago. At a certain season of our life, we are accustomed to consider every spot as the possible site of a house. I have thus surveyed the country on every side within a dozen miles of where I live. In imagination, I have bought all the farms in succession, for all were to be bought, and I knew their price. I walked over each farmer's premises, tasted his wild apples, discoursed on husbandry with him, took his farm at his price, at any price, mortgaging it to him in my mind, even put a higher price on it, took everything but a deed of it, took his word for his deed, for I dearly love to talk, cultivated it, and him too to some extent I trust, and withdrew when I had enjoyed it long enough, leaving him to carry it on. This experience entitled me to be regarded as a sort of real estate broker by my friends. Wherever I sat, there I might live, and the landscape radiated accordingly from me. What is a house but a sadus, a seat? Better if a country seat. I discovered many a site for a house not likely to be soon improved, which some might have thought too far from the village. But to my eyes, the village was too far from it. Well, there I might live, I said, and there I did live for an hour, a summer, and a winter life. Saw how I could let the years run off, buffet the winter through, and see the spring come in. The future inhabitants of this region, wherever they may place their houses, may be sure that they have been anticipated. An afternoon sufficed to lay out the land into orchard, woodlot, and pasture, and to decide what fine oaks or pines should be left to stand before the door, and whence each blasted tree could be seen to the best advantage. And then I let it lie, fallow perchance, for a man is rich in proportion to the number of things which he can afford to let alone. My imagination carried me so far that I even had the refusal of several farms. The refusal was all I wanted, but I never got my fingers burned by actual possession. The nearest that I came to actual possession was when I bought the Hallowell place and had begun to sort my seeds and collected materials with which to make a wheelbarrow to carry it on or off with. But before the owner gave me a deed of it, his wife, every man has such a wife, changed her mind and wished to keep it, and he offered me $10 to release him. Now, to speak the truth, I had but 10 cents in the world, and it surpassed my arithmetic to tell if I was that man who had 10 cents, or who had a farm, or $10, or altogether. However, I let him keep the $10 and the farm too, for I had carried it far enough. Or rather, to be generous, I sold him the farm for just what I gave for it, and, as he was not a rich man, made him a present of the $10, and still had my 10 cents, and seeds and materials for a wheelbarrow left. I found thus that I had been a rich man without any damage to my poverty. But I retained the landscape, and I have since annually carried off what it yielded without the wheelbarrow. With respect to landscapes, quote, I am monarch of all I survey. My right there is none to dispute. I have frequently seen a poet withdraw, having enjoyed the most valuable part of a farm, while the crusty farmer supposed that he had got a few wild apples only. Why, the owner does not know it for many years when a poet has put his name in rhyme, the most admirable kind of invisible fence, has fairly impounded it, milked it, skimmed it, and got all the cream, and left the farmer only the skimmed milk. The real attraction of the Hallowell farm to me were its complete retirement, being about 2 miles from the village, half a mile from the nearest neighbor, and separated from the highway by a broad field. Its bounding on the river, which the owner said protected it by its fogs from frosts in the spring, though that was nothing to me. The gray color and ruinous state of the house and barn, and the dilapidated fences, which put such an interval between me and the last occupant. The hollow and lichen-covered apple trees gnawed by rabbits, showing what kind of neighbors I should have. But above all, the recollection I had of it from my earliest voyages up the river, when the house was concealed behind a dense grove of red maples, through which I heard the house dog bark. I was in haste to buy it, before the proprietor finished getting out some rocks, cutting down the hollow apple trees, and grubbing up some young birches which had sprung up in the pasture, or in short, had made any more of his improvements. To enjoy these advantages, I was ready to carry it on, like Atlas, to take the world on my shoulders. I never heard what compensation he received for that, and do all those things which had no other motive or excuse but what I might pay for it and be unmolested in my possession of it. For I knew all the while that it would yield the most abundant crop of the kind I wanted if I could only afford to let it alone. But it turned out as I have said. All that I could say then, with respect to farming on a large scale, I have always cultivated a garden, was that I had got my seeds ready. Many think that seeds improve with age. I have no doubt that time discriminates between the good and the bad, and when at last I shall plant, I shall be less likely to be disappointed. But I would say to my fellows, once for all, as long as possible, live free and uncommitted. It makes but little difference whether you are committed to a farm or the county jail. Old Cato, whose De Re Rustica is my cultivator, says, and the only translation I have seen makes sheer nonsense of the passage, quote, when you think of getting a farm, turn it thus in your mind, not to buy greedily, nor spare your pains to look at it, and do not think it enough to go round it once. The oftener you go there, the more it will please you if it is good, unquote. I think I shall not buy greedily, but go round and round it as long as I live, and be buried in it first, that it may please me more at last. The present was my next experiment of this kind, which I propose to describe more at length, for convenience putting the experience of 2 years into one. As I have said, I do not propose to write an ode to dejection, but to brag as lustily as Chanticleer in the morning, standing on his roost, if only to wake my neighbors up. When I first took up my abode in the woods, that is, began to spend my nights as well as days there, which by accident was on Independence Day, or the 4th of July, 1845, my house was not finished for winter, but was merely a defense against the rain, without plastering or chimney, the walls being of rough weather-stained boards with wider chinks, which made it cool at night. The upright white-hewn studs and freshly planed door and window casings gave it a clean and airy look, especially in the morning when its timbers were saturated with dew, so that I fancied that by noon some sweet gum would exude from them. To my imagination, it retained throughout the day more or less of this auroral character, reminding me of a certain house on a mountain which I had visited the year before. This was an airy and unplastered cabin, fit to entertain a traveling god, and where a goddess might trail her garments. The winds which passed over my dwelling were such as sweep over the ridges of mountains, bearing the broken strains or celestial parts only of terrestrial music. The morning wind forever blows, the poem of creation is uninterrupted, but few are the ears that hear it. Olympus is but the outside of the earth everywhere. The only house I had been the owner of before, if I except a boat, was a tent, which I used occasionally when making excursions in the summer, and this is still rolled up in my garret. But the boat, after passing from hand to hand, has gone down the stream of time. With this more substantial shelter about me, I had made some progress before settling in the world. This frame, so slightly clad, was a sort of crystallization around me and reacted on the builder. It was suggestive somewhat as a picture in outlines. I did not need to go outdoors to take the air, for the atmosphere within had lost none of its freshness. It was not so much within doors as behind a door where I sat, even in the rainiest weather. The Haravansa says, quote, "An abode without birds is like a meat without seasoning," unquote. Such was not my abode, for I found myself suddenly neighbor to the birds, not by having imprisoned one, but having caged myself near them. I was not only nearer to some of those which commonly frequent the garden and the orchard, but to those wilder and more thrilling songsters of the forest, which never or rarely serenade a villager. The wood thrush, the veery, the scarlet tanager, the field sparrow, and whippoorwill, and many others. I was seated by the shore of a small pond about a mile and a half south of the village of Concord, and somewhat higher than it, in the midst of an extensive wood between that town and Lincoln, and about 2 miles south of that only field known to fame, Concord battleground. But I was so low in the woods that the opposite shore, half a mile off, like the rest, covered with wood, was my most distant horizon. For the first week, whenever I looked out on the pond, it impressed me like a tarn high up on the side of a mountain, its bottom far above the surface of other lakes, and as the sun arose I saw it throwing off its nightly clothing of mist, and here and there by degrees its soft ripples or its smooth reflecting surface was revealed, while the mists, like ghosts, were stealthily withdrawing in every direction into the woods, as at the breaking up of some nocturnal conventicle. The very dew seemed to hang upon the trees later into the day than usual, as on the sides of mountains. This small lake was of most value as a neighbor in the intervals of a gentle storm in August, when both air and water being perfectly still, but the sky overcast mid-afternoon, had all the serenity of evening, and the wood thrush sang around and was heard from shore to shore. A lake like this is never smoother than at such a time, and the clear portion of the air above it being shallow and darkened by clouds, the water, full of light and reflections, becomes a lower heaven itself, so much the more important. From a hilltop nearby, where the wood had been recently cut off, there was a pleasing vista southward across the pond, through a wide indentation in the hills which formed the shore there, where their opposite sides sloping toward each other suggested a stream flowing out in that direction through a wooded valley, but stream there was none. That way I looked between and over the near green hills to some distant and higher ones in the horizon, tinged with blue. Indeed, by standing on tiptoe, I could catch a glimpse of some of the peaks of the still bluer and more distant mountain ranges in the northwest, whose true blue coins from heaven's own mint, and also of some portion of that village. But in other directions, even from this point, I could not see over or beyond the woods which surrounded me. It is well to have some water in your neighborhood to give buoyancy to and float the earth. One value even of the smallest well is that when you look into it, you see that earth is not continent, but insular. This is as important as that it keeps butter cool. When I looked across the pond from this peak toward the Sudbury Meadows, which in times of flood I distinguished elevated perhaps by a mirage in their seething valley, like a coin in a basin, all the earth beyond the pond appeared like a thin crust, insulated and floated even by this small sheet of intervening water, and I was reminded that this on which I dwelt was but dry land. Though the view from my door was still more contracted, I did not feel crowded or confined in the least. There was pasture enough for my imagination. The low shrub oak plateau to which the opposite shore arose stretched away toward the prairies of the west and the steppes of Tartary, affording an ample room for all the roving families of men. There are none happy in the world but beings who enjoy freely a vast horizon, said Damodara, when his herds required new and larger pastures. Both place and time were changed, and I dwelt nearer to those parts of the universe and to those eras in history which has most attracted me. Where I lived was as far off as many a region viewed nightly by astronomers. We are wont to imagine rare and delectable places in some remote and more celestial corner of the system, behind the constellations of Cassiopeia's chair, far from noise and disturbance. I discovered that my house actually had in its sight in such a withdrawn but forever new and unprofaned part of the universe. If it were worth the while to settle in those parts near to the Pleiades or the Hyades or Aldebaran or Altair, then I was really there, or at an equal remoteness from the life which I had left behind, dwindling and twinkling with its fine array to my nearest neighbor, and to be seen only in moonless nights by him. Such was the part of creation where I had squatted, quote, "There was a shepherd that did live, and held his thoughts as high, as were the mounts whereon his flocks did hourly feed him by." What should we think of the shepherd's life if his flocks always wandered to higher pastures than his thoughts? Every morning was a cheerful invitation to make my life of equal simplicity, and I may say innocence with nature herself. I have been as sincere a worshipper of Aurora as the Greeks. I got up early and bathed in the pond. That was a religious exercise, and one of the best things which I did. They say that characters were engraven on the bathing tub of King Ching Thang to this effect, quote, "Renew thyself completely each day. Do it again and again and forever again." I can understand that. Morning brings back the heroic ages. I was as much affected by the faint hum of a mosquito making its invisible and unimaginable tour through my apartment at earliest dawn, when I was sitting with door and windows open, as I could be by any trumpet that ever sang of fame. It was Homer's Requiem, itself an Iliad and Odyssey in the air, singing its own wrath and wanderings. There was something cosmical about it, a standing advertisement, till forbidden, of the everlasting vigor and fertility of the world. The morning, which is the most memorable season of the day, is the awakening hour. Then there is least somnolence in us, and for an hour at least, some part of us awakes which slumbers all the rest of the day and night. Little is to be expected of that day, if it can be called a day, to which we are not awakened by our genius, but by the mechanical nudgings of some servitor are not awakened by our own newly acquired force and aspirations from within, accompanied by the undulations of celestial music instead of factory bells and a fragrance filling the air, to a higher life than we fell asleep from, and thus the darkness bears its fruit and proves itself to be good no less than the light. That man who does not believe that each day contains an earlier, more sacred and auroral hour than he has yet profaned has despaired of life and is pursuing a descending and darkening way. After a partial cessation of his sensuous life, the soul of man, or its organs rather, are reinvigorated each day, and his genius tries again what noble life it can make. All memorable events, I should say, transpire in morning time and in a morning atmosphere. The Vedas say, quote, all intelligences awake with the morning. Poetry and art, and the fairest and most memorable of the actions of men, date from such an hour. All poets and heroes like Memnon are the children of Aurora and emit their music at sunrise. To him whose elastic and vigorous thought keeps pace with the sun, the day is a perpetual morning. It matters not what the clocks say or the attitudes and labors of men. Morning is when I am awake, and there is a dawn in me. Moral reform is the effort to throw off sleep. Why is it that men give so poor an account of their day if they have not been slumbering? They are not such poor calculators. If they had not been overcome with drowsiness, they would have performed something. The millions are awake enough for physical labor, but only 1 in a million is awake enough for effective intellectual exertion. Only 1 in 100 millions to a poetic or divine life. To be awake is to be alive. I have never yet met a man who was quite awake. How could I looked him in the face? We must learn to reawaken and keep ourselves awake, not by mechanical aids, but by an infinite expectation of the dawn, which does not forsake us in our soundest sleep. I know of no more encouraging a fact than the unquestionable ability of man to elevate his life by a conscious endeavor. It is something to be able to paint a particular picture, or to carve a statue, and so to make a few objects beautiful. But it is far more glorious to carve and paint the very atmosphere and medium through which we look, which morally we can do. To affect the quality of the day, that is the highest of arts. Every man is tasked to make his life, even in its details, worthy of the contemplation of his most elevated and critical hour. If we refused, or rather used up, such paltry information as we get, the oracles would distinctly inform us how this might be done. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. I did not wish to live what was not life, living is so dear, nor did I wish to practice resignation unless it was quite necessary. I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, to live so sturdily and Spartan-like as to put to rout all that was not life, to cut a broad swath and shave close, to drive life into a corner and reduce it to its lowest terms, and, if it proved to be mean, why then to get the whole and genuine meanness of it and publish its meanness to the world. Or if it were sublime, to know it by experience and be able to give a true account of it in my next excursion. For most men, it appears to me, are in a strange uncertainty about it, whether it is of the devil or of God, and have somewhat hastily concluded that it is the chief end of man here to glorify God and enjoy him forever. Still, we live meanly, like ants, though the fable tells us that we are long ago changed into men. Like pygmies, we fight with cranes. It is error upon error and clout upon clout, and our best virtue has for its occasion a superfluous and inevitable wretchedness. Our life is frittered away by detail. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers, or in extreme cases he may add his 10 toes and lump the rest. Simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. I say, let your affairs be as 2 or 3 and not 100 or 1,000. Instead of 1,000,000, count half a dozen and keep your accounts on your thumbnail. In the midst of this chopping sea of civilized life, such are the clouds and storms and quicksands and 1,001 items to be allowed for, that a man has to live if he would not founder and go to the bottom and not make his port at all by dead reckoning. And he must be a great calculator indeed who succeeds. Simplify, simplify. Instead of 3 meals a day, if it be necessary, eat but 1. Instead of 100 dishes, 5, and reduce other things in proportion. Our life is like a German confederacy made up of petty states with its boundary forever fluctuating, so that even a German cannot tell you how it is bounded at any moment. The nation itself, with all its so-called internal improvements, which by the way are all external and superficial, is just such an unwieldy and overgrown establishment, cluttered with furniture and tripped up by its own traps, ruined by luxury and heedless expense, by want of calculation and a worthy aim as the 1,000,000 households in the land. And the only cure for it is as for them is in a rigid economy, a stern and more than Spartan simplicity of life and elevation of purpose. It lives too fast. Men think that it is essential that the nation has commerce and exports ice and talks through a telegraph and rides 30 miles an hour without a doubt, whether they do or not. But whether we should live like baboons or like men is a little uncertain. If we do not get out sleepers and forge nails and devote days and nights to the work, but go tinkering upon our lives to improve them, who will build railroads? And if railroads are not built, how shall we get to heaven in season? But if we stay at home and mind our business, who will want railroads? We do not ride on the railroad. It rides upon us. Did you ever think that those sleepers are that underlie the railroad? Each one is a man, an Irish man, or a Yankee man. The rails are laid on them, and they are covered with sand, and the cars run smoothly over them. They are sound sleepers, I assure you. And every few years a new lot is laid down and run over, so that if some have the pleasure of riding on a rail, others have the misfortune to be ridden upon. And when they run over a man that is walking in his sleep, a supernumerary sleeper in the wrong position, and wake him up, they suddenly stop the cars and make a hue and cry about it, as if this were an exception. I am glad to know that it takes a gang of men for every 5 miles to keep the sleepers down and level in their beds as it is, for this is a sign that they may sometime get up again. Why should we live in such hurry and waste of life? We are determined to be starved before we are hungry. Men say that a stitch in time saves 9, and so they take 1,000 stitches today to save 9 tomorrow. As for work, we haven't any of any consequence. We have the St. Vitus dance and cannot possibly keep our heads still. If I should give only a few pulls at the parish bell rope as for a fire, that is, without setting the bell, there is hardly a man on his farm in the outskirts of Concord, notwithstanding that press of engagements which was his excuse so many times this morning, nor a boy nor a woman, I might almost say, but would forsake all and follow that sound, not mainly to save property from the flames, but if he will confess the truth, much more to see it burn, since burn it must, and we, be it known, did not set it on fire, or to see it put out and have a hand in it, if that is done as handsomely. Yes, even if it were the parish church itself. Hardly a man takes a half-hour's nap after dinner, but when he wakes, he holds up his head and asks, "What's the news?" as if the rest of mankind has stood his sentinels. Some give directions to be waked every half hour, doubtless for no other purpose, and then, to pay for it, they tell what they have dreamed. After a night's sleep, the news is as indispensable as the breakfast. Pray tell me anything new that has happened to a man anywhere on this globe. And he reads it over his coffee and rolls, that a man has had his gouged out this morning on the Washita River, never dreaming the while that he lives in a dark, unfathomed mammoth cave of this world, and has but the rudiment of an eye himself. For my part, I could easily do without the post office. I think that there are few important communications made through it. To speak critically, I have never received more than 1 or 2 letters in my life, I wrote this some years ago, that were worth the postage. The penny post is commonly an institution through which you seriously offer a man that penny for his thoughts, which is so often safely offered in jest. And I am sure that I never read any memorable news in the newspaper. If we read of one man robbed or murdered or killed by accident, or one house burned, or one vessel wrecked, or one steamboat blown up, or one cow run over on the Western Railroad, or one mad dog killed, or one lot of grasshoppers in the winter, we never need read of another. One is enough. If you are acquainted with the principle, what do you care from a myriad instances and applications? To a philosopher, all news, as it is called, is gossip, and they who edit and read it are old women over their tea. Yet not a few are greedy after this gossip. There was such a rush, as I hear, the other day at one of the offices to learn the foreign news by the last arrival, that several large squares of plate glass belonging to the establishment were broken by the pressure. News which I seriously think a ready wit might write a 12-month or 12 years beforehand with sufficient accuracy. As for Spain, for instance, if you know how to throw in Don Carlos and the Infanta, and Don Pedro and Seville and Granada from time to time in the right proportions, they may have changed the names as a little since I saw the papers, and serve up a bullfight when other entertainments failed, it will be true to the letter and give us as good an idea of the exact state or ruin of things in Spain as the most succinct and lucid reports under this head in the newspapers. And as for England, almost the last significant scrap of news from that quarter was the Revolution of 1649. And if you have learned the history of her crops for an average year, you never need attend to that thing again unless your speculations are of a merely pecuniary character. If one may judge who rarely looks into the newspaper, nothing new does ever happen in foreign parts, a French Revolution not excepted. What news? How much more important to know what that is which was never old. The messenger answered with respect, "My master desires to diminish the number of his faults, but he cannot accomplish it." The messenger being gone, the philosopher remarked, "What a worthy messenger, what a worthy messenger." The preacher, instead of vexing the ears of drowsy farmers on their day of rest at the end of the week, for Sunday is the fit conclusion to an ill-spent week, and not the fresh and brave beginning of a new one, with this one other draggle tale of a sermon, would shout with thundering voice, "Pause of vast, why seeming fast, but deadly slow." Shams and delusions are esteemed for soundest truths, while reality is fabulous. If men would steadily observe realities only, and not allow themselves to be deluded, life, to compare it with other things as we know, would be like a fairy tale and the Arabian Nights entertainments. If we respected only what is inevitable and has a right to be, music and poetry would resound along the streets. When we are unhurried and wise, we perceive that only great and worthy things have any permanent and absolute existence, that petty fears and petty pleasures are but the shadow of the reality. This is always exhilarating and sublime. By closing the eyes and slumbering, and consenting to be deceived by shows, a man established and confirmed their daily life of routine and habit everywhere, which still is built on purely illusory foundations. Children who play life discern its true law and relations more clearly than men, who fail to live it worthily. But we who think that they are wiser by experience, that is, by failure. I have read in a Hindu book that there, quote, was a king's son who, being expelled in infancy from his native city, was brought up by a forester, and growing up to maturity in that state, imagined himself to belong to the barbarous race with which he lived. One of his father's ministers, having discovered him, revealed to him what he was, and the misconception of his character was removed, and he knew himself to be a prince. Soul, continues the Hindu philosopher, from the circumstances in which it is placed, mistakes its own character, until the truth is revealed to be it by some holy teacher, and then it knows itself to be Brahma. I perceive that we inhabitants of New England live this mean life that we do because of our vision does not penetrate the surface of things. We think that it is which appears to be. If a man should walk through this town and see only the reality, where, think you, would the mill dam go to? If he should give us an account of the realities he beheld there, we should not recognize the place in his description. Look at a meeting house, or a courthouse, or a jail, or a shop, or a dwelling house, and say what that thing really is before a true gaze, and they would all go to pieces in your account of them. Men esteem truth remote, in the outskirts of the system, behind the farthest star, before Adam and after the last man. In eternity there is indeed something true and sublime. But all these times and places and occasions are now and here. God himself culminates in the present moment and will never be more divine in the lapse of all the ages. Let us spend one day as deliberately as nature and not be thrown off the track by every nutshell and mosquito's wing that falls on the rails. Let us rise early and fast, or break fast, gently and without perturbation. Let company come and let company go. Let the bells ring and the children cry, determined to make a day of it. Why should we knock under and go with the stream? Let us not be upset and overwhelmed in that terrible rapid and whirlpool called a dinner, situated in the meridian shallows. Weather this danger and you are safe, for the rest of the way is downhill. With unrelaxed nerves, with morning vigor, sail by it, looking another way, tied to the mast like Ulysses. And if the engine whistles, let it whistle till it is hoarse for its pains. If the bell rings, why should we run? We will consider what kind of music they are like. Let us settle ourselves and work and wedge our feet downward through the mud and slush of opinion and prejudice and tradition and delusion and appearance, that illusion which covers the globe through Paris and London, through New York and Boston and Concord, through church and state, through poetry and philosophy and religion, till we come to a hard bottom and rocks in place, which we can call reality and say, this is, and no mistake. If you stand right fronting and face to a fact, you will see the sun glimmer on both its surfaces as if it were a scimitar, and feel its sweet edge dividing you through the heart and marrow, so you will happily conclude your moral character. Be it life or death, we crave only reality. If we are really dying, let us hear the rattle in our throats and feel cold in the extremities. If we are alive, let us go about our business. Time is but the stream I go a-fishing in. I drink at it, but while I drink I see the sandy bottom and detect how shallow it is. Its thin current slides away, but eternity remains. I would drink deeper, fish in the sky whose bottom is pebbly with stars. I cannot count one. I know not the first letter of the alphabet. I have always been regretting that I was not as wise as the day I was born. The intellect is a cleaver. It discerns and rifts its way into the secret of things. I do not wish to be any more busy with my hands than is necessary. My head is hands and feet. I feel all my best faculties concentrated in it. My instinct tells me that my head is an organ for burrowing, as some creature used their snout and forepaws, and with it I would mine and burrow my way through these hills. I think that the richest vein is somewhere hereabouts, so by the divining rod and thin rising vapors I judge, and here I will begin to mine. My name is Henry Thoreau. This is Where I Lived and What I Lived For.
Wow.
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 Okay, everybody.
Oh my gosh.
In just a second. So, I mean, there's a reason that Henry decided to read all of chapter 2. And I have to tell you that because I have a little bit of Charlie Brown syndrome, and that like I can't just listen. I have to read alongside. So the whole time I've been listening, I've been reading alongside so that I can take it all in, because there is so much in that chapter.
There's a lot to process.
There's a lot to process. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like it gives you like a template for how to live in chapter 2.
Mhm.
But you can miss it, especially if we're on devices, which allow us to do like 20 different things. And I had to force myself to like sit here and listen, as opposed to like all different things that were happening around the room.
Mhm.
Or
Which
just
is
on my
also
screen.
part of the point of the chapter.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
So before we welcome on Henry live into our studio, we have something very important. I mean, it's just very serious what we're about to do. I hope everybody
So
is very
excited.
ready for the seriousness of what this
Very
is.
serious.
All right.
It's time, you know what time it is. It's bean count time.
It's bean count time.
We're gonna count these beans, or you're gonna try to count these beans.
And
so these, yeah.
Well, and just to say, people, it's going to become really clear why there's beans throughout. Okay?
Oh yeah.
Especially come chapter 4. But go ahead.
Without context, this seems so random.
But welcome to life. Go ahead.
Another lesson. God, we're learning so much today, guys. Welcome to the spiritual adventure. Anyway, we have some Haribo jelly beans in this here little jar. I feel like I should do more comparisons. This is a mug. This is the jar. These are the jelly beans. And you guys can just shout out your guesses in the chat and just let us know what you think. And the winner gets your very own copy of Walden. So yeah, very fitting prize. If you have any requests as to how I should hold it, please do ask.
I think you just have to slow down. Like you just can't.
Okay. Okay.
It's like
okay. Yeah. So
flat. It's got to be flat.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just
don't let your fingers.
Okay. Yeah.
Because then I need to count like 1, 2.
Oh, you're actually going to count it.
Well, I know that some people do that, right? Like they count down and then they count and then they do some math.
I'm always like, looks like that 20. People are way more committed than I ever was.
I mean,
good for you.
Tuli Patel says 222, just to say.
Does she? Okay, I'm going to make note.
Chad Petrove says, what jar? Chad, can you see the jar? See the jar?
I mean, I guess it's not really a jar, is it? It's more of a jug. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Maybe.
He's taking a little dig at my container over here.
I know. Okay, people, we need more people to come up with guesses. More people, because Tuli probably already has a copy of Thoreau.
It's true. You also win the pride of guessing correctly.
Yep.
Which
we've got
arguably better. 157.
Okay,
nice.
keep guessing. Anna Maria Lessie, you better guess.
Mom.
Yes. Okay, and while you're guessing, we're gonna bring in Henry David Thoreau.
Cool.
Ready? Keep it there.
Kind of, sort
Sort of. Otherwise known as AKA Richard Smith.
Right. It's tell sometimes which one is the real person, to tell you the truth.
I know. So Richard, welcome.
Thoreau grew watermelons too. You could have had a watermelon count.
Well,
That would have been a bit difficult.
I just have to say that I really remember how much beans were a part of it when we visited. So people, just so you know, the first year I taught coming of age, we take all of our coming of agers, this is our ninth graders, to Boston. And we wanted to go to Walden, to Concord, and we did. And at that point, I called the Walden, visitor center and said, we're coming. And they said, why don't you meet Henry David Thoreau? And so that's when I met Richard. But I said to the 9 coming of agers and to our teachers, this might suck, right? And we are going to be very respectful, and because I didn't know. And let me just tell you, taking 9th graders on tours where they have to actually look like they're interested, but they totally don't care. Luckily, none of them had phones at the time. Smartphones didn't exist. So I would have a scavenger hunt where they would get points for asking questions so that they actually looked interested in what people had to say. Anyway, but Richard was brilliant. It was the tour that everyone loved because you arrive at the hut. We started going in the winter, and Richard would have a fire going in the hut, in the stove, right? And he was completely in character, and all of us had to try to get in the tiny hut. And that's where we met Henry. So, oh God. I think it was 15 years ago. I think it was 2007, something like that.
I've been Henry now for 22 years.
Wow.
1999 was when I moved to Concord and became Henry. So, and I've been to Summit a few times myself, lecturing down there. So, I was always excited when it was the time of the year when I'd be seeing the Summit UUs.
Yeah.
It was always, and and the kids, the coming of age groups are always really great because these kids are kind of your typical jaded 8th and 9th grade kids, but yet they've got the UU background. So they're jaded, but they really ask these digging questions. So the conversations can be really amazing.
That is right. And one of the things that I want you to know is there was one youth who, I am not kidding, he'll go nameless, Montana Jackson. I was totally afraid he was going to, the kid was going to light the whole congregation on fire. He was a 9th grader constantly playing with fire. Just FYI, he became a volunteer firefighter. But, I just couldn't connect with him. I kept trying and I couldn't connect with him. And so I take him on this trip to Boston, and I'm terrified of what he's going to do. He and a tiny group of friends, right? And so I took him to Walden, and he met you. And so here, everybody, just so you know, you meet Richard in the hut. You meet Henry in the hut, actually, not Richard. And then Henry takes you on a walk to Walden Pond. And he does this great thing where because all the youth are talking, they're like, and we cross the street and we actually go, into the woods. And at that point, they're all talking, and Henry turns around and he's like, basically, you say something like, "Stop talking." It's best to shut your gobs.
Right. I'm very Henry, and I say something like, you can hear yourselves talk all the time, or you can hear yourselves talk anytime. When you're in Walden Woods, I want you to hear Walden Woods talk. I make them close their eyes, and I make them take a deep breath and just kind of experience Walden Woods firsthand. And that, and Henry, it depends on how Henry's day is going. Sometimes he's snarky, sometimes he's not.
And I've seen both. For sure.
I'm not sure who's more scared, the 9th graders or Henry.
Oh,
I can believe that. But one of the things I remember is like you get us down to where the hut really was in Henry's time. And then you ask them to close their eyes and you ask them to, then you open and we come forward in time, right, to the day. And you introduce yourself as Richard Smith. And then you ask all sorts of questions. And this kid, Montana, comes up to you afterwards and he's like, how did you start doing this? And little did I know that he is like an American Revolutionary War reenactor. This is something he's been doing with his family. And it was the moment that he opened up. And after that, Montana Jackson, like I had Montana Jackson.
I totally remember that kid. I absolutely, because I remember he told me that his family did Revolutionary War reenacting.
Yeah.
So, and I think it was one of the first times that he had ever seen somebody doing living history that was not a Revolutionary War reenactor.
Yeah.
And I think it just kind of blew his mind that there were more than just rebels and redcoats.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I got into it. So I moved to Concord in '99. And I was a ranger at Minuteman National Park, and we had lots of Minutemen and we had lots of redcoats, but there was nobody really doing any of the literary people. And so I asked my head of interpretation at the time if I could do living history as Henry. I had actually been doing it back in Ohio at coffee shops and stuff, but you know, I would sit in like a Starbucks on a stool dressed as Henry, and I would read civil disobedience for tips.
oh my God, that's awesome.
Which that's saying something in Ohio.
Yeah,
Disobedience.
Needless to say,
we should start doing that in Ohio.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of large audiences. So, my director at the time, my interpretive director at Minuteman Park, said, "Sure, go ahead, give it a shot." And so I started hanging out at the North Bridge as Henry, and it turned into this thing. And then I met people at Walden. They asked me to come to the pond and give it a shot for a weekend, and it must have gone well because I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
But once I started doing one Unitarian group, suddenly I'm doing every Unitarian group.
Yeah.
Because of the UU web.
Well, and I mean, the other thing is like it makes it very real for our kids, right? I mean, and that was the thing. You also told us afterwards that like every single word you said, or most, like a majority of it, was from Henry's writings, right? So like even when the kids would ask you a question, your response to them was from his writing.
Right. I tried to answer either using exact quotes or I paraphrase him. But I think I really like saying stuff, like if somebody asks me about being a hermit, I say, well, I am naturally no hermit. Well, that's a direct line from Walden.
Right.
And I find that when I throw in direct lines from Walden or any of the other essays, you can see the light bulbs going on in people's heads. They're like, oh, I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm using it in a conversational tone because, as you're doing with this today, all of Thoreau's writings were meant to be heard. Almost every part of Walden at one time or another, he read in a lecture. So, and Emerson is the same way. I think that when people start hearing Thoreau's words read out loud or Emerson, it makes a lot more sense to people than just having to sit there and read it by yourself or read it in school or something like that. Right. So when I'm putting in exact quotes from Walden or any of the other writings, I think I've discovered people really respond to that really, really well.
Yeah.
I'm just Henry throwing out these little gems in everyday conversation.
Right.
Yeah,
so
I definitely.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that for me, when I was 14 and we were reading Thoreau and I got to meet you, it definitely, had like a really significant impression hearing you speak as opposed to just reading the words. Because like Emily said earlier, Walden can be a really intimidating text when you're that age. But like talking to you and walking around the pond was like a lovely and like accessible way to explore his philosophies and his teachings. And I'll remember it forever. It was lovely.
Yeah, I think that's why living history, at least for me, why I think it's so important. I'm probably biased, but I think it's really because, one of my earliest recollections when I was a kid was going to a living history event in Ohio, and they had two guys reenacting one of the Lincoln Douglas debates. And I was probably like, it was like 14 or 15, but it was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that. And here's Abraham Lincoln and Stephen Douglas in front of me on stage doing one of the debates. And it had a huge effect on me because again, it made sense hearing them say these words. And especially for kids to see a historical character live and in person, I think is really important, or even for adults, because look, these are all guys and women who have been dead for hundreds of years, but to be able to talk to them and see them laugh and hear them say snarky things or hear them say funny things, I think has a really good impact on people, especially on kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem like storybook characters until you hear them in real life. It feels like they're not real, like they weren't real people. But yeah, opportunities like that. It's like, oh, these are real people who were just like us and had thoughts and emotions, and they weren't just
right. Because I'm at the replica of Thoreau's house, so when people come into my house, it's 1847. As soon as they come through that door, it's 1847. So anything that's going on outside of those four walls does not matter. And so they're coming into my world, which I think is really important for people to step. They smell the fire and they smell the wool and they feel the heat or they feel the cold or whatever's going on that day. So it's almost like, my replica at the pond. It's like my little. What is it? What's Doctor Who's phone box called?
Is it it's the TARDIS.
Yeah, the TARDIS. So my replica is like my little TARDIS. And you come into that house and it's 1847.
Yeah. So just like I've got 3 last questions, but the first one's big. The last 2 are very short. But so today we're celebrating Juneteenth. Right. And so much of what, especially in chapter 2, but throughout, Thoreau is really asking us to awaken, right? And awaken to a lot of different things. But one of the things that I have heard from youth is their admiration for Thoreau being an abolitionist and for standing up for what he believes in. And so can you just tell me about Thoreau's role as an abolitionist and the influence? We know a lot about his influence on the environmental movement, but also his influence, especially in civil disobedience, but his influence in justice movements.
Sure. So, I don't think it's any secret that Thoreau was raised in a Unitarian household, but he was raised in a liberal Unitarian household, which was not every Unitarian household at the time. And so the more liberal Unitarians tended to be abolitionists and educational reformers and women's rights advocates and Native American rights advocates and things like that. His mom and his sisters were all of those things. So he grew up in an abolitionist household. His mom and his sisters were 3 of the founders of the Concord Female Anti-Slavery Society. So he grew up surrounded by all of this stuff. So he honestly believed in the idea that all men and women are created equal, and so as a lot of the abolitionists did. So it was kind of second nature for him to do things like help runaway slaves on the Underground Railroad and speak out occasionally in favor of abolitionism, his slavery in Massachusetts, and civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is a spiritual essay, but it's also an anti-slavery essay. And that's where his abolitionism is coming from. The idea that all men are created equal and do unto others as you would have others do unto you. So he was very much involved. He was very quiet about it, as he probably should have been. But 2 of the largest groups that he ever spoke in front of was when he read Slavery in Massachusetts in 1854 on July 4th, and then in 1859 when he read his plea for Captain John Brown in Boston. Each crowd was like around 2,000 people. Wow. So he's he's not afraid to speak out against slavery. He's not afraid to speak out in favor of people like John Brown who are doing something to end slavery.
Right.
So he's kind of putting what reputation he had. He's kind of putting his reputation on the line to do any kind of public speaking against anti-slavery. But nothing, abolitionism, or let me say slavery, I think was the one thing that angered him more than anything else. And he spoke out about it, but he also wrote about it in his journal quite often.
Right. Right. Well, and also, I mean, he acted upon it. Like, I know that one of the things that that I hear, especially from Beacon members, is like, you know, we're celebrating the fact that Juneteenth has become a federal holiday. Like, that is a milestone and an important milestone. And with all things that become nationalized, it also becomes commercialized, right? And so therefore it's like, you know, just like with right now it's Pride, right? And so everybody's got their rainbow flags up, and that's fantastic. But there's a call to action. And that was something that also, even though Thoreau is, you know, known for, you know, living in isolation, he also lived it in action. You know, I mean, the fact that he went to jail, he didn't pay his taxes, right? He was speaking up and acting.
Right. I mean, that's what it's all about. Of course, we can be happy that Juneteenth is now a holiday, but that's not the end of it. It's the beginning.
Right.
You know, and so what are we going to do with this now? And Thoreau was exactly, he walked the walk and he talked the talk.
Yeah.
And unlike a lot of abolitionists at the time. So, right. And so he kind of made sure, and he was a really principled guy. And so it makes total sense to me that not only is he going to speak out against stuff, but he's also going to do things like hide fugitive slaves and get them to the railway station to safety and stuff like that. I mean, it's just the way it was, because that's the kind of family that he grew up in.
Right. Right. Yep. Wouldn't it be something for us to raise our kids and families where people could become very principled in their actions, right? Because we now have 400 years of disparity and violence. So it is a matter of dismantling the systems that we have and recreating and living into what emancipation really looks like. So it's really tough to make this transition, but I do want to make it. How do you say Henry's last name?
Well,
equally serious question.
Question the entire day, because I think a lot of people don't know. But so his name is pronounced Thoreau, like I did a thorough job.
Mm-hmm.
Or I am thoroughly exhausted.
Wow.
But so most people use it. Most people pronounce it. I can't even say it. Thoreau.
Yeah.
They use the French accent. It may have been pronounced that way at one time. His grandfather was a French Huguenot from the Isle of Jersey. Came over to the American colonies, I think, in 1773. That's probably when he anglicized his name from Jean Thoreau to John, John Thoreau. You don't want to be in an English city like Boston in 1773 with a French name. So, and we know it's pronounced that way. When Hawthorne first met him in 1842, he wrote in his journal, dined with Mr. Thoreau, Thorow. And then another time, Bronson Alcott wrote, Henry is well named because he is so thorough. So that's how we know. And when I first moved to Concord, and I started to do this thing as Henry, one person who I really admired said, "Okay, if you're going to be this guy, you got to learn how to pronounce his name."
Mm-hmm.
And so it's you know, and it always will be. It always has been. It always will be.
Well, thank you for clearing it up, because I think I still say it wrong. And then my next and last pressing question before we find out how many beans are actually in the jar and find out who wins, and then move on to chapter 3, which will be by Tennessee Woodiel. My last question is, and this is partly, y'all, because this is what I just get to pick up tidbits every time I go to Walden. How often did Thoreau bathe?
Well, this is a pressing question. I get this from the kids as well. He mentions in Walden and in other places that he would take a daily bath. He said that bathing in the pond was a religious exercise. And he said it was the best thing that he did all day. And if it was the only thing, that would be a day well spent. So in the summertime, probably every day, sometimes twice a day. Because remember, this is 1845 to 47. There's no indoor plumbing. And so bathing was a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So to be that close to the pond and not bathe in it every day, I would be surprised if he didn't. So I would say at least during the warm weather, it was an everyday exercise for him. Absolutely.
The reason that I bring this up is because typically we visited the first weekend in December, which is one of the best times to visit. And the kids would always ask you, like, so how do you bathe? Like, there's no indoor plumbing. Like, how do you get clean? And you're like, because in the winter, of course, it's cold in the pond, right? And so you would typically be like, well, my last bath was like November 1st, and my next bath will be, it's like March, something ridiculous, right?
And so he's, I think it's in his journal. He says that he mentioned that he typically has his last bath in the middle of October. Now, this does not mean that he is not washing his hands and his face every day, but one of the reasons
exactly.
one of the reasons I like giving that answer is because it completely appalls the kids. The looks on their faces when I said I had my last bath in October is just priceless. But also, I think it also gives a really good window into the 19th century because these people are not nearly as concerned with bathing as we are.
Yeah.
And so it's a whole different mindset. And, and by the 1840s, not everybody was convinced that bathing every day was necessarily a good idea anyhow. Right. So that wasn't really something that was taking effect until we had indoor plumbing. But in the 1840s, it's like, well, I think I bathed last Saturday. I'm sure a lot of them were doing the smell test and going, oh, I'm fine. I can go for another week.
Yeah, and I have to say that I think in the pandemic, a lot of people took the same advice, just because who are we going to see? Okay, so before we move on, so if people want to visit you at Walden, and I really do recommend everybody, because I've been Richard Smith's friend on Facebook and on Instagram, if people want to follow you, because there's Richard, you do such a great job on Instagram and Facebook of sharing notes in history. And really opening people's eyes, because at least for my generation, we did not get taught history as it truly was. So I always find that I'm learning more and more history from following you. So if people want to follow you or visit you, how do they do so?
So I've got, the Thoreau Society has a Facebook page that I am the moderator for that. So just go to Facebook and look up Thoreau Society. I have a personal Facebook page called Meet Henry David Thoreau, and I post lots of Thoreauvian stuff on there every day. Those are my two pages. And then on my personal page, Richard Smith, I'm always posting historical tidbits about not just Thoreau, but all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Radical history, Black history, women's history, LGBTQT history. I really tried to be all-inclusive, to let people know that, shockingly enough, history wasn't made by just straight white guys.
Yeah.
Really? I know, shocking. And so I try to be an ally. Although a good friend of mine, she said that she considers me more of an accomplice, which I like that word much better. And so those are my three pages, where I talk a lot about Black history, women's history, literature, all kinds of stuff. And I am on Instagram. I am historic, punk, and junk.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
Cool.
Well, Richard, thank you so much for being with us. I think Alex is going to take you back into the background of the studio. And Tess, you're going to tell us how many beans there are.
I am. Oh my gosh, that was really fun talking to him.
I
I'm going to tell you, I have the numbers written down that people guessed, but I don't have their names.
I can tell you.
So, okay, cool. So there are in this jar 152 beans, which
100
means that whoever guessed 157 is the winner.
That's Jennifer Scarta McCann. Jennifer Scarta McCann.
Yeah, Jennifer! Woo! Oh
Jennifer,
my gosh.
I will be bringing to your door your own copy from Beacon Press of
Wow.
Walden.
It's actually Beacon Press.
It is Beacon Press. Yeah.
Oh,
one
cool.
of the two Unitarian Universalist.
What a coincidence. Oh, okay. Oh, it's UU Press. Wow. Crazy. Now I get to eat these as well. My flatmates were like, when is it over? Like, when's this live stream over? Can I eat the jelly beans when the live stream's over? I was like, yes, guys, you can eat the jelly beans.
They don't. I actually am really craving jelly beans now, but I won't be craving Heinz beans when it's time for the Heinz beans.
All right. Come later, folks. If you lost, don't worry. You can try again.
Yes, there are more beans and there will be bean puns. But now, so people, please don't forget, we're asking you to share this, and sharing it is like putting it out into the ether. You have to tag people. You have to personally text people. Sometimes you email. I don't know how many people read their email, but like it actually takes a personal invitation, and we cannot thank you enough for the contributions. So right now we are up to 42 contributors, and we've raised at least $2,147. So keep it rolling. We will be here. Thank you. Add your name to our dashboard. And now, without further ado, we have Tennessee Woodiel reading chapter 3.
Hi, I'm Tennessee. I'm 22. I live in London. And I'm an alumni of the Beacon Youth Group, and I've also been going to Beacon since I was 7 years old. Today I'm going to be reading an excerpt from chapter 3, reading. In this chapter, Thoreau kind of dives into his love for reading and education more broadly. He himself is really into reading the classics, but this chapter really explores how reading can be a source of both power and knowledge. In this excerpt, Thoreau looks into education systems specifically, and the role that education systems can play in the lives of all people of all ages, and how education can be a significant part of different societies, specifically that in which he lives. He says, "We boast that we belong to the 19th century and are making the most rapid strides of any nation. But consider how little this village has done for its own culture. I do not wish to flatter my townsmen, nor be flattered by them, for that would not advance either of us. We need to be provoked, goaded like oxen, as we are, into a trot. We have a comparatively decent system of common schools for infants only, but excepting the half-starved lyceum in the winter, and latterly the puny beginning of a library suggested by the state, no schools for ourselves. We spend more on almost any article of bodily ailment or ailment than our own mental ailment. It is time that we had uncommon schools, that we did not leave off our education when we begin to be men and women. It is time that villages were universities, and their elder inhabitants the fellows of universities, with leisure, if they are indeed so well off, to pursue liberal studies the rest of their lives. Shall the world be confined to one Paris or one Oxford forever? Cannot students be boarded here and get a liberal education under the skies of Concord? Can we not hire some Alberald to lecture us? Alas! What with farting the cattle and tending the store, we are kept from school too long, and our education is sadly neglected. In this country, the village should, in some respects, take the place of the nobleman in Europe. It should be the patron of the fine arts. It is rich enough. It wants only the magnanimity and refinement. It can spend money on such things as farmers and traders value, but it is thought utopian to propose spending money for things which more intelligent know to be of far more worth. This town has spent $17,000 on a townhouse, thank fortune in our politics. But probably It will not spend so much on living wit, the true meat to put into that shell, in 100 years. The $125 annually subscribed for a lyceum in the winter is better spent than any other equal sum raised in this town. If we live in the 19th century, why should we not enjoy the advantages which 19th century life offers? Why should our life be in any respect provincial? If we read newspapers, why not skip the gossip of the Boston column and take the best newspaper in the world for once? Not be sucking the pap of neutral family papers or browsing olive branches here in New England. Let the reports of all the learned societies come to us, and we will see if they know anything. Why should we leave it to Harper and Brothers and Reading and Co. to select our reading? As the nobleman of cultivated taste surrounds himself with whatever conduces to his culture, genius, learning, wit, books, painting, statuary, music, philosophical instruments, and the like, so let the village do. Not stop short at pedagogue, a parson, a sexton, a parish library, and 3 selectmen, because our pilgrim forefathers got through a cold winter once on a bleak rock with these. To act collectively is according to the spirit of our institutions. And I am confident that, as our circumstances are more flourishing, our means are greater than the nobleman's. New England can hire all the wise men in the world to come and teach her, and board them round the while, and not be provincial at all. That is the uncommon school we want. Instead of noblemen, let us have noble villages of men. If it is necessary, omit one bridge over the river, go round a little there, and throw one arch at least over the darker gulf of ignorance which surrounds us. I chose this excerpt because it relates a lot to my experience of quarantine and some of the things that I've been thinking about over the past year. So I graduated from university in the summer of 2020, and I have been applying to grad schools for the past year, and I ended up getting into Cambridge over Christmas time, and this was really exciting because it was one of my top schools, but it also provided a really challenging and reflecting period for me because I study sociology, and because of that I'm often looking into dynamics of power in hopes of revealing and challenging the inequalities in our world. And Cambridge in particular is an educational institution that has directly contributed to, global intersecting systems of imperialism and colonialism and racism and sexism and more. And I found those two parts of my identity to be conflicting. My desire to continue an academic route studying sociology, but also the real root of my interest in sociology, which is my hope to challenge those very institutions and systems of disadvantage. So I had a hard couple of months where I was really thinking about what education means to me and what I believe it would mean if I were to be a part of an institution like Cambridge. And I think that my thoughts were really guided by conversations surrounding education that we've all been having this year because of the role that education can play in the systems of racism throughout the United States. And I think those are really valuable conversations to be had because, as Thoreau argues in this excerpt and in this chapter, education holds incredible power. And with that power, there is incredible privilege among all of those involved in building and maintaining our education systems to promote the voices and the stories that will be most representative and most truthful and most likely to present learning in such a way that we can effect meaningful change in our world. I really particularly liked the moment when Henry David Thoreau said, "To act collectively is according to the spirit of our institutions." I think that's a really wonderful quote and is definitely a much more articulate way of expressing a lot of the thoughts that have been running through my head over the past year. The kind of tentative conclusion that I came to is that regardless of what institution I'm a part of, I value education personally as a spiritual and liberatory act. So whether I'm in university, whether I'm in like the most unproblematic, perfect university or whether I'm at a more history with a more fraught institution with a more fraught history, I will make sure that I personally am looking for means of education, for texts, for people, for videos, for stories that I think are going to help me understand inequalities in the world and strive towards meaningful change. And that's the goal of education in the first place. And I think that that's kind of the conclusion that Thoreau has, and I think that reading this excerpt was kind of therapeutic in that sense. It's really revitalized my belief that I have individual power to choose what I want to consume and how I want to learn about the world, regardless of what university I choose or what society or community I'm a part of, and how my own personal choices can help feed my community and change our group dynamic in terms of how we're learning and teaching one another. So thank you, Henry.
Thanks, Henry. Thanks so much.
10, what's it like to watch yourself on the screen?
Oh God, it's awful. boy, was that hard to watch. Jeez. That was difficult. But no, yeah, that chapter was actually very therapeutic for me to read. It was like, Alyssa chose it for me originally, and then I got to choose the specific excerpt, and I was like, this is coming from my heart and soul right now. But
Isn't
I
it
guess
funny how that happens?
it is, but is it funny, or is it just that Henry David Thoreau just writes about such universal things that, everybody can connect in some personal way to it?
I will say, so let's just take a moment to name that Alyssa Nielsen is a member of our team.
Oh, yeah.
And Alyssa did the amazing job of reading Thoreau from start to finish, going through each chapter and selecting like 4 to 5 excerpts for each reader to select which one that they felt like that was meaningful to them. But Alyssa did an amazing job. And part of the reason that we were fortunate enough to have Alyssa was that Alyssa was on a gap year in the middle of the pandemic and couldn't do anything. So while I didn't want the pandemic to happen, I am very thankful for the fact that so many of our youth alumni had time on their hands, and they were like, and Tess, you were one of these people, right? You were like,
Yeah.
Here I am with my mom. I'm working 2 jobs and I'm applying to grad schools. How can I be a part of this? So we really want to just lift up Alyssa and thank her.
She did an amazing job. She not only selected the excerpts, she also provided a little like summary, or she, gave a little expose of some of the themes that were involved. So yeah, she did an amazing and thorough job.
Yes.
Thorough job.
Thorough job.
Or no, it's not Thoreau. It's
Thorough.
Thorough. Okay.
Thorough. She did a thorough job.
Thorough job. Nice.
So
can you explain the bean thing?
Oh yeah, I can explain the bean thing. So in this next chapter that Ian Hicks will be reading is when beans emerge, right? Yeah. And it's definitely something that that we learn about when we actually go and visit Thoreau. But just to tell you that this excerpt begins with, I did not read books this first summer. I hoed beans. So that is between the twos and the beans. That was something that we seized upon and decided that we would have fun with. So the other thing that we're harking back to in just a second is the fact that one of our first advisors, Ron Menendez, was a lover of the puns and would make sure, did you ever meet Ron?
I did, yes. I did meet Ron Menendez. I don't think he was not my advisor, but I did meet him. I don't think I've ever heard him utter a pun, but I wish I did.
Puns and kites were very big. So anyway, just to say that, that is one of the reasons why we now have bean puns. And so if you'd like, Tess, tell us a few and I will put them in the chat for people just to hand out as party favors. If you're ever in an awkward conversation, you can always just use a bean pun.
Oh yeah, you know that classic moment when you're in a social situation and you're like, I need a bean pun right now, and you can't think of one. This is the perfect remedy for that thing that happens to all of us a lot.
Yep.
How about this one? What do you get when you cross a cow with a coffee bean?
What do you get?
Decaf.
Oh,
Oh, that's one. That sure is a joke right there. That one's a joke.
that is a joke.
That is a joke. My flatmate loved it. My flatmate's going crazy for that one. Why do peas dislike noisy eaters?
Why?
Because they want peace and quiet. Oh, that's what they want. Poor guys. They just want a bit of quiet. What do you call a historical bean?
What do you call a historical bean? I don't know.
A Jacko bean.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. That one's for all the intellectuals out there. That's a thinker. Makes you think.
And it'll make you kind of like look it up if you don't know. You're like, what?
Oh, Jacko bean. Should I do more, or should we save the others?
Why don't we save it? And I will say we're a tiny bit behind schedule for all of you who are like, and I think that we're gonna move things up a bit and actually add Tuli Patel to the stream right now. Alex, is that okay? Is she in her office? Look, she is.
Hi, Tuli.
I'm in my home office. Hello, people. So lovely to be with you all. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, good. I was just like, I did not know if because I couldn't see. You were backstage and I was like, what if she's gone from her chair? And I've just pulled her up.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
do the sound check. I was not here for the sound check, so just checking.
So Tuli.
Yes.
Tell us, what is your educational background?
Oh dear. I don't like to talk about it too much, right?
I know.
I resist talking about it. I have a master's and a PhD in education. So I'm a trained teacher. That's what I was choosing to do as my career. And the reason I sort of devoted my life and answered the call to Unitarian Universalism is because I went for OWL training.
And what's OWL?
And Our Whole Lives is our values-based sexuality education program. It's world-renowned. It's the gold standard. And I sort of felt if there's any group that's doing the work that they're doing, work like this, it needs more of my time and attention. And so I've devoted my life to it. I will say the other thing, as I was listening to Stephen talk earlier and listening to all of you, I think that's what's so different in our groups and what we try to do is that we're not bound by the curriculum. So some of you know I have 2 kids and they're 9 years apart. And in the 9 years, the curriculum at their school has not changed. They still do John Steinbeck. They still do Julius Caesar. And I'm like, why hasn't it changed in 9 years? They should bring in more authors of color. Like, what's going on here? So I enjoy the freedom of being able to shape my programs, but also, Emily, as you said, being really responsive to what the kids and youth need. And if they're talking about something, you go with it. You don't say, we got to get through.
Right.
So you're just responsive to it and you try to weave in the curriculum, but the curriculum is nowhere near as important as the community. Because the community makes the curriculum. That's what happens.
I think one of the gifts that you bring is that you know the curriculum so well that you can weave it back in based on what the kids are saying.
That's right. And so that's why by the time the kids get to youth group, as Tess was saying, they've sort of absorbed those ways of being so that they can bring it to one another. And it's kind of magical to watch. So my goal is to have groups of kids like to sit in the back of the room and have the space just run itself. And that's a magical thing to witness.
So my question for you is, tell us a little bit, or, if this is more, tell us a story. Like, what's it been like in the pandemic? I mean, we don't have, for folks who don't know, we don't call it Sunday school. We typically call it religious education or small groups, lifespan. are all some of the names that we call what we do. But what's it been like in the pandemic when the kids can't gather together and they're on screens all day in school anyway? What's it been like?
Yeah, it was tough. And what happened was something that I did not expect. Very soon when we went into lockdown last March, what we started was weekday calls for what we thought were middle schoolers. Like we thought the 6th, 7th graders would come. So these were 4:30 daily calls. And it ended up being 4th through 9th graders who'd gather. And it wasn't like huge numbers. It wasn't like 80 people. There were like 8 people. And we had 2 adults in the group, and it was pretty phenomenal. I was astonished that they would show up every weekday. I'm like, what? They want to come every weekday? And we just, we did a check-in with a rosebud thorn. You guys remember that? A rose is something you're feeling good about. A thorn is something that's not very exciting, and a bud is something you're looking forward to. And then I'd usually have a theme that we talked about. And we talked about everything from rejection to jealousy to craving to sibling rivalry. Like we talked about all kinds of stuff, and things really came up that we hadn't expected. Jen, and I hope Jen is watching, Jen was one of our regular people who attended these calls, and it was pretty phenomenal. We've just shut it down this May since school was winding down and kids were now back in person. And so we also had similar groups for K through 5, but I think K through 5 is a different age to connect over Zoom. I was interested that the middle schoolers came, and then the high schoolers also didn't really want to connect over Zoom. So we've been meeting in the parking lot. We had a prom in the parking lot, our first ever parking lot prom, which was interesting, to say the least. I'm glad we put up chairs so they didn't have to sit down with their fancy outfits on the ground. But it's been fun connecting with them. So I think they've done okay in the pandemic. But there's never been a more sort of like a more appropriate time to have a community like this.
Yeah. Well, and I have to say that as a parent, so I have a 6th grader and a 9th grader. And as a parent, one of the gifts that you gave us was you asked the kids to ask us questions, and
Yes.
not just questions like, what is the square root of 4, but tell us a story about whatever the topic was. And so at dinner time, we'd be sitting there and the kids would be like, oh, yeah. We've got to tell you, we've got to ask you. And so we would have to tell stories. And sometimes I had to think really hard about some of the questions that you asked.
Like for instance, one time we would talk about favoritism, and we said, ask your big people, your parents or your guardians or your caregivers, when they first became aware of favoritism. Was it in middle school? And ask them to tell you a story about who was sort of favored in their rooms or like whatever. So there were questions like that. And I think we got some amazing responses back. There was one kid who always knew the answers to the question even before it was asked. Like, oh, I know what they're going to say. I'm like, no, you don't. Go ask your parents. So it was always funny.
Aww.
Yeah. And I will say, especially for my 6th grader, gave her a community, because my 9th grader had youth group, right? And for my 6th grader, just gave her a community that she really needed. And not only that, but Tuli Patel is now her idol. It's true.
Aww.
It's true. It's true.
You guys are anyway, whatever. I do want to talk about Henry David Thoreau. Now I have to train myself to re-say it and no longer say Thoreau. Thoreau. So just for context, Henry David was born 1817 and died 1862. Young.
Yeah.
How
62 minus 17. That's like young, right?
Yeah.
And he was good friends with Emerson, 1803 to 1882. Ralph Waldo. Ralphie, our friend Ralphie, who was 1803 to 1882. Mm-hmm. And what I love about Thoreau's writing is how similar and how echoey it is to my own personal beliefs, especially grounded in Buddhism. Not Hinduism so much, but Buddhism. Mm-hmm. So his idea that change is permanent, that's the only permanent thing is impermanence, that the soul is immortal. Like these are all like fundamental Buddhist concepts and tenets. And the other thing is the influence of Hinduism in their writings. I don't know why they weren't quite so influenced by Buddhism. I think that would have been a better fit. But they quote the Vedas, and then I think there's a poem that they wrote. I forget who wrote it. Was it Emerson or Thoreau wrote it on Brahman, which is the concept of reality. And so that's a famous poem. But also there was a back and forth, and it's a little weird in the timeline. There was a famous Indian poet, Rabindranath Tagore, who was born, actually he was born the year after Emerson died. So he posthumously must have read their writings, but had a heavy influence on Unitarianism, came to visit the congregation in Urbana-Champaign in the early 1900s. He was the Nobel laureate in literature in 1913. And his poem, Gitanjali, is an amazing poem. I'm going to try and put it in the chat, and maybe Alex, our wonderful person who's managing the back end of things, right?
Who's eating a chip right now or something?
Who's eating a chip right now? I love it. And I saw her getting a blanket in the back. So this Gitanjali, this poem is amazing. And it was quoted by Kennedy, JFK. And it says, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Oh my God, how beautiful is that, right? Where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit. Where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. I don't like the father bit. That's a little patriarchal for me, like scratch father. But like you can replace it with universe or love or like whatever, right? Into that heaven of freedom, let my country awake. Like amazing, right? And you can see why JFK would use these words. So there was a lot of, so Tagore was heavily influenced by the writings of Thoreau and Emerson. And he was a founder of a very open branch of Hinduism called the Brahmo Samaj. And so he started that like a liberal, open Hindu, I want to call it a sect, but a evolution. And so I've always been interested in the connection and the back and forth between Unitarianism and Hinduism. Not universalism so much. Universalism was a little harder to weave into it. Anyway, I've talked too much. Ask me some questions.
Well, so one of the things I wanted to say, Tuli, is when you go and visit Richard Smith,
which we will this November. Richard, we're coming. Somebody send Richard a note.
So, but he has, I'm pretty sure that he has the Vedas right there.
Yeah.
Like in the hut. And he like if the kids notice, because often they're either sitting on his bed or he has like a little writing stand, and the Vedas are right there. And so when the kids notice, they say, so what's this? Because they are getting points for every question that they ask in terms of
That's the way to do it.
Right.
And this year, I'm very excited that Reverend Emily is going to go back on the trip because my kid, my younger one, is going to be in the group. And, we try to tell parents to stay away from their children. So I'll be doing other things in the building, but Reverend Emily has kindly agreed to lead the group.
Well, you're returning to OWL.
I'm returning to OWL.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't do it last year because my kid was in it. So.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. But what's interesting, I mean, Tuli, I'm so glad you brought this into the conversation, was I don't know why Buddhism wasn't more influential, but I think it's partly because Emerson and Thoreau were, they were reading the Vedas and like that was the land that they were living in at that point. It would be interesting to bring Richard Smith back on and ask a little bit more.
Yeah, I would have to ask my Buddhist monks a little bit more, the ones, I have in my backyard over here. I think Hinduism was just a lot more translated and available in those days. I mean, you're talking mid 1800s.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Buddhist texts, I mean, they've only really come out with Thich Nhat Hanh in the middle 1900s, right? 1950 or so when it started. So like, how did you access this thing? They didn't have the internet. They didn't have libraries. Like, where were they going rooting around finding stuff? There were just longhand letters back and forth, right?
Yeah.
And half the time the monks are sitting in monasteries locked away in some forest refuge type stuff, right? So where's the access?
Right.
So I think it was a matter of access.
I really can believe that. And but I also think that like amongst the Unitarian preachers, they were sharing it amongst themselves. At least that
I
is
think
my
they were
feeling.
definitely sharing it among themselves. And also both Thoreau and Emerson, transcendentalists. So like there's that whole connection between like, how does a transcendentalist, the idea being that you transcend the formal methodology and liturgy of religious life, right? Like there's something that you can like what better religion than Hinduism to speak to that, right?
Absolutely. Well, Tuli, just moving, we need to move into Ian.
Yes, Ian Hicks, so good to see you.
But I do just want to put a plug in here for Our Whole Lives and for Coming of Age.
Yes.
And Ten, I wanted to bring this up with you because one of the things I hear from youth alumni is how significant, especially when you go off to college, how little education people have, your peers have in college around human sexuality. And so often after, it's always a little hard to do 8th grade OWL when you're in it. But then when you move out into the world, you're always so grateful you had it. I don't know if you have a story of.
I mean, I have so many stories. I think, it really is, even in high school, before I even came to university in high school, we just did have a relationship with sex and a knowledge of relationships that, my friends weren't exposed to with the high school curriculum. And then, obviously coming to university here, when I talk to my friends about OWL, they're all always very jealous. They're always like, what do you mean? Like I can't believe that you were exposed to something that young that was so formative. I'll often like whack out some OWL knowledge just like with my friends, and it just it definitely there's definitely a big difference when I meet other people who weren't exposed to that. And I actually met, when I came to London, one of the first people that I made friends with was this wonderful girl named Kristen. And she is an American, and she is a Unitarian Universalist, which was just like such a crazy coincidence because I was in London. So the fact that I was like talking to an American was already exciting. And then the fact that she was a UU was very exciting. She's from a congregation in Chicago. And one of the first things that we spoke about when we were talking about why Unitarian Universalism is so great was OWL. We were both like, oh my gosh, and I'm so happy that I was exposed to OWL. Like it was definitely like one of the first talking points that we had when we were like bonding over being UU was like how grateful we were for that.
I have to say, like, it's really like those UU connections. Like we have a parent in the congregation, part of the lifespan program, whose kid's therapist is a UU.
Oh
and
my
they
gosh.
and like they didn't know until they started probing, and they're like, some of what you're saying sounds really like, are you a UU? And they're like, yeah.
The like coded language, like the
That's
vocabulary that we use reveals us.
Inherent worth and dignity. What'd you say?
This lifeboat we're living on.
That's exactly it. My friends, you are doing wonderful work. Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much for being
We
here.
have 45 donors and we've raised over $2,000. We're 10% towards our goal, people. 2 more hours to go. Let's do it.
Well,
share, like, subscribe.
We actually have three more hours. We're only on
Excellent.
chapter. We now need to move into chapter 4.
All right, I'll let you go. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Chapter 4, Alex. Chapter 4.
Hi,
With
I'm
Ian
Ian,
Hicks.
and my pronouns are he, him, his. I've been a member of Beacon for a number of years since I was really little, and right now I just finished my undergraduate, and I'm still living in New Jersey, but I'm about to move to Boston to go to grad school in about a month, so that's what's up with me. So the excerpt I'm going to be reading today is from Thoreau's Walden, chapter 4, which is titled Sounds. And the overall theme of this chapter is all about his experience and relationships with sounds, both from the natural world and those of man-made origin. So I'm going to read that now. I did not read books the first summer. I hoed beans. And I often did better than this. There were times when I could not afford to sacrifice the bloom of the present moment to any work, whether of the head or hands. I love a broad margin to my life. Sometimes, in a summer morning, having taken my accustomed bath, I sat in my sunny doorway from sunrise till noon, wrapped in a reverie amidst the pines and hickories and sumacs, in undisturbed solitude and stillness, while the birds sing around or flitted noiseless through the house, until by the sun, falling in at my west window, or the noise of some traveler's wagon on the distant highway, I was reminded of the lapse of time. I grew in those seasons, like a corn in the night, and they were far better than any work of the hands I would have been. They were not time subtracted from any life, but so much over and above my usual allowance. I realized what the Orientals mean by contemplation and forsaking of works. For the most part, I minded not how the hours went. The day advanced as if to light some work of mine. It was morning, and lo, now it is evening, and nothing memorable is accomplished. Instead of singing like the birds, I silently smiled at my incessant good fortune. As the sparrow had its trill, sitting on the hickory before my door, so had I my chuckle or suppressed warble which he might hear out of my nest. My days were not days of the week, bearing the stamp of any heathen deity, nor were they minced into hours and fretted by the ticking of a clock, for I lived like the Puri Indians, of whom it is said, for yesterday, today, and tomorrow, they have only one word, and they express the variety of meaning by pointing backwards for yesterday, forward for tomorrow, and overhead for the passing day. This was sheer idleness to my fellow townsmen, no doubt, but if the birds and flowers had tried me by their standard, I should not have been found wanting. A man must find his occasions in himself, it is true. The natural day is very calm, and will hardly reprove his indolence. I had this advantage, at least in my mode of life, over those who were obliged to look abroad for amusement, to society and the theater, that my life itself was become my amusement, and never ceased to be novel. I was a drama of many scenes and without an end. If we were always indeed getting our living, and regulating our lives according to the last and best mode we had learned, we should never be troubled with ennui. Follow your genius closely enough, and it will not fail to show you a fresh prospect every hour. Housework was a pleasant pastime. When my floor was dirty, I rose early, setting all my furniture out of the doors on the grass, bed and bedstead making but one budget, dashed water on the floor, and sprinkled white sand from the pond on it, and then with a broom scrubbed it clean and white. And by the time the villagers had broken their fasts, the morning sun had dried my house sufficiently to allow me to move in again, and my meditations were almost uninterrupted. It was pleasant to see my whole household effects out on the grass, making a little pile like a gypsy's pack, and my three-legged table, from which I did not remove the books and pen and ink, standing amid the pines and hickories. They seemed glad to get out themselves, and as if unwilling to be brought in, I was sometimes tempted to stretch an awning over them and take my seat there. It was worth the while to see the sun shine on these things and hear the free wind blow on them. So much more interesting, most familiar objects look out of doors than in the house. A bird sits on the next bough, life everlasting grows under the table, and the blackberry vines run round its legs. Pine cones, chestnut birds, and strawberry leaves are strewn about. It looked as if this was the way these forms came to be transferred to our furniture, to tables, chairs, and bedsteads, because they once stood in their midst. So that is the passage. And I chose this passage because I think it relates to my own quarantine experience, where I really learned to appreciate several new things. First of all, nature, which is obviously a very important theme in this book as a whole, and especially the sounds of nature. During like the peak times of COVID, when like you couldn't really do anything at all, I would go on hikes a lot, even when it was like freezing cold, just to get out and like hear the wind in the trees and any birds that were still here. And also, I think I learned to appreciate like doing things, like the little things themselves. Like running errands kind of became like a fun thing to do just to escape the solitude of quarantine. And while I think Thoreau sort of thrived in solitude, I can't really relate to that as much. But I think that to each of us, we kind of learn to appreciate our own different little things. And while his little things might have been just being in solitude and allowing time to pass, I think mine was sort of learning to appreciate being around people more than I did before, and to like being a productive person and like running errands, doing homework, like anything like that sort of became more rewarding through quarantine. So yeah, I think this passage it's really beautiful. Definitely an outdated word or two, but that's kind of to be expected. And yeah, I just want to end off by saying everyone who can and is able should donate to Beacon. It's a wonderful community for inclusiveness and making friends and sort of healing together from this crazy time we've all just gone through. I think it's especially important to have a sense of community now, and also share the WALDENaTHON on social media. So thanks so much.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, there we are. Oh,
Welcome back, everybody. Oh,
welcome back.
Ian.
Hicks, a man after my own heart.
I know. So I'm going to just share a couple of Ian stories, and it's not so much Walden related as community related, and really speaks to the power of community. So I remember Ian was like I swear to you, he was like 4 years old, and he was just so musically talented, which is why we gave him the chapter on sounds. And I mean, like, he played guitar in services, and like as a 4-year-old, he ended up singing and playing regularly. Alex and Ian would play services throughout high school and college. And little known fact, so there was a time when Ian was, I don't know if it was 8th or 9th grade, where he was just having a hard time, right? And he wasn't really coming to youth group or really even the Beacon congregation that much. And so I don't know if his mom or dad called me, but they asked me to come over and just hang out with him in Maplewood. And so he and I would go down and get like a scone and a cup of coffee, and we'd walk. And so one day I visited him, and his mom was having a garage sale or a yard sale. And there Ian had given up drums. He'd been playing drums, and he was he was like, I don't really play drums anymore. And my 7-year-old she had had a campaign for 2 years that she wanted to play drums. And I was like, I am not buying a drum kit for a kid who's going to just give them up. And so I saw his drum kit sitting there, and I said, how much do you want for that? And so I bought his drum kit, and it's actually downstairs in my basement right now. My daughter is now 15 years old, still plays drums and loves them. But just to continue on with that story, that summer, Ian, the Transylvanians, so we have a Transylvanian partner church, the Transylvanians came to visit us. Ian came to like the beach day and some other day, and just basically it was like a turning point for him. And he then showed up and started coming to youth group regularly. And by the end of his senior year, he was a leader in the congregation, about to go to school. Now he's just finished school, and he's going to get his PhD
in chemistry. In chemistry, which is so funny because my Ian story is that I also went to high school with him, and he was in my year, and we both had the same chemistry teacher, and I hated chemistry and I hated the chemistry teacher. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I love him. I think he's so lovely. And he developed quite a close relationship with him. His name was Mr. Cook. And now he's getting a PhD in chemistry. So clearly Mr. Cook did something right, but I just hated it. And I just was not there for it. But Ian developed a passion, clearly.
He did.
But yeah, that is such an inspiring story because Ian was just the leader of the youth group in the end, and an extremely talented leader, and yeah, such an approachable and kind person to lead the youth group that year. So.
And I guess like that's the thing I want to say, that one of the things that I learned as like a youth minister was that you see these kids come in 8th grade and 9th grade. I mean, to some extent, I've seen some of them grow up from when they were very little. But as 8th and 9th graders, you can kind of make an assumption about how they're going to turn out.
Yeah.
And it's a judgment that is wrong, just wrong, period. And if they have just even the slightest opportunity, it can change their lives.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things at Beacon that I see us between Thule, Reverend Robin, all of the teachers, like the volunteer teachers that come in, they come in to create these meaningful moments that are going to change lives. And it's just the most inspiring thing to me. So Ian, it is so good to see you. And we wish you the best in going to Boston and getting your PhD. Crazy. I can't wait to call him Dr. Ian. Dr.
Oh
Ian.
my God. Dr. Ian.
Dr. Ian.
Dr. Hicks.
All right. So on that note, we have some amazing donations that are coming in. How's the dartboard looking, Tess?
The dartboard is looking, the dartboard isn't looking good because this fell, but I'll fix it. The dartboard is looking great. I'm so excited to throw a dart at it.
And I've got a few more names to add. So
Okay,
why don't we begin? So I just want to introduce Samantha Ewing, who is a member of our youth group and created the t-shirt that I am wearing, the design for the t-shirt that I am wearing.
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
And like, I think she had been a member of the youth group for all of 2 weeks before she designed it. I mean, I could be making that up, but
so cool.
it felt that way. It felt, a friend invited her to our youth group and she transformed us in amazing ways. So Alex, we are ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Sam Ewing. I'm 24 years old and my pronouns are she, her. I'm coming to you from Manhattan in New York. So apologies for any background noise because there's a lot going on outside. I've been a member of Beacon for quite some time now. I joined the youth group in 2012 when I was a junior in high school, and it instantly became my favorite place on earth. So I am absolutely thrilled to be participating in this read-through of Walden with you all. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and read the section that I chose from chapter 5 on solitude. There can be no very black melancholy to him who lives in the midst of nature and has his senses still. There was never yet such a storm, but it was alien music to a healthy and innocent ear. Nothing can rightly compel a simple and brave man to a vulgar sadness. While I enjoy the friendship of the seasons, I trust that nothing can make life a burden to me. The gentle rain which waters my beans and keeps me in the house today is not drear and melancholy, but good for me, too. Though it prevents my hoeing them, it is of far more worth than my hoeing. If it should continue so long as to cause the seeds to rot in the ground and destroy the potatoes in the lowlands, it would still be good for the grass on the uplands, and being good for the grass, it would be good for me. Sometimes when I compare myself with other men, it seems as if I were more favored by the gods than they. Beyond any deserts that I'm conscious of, as if I had a warrant and surety at their hands, which my fellows have not, and were especially guided and guarded. I do not flatter myself, but if it be possible, they flatter me. I've never felt lonesome or in the least oppressed by a sense of solitude, but once, and that was a few weeks after I came to the woods, when for an hour I doubted if the near neighborhood of man was not essential to a serene and healthy life. To be alone was something unpleasant, but I was at the same time conscious of a slight insanity in my mood and seemed to foresee my recovery. In the midst of a gentle rain, while these thoughts prevailed, I was suddenly sensible of such sweet and beneficent society in nature. In the very pattering of the drops and in every sound and sight around my house, an infinite and unaccountable friendliness, all at once like an atmosphere sustaining me, as made the fancied advantages of human neighborhood insignificant, and I have never thought of them since. Every little pine needle expanded and swelled with sympathy and befriended me. I was so distinctly made aware of the presence of something kindred to me, even in scenes which were accustomed to call wild and dreary, and also that the nearest of blood to me and humanist was not a person nor a villager, that I thought no place could ever be strange to me again. Mourning ultimately consumes the sad. Few are their days in the land of the living, beautiful daughter of Toscar. Some of my pleasantest hours were during the long rainstorms in the spring or fall, which confined me to my house for the afternoon as well as the forenoon. Soothed by their ceaseless roar and pelting, when an early twilight ushered in a long evening in which many thoughts had time to take root and unfold themselves. In those driving northeast rains which tried the village houses so, when the maids stood ready with the mop and pail in front entries to keep the deluge out, I sat behind my door in my little house, which was all entry, and thoroughly enjoyed its protection. In one heavy thunder shower, the lightning struck a large pitch pine across the pond, making a very conspicuous and perfectly regular spiral groove from top to bottom, an inch or more deep, and 4 or 5 inches wide, as you would groove a walking stick. I passed it again the other day and was struck with awe upon looking and beholding that mark, now more distinct than ever, where a terrific and resistless bolt came down out of the harmless sky 8 years ago. Men frequently say to me, I should think you would feel lonesome down there and want to be nearer to folks, rainy and snowy days and nights especially. I'm tempted to reply to such, this whole earth which we inhabit is but a point in space. How far apart, think you, dwell the 2 most distant inhabitants of yonder star, the breadth of whose disk cannot be appreciated by our instruments? Why should I feel lonely? Is not our planet in the Milky Way? This which you put seems to me not to be the most important question. What sort of space is that which separates a man from his fellows and makes him solitary? I have found that no exertion of the legs can bring 2 minds much nearer to one another. What do we want most to dwell near to? Not too many men, surely. The depot, the post office, the bar room, the meeting house, the schoolhouse, grocery, Beacon Hill, or the 5 Points where most men congregate, but to the perennial source of our life, whence in all our experience we have found that to issue, as the willow stands near the water and sends out its roots in that direction. This will vary with different natures, but this is the place where a wise man will dig his cellar. Now, I know that was a lot. I recall when reading this the first time in high school that I had no idea what was going on. But reading it again, I think with the perspective that I have over the past year is really interesting. And the 2 big themes, the 2 big things that I can pull from this, I think, are the ability to feel comfort and to feel company in the presence of just yourself and the small things. When he talks about the rain being good for him, being, maybe bad for the beans, but good for the grasslands. I think what I like about that is knowing that something that maybe doesn't feel great for you in the moment, something that doesn't feel good then is actually a really good thing for you, or a good thing for others. And I think now, especially having lived through this pandemic, it makes me think of all the discourse around wearing a mask and staying at home and how frustrating that is for some people. Myself, at the beginning of the pandemic, I was able to go home to a house with more space and a little bit of nature, and I really resonate with the idea that while you might be by yourself, if you're in nature, you're not really ever alone. But it made me think about all my friends who didn't have that opportunity, who were in these teeny tiny New York apartments, quarantining and staying home and staying indoors for days on end and weeks on end. And it might have felt horrible. And I think for a lot of people it did. But ultimately, what was bad for us, or what felt initially bad, wasn't actually, because staying home allowed us to love one another by keeping safe and keeping healthy. And it was something that didn't feel good, but ultimately was good. I think it's been tough for me personally to look on the bright side of things. 2020 was a rough year, between quarantining, ending a relationship in the early part of the year, having to move home for a little while in the fall. I wasn't expecting to have to move out of my apartment, but I did. These are all things that I think you would expect to be really, really bad, and frustrating and tiring. And they were all of those things, but being able to look at the bright side, being able to look at how it actually benefits me, was definitely something important for me. And I think something that I could only have done because I had that solitude, because I had that time to myself, that I really had to focus on me and learn to enjoy my own company. I think the other big thing that I gather from his conversation or his words about where other people are, I think the exact text is, if I can find it again. Where is it? I have found that no exertion of the legs can bring two minds much nearer to one another, which I think is really important and telling for us right now, because if we've learned anything, and if I've learned anything over the last year, it's that physical presence is not necessary. Physical presence to maintain relationships, to maintain friendships, to maintain a sense of community is not necessary at all. I don't feel any closer to the people who I see every day than those who I don't, but speak to every day. I've gotten into the habit over the last year of morning FaceTimes, either with friends, with colleagues, basically to sort of simulate my coffee in the morning when I would get to the office. But of course, there's no office now. And I have to say, those are really some of the best conversations that I've had. And I feel truly closer to my circle of friends, my circle of people, my network, and my community than I did before, because it doesn't need, relationships don't need presence, and relationships don't need this physical being together, and being by myself. It scared me at first. I'm a very social person. I love a big party. I love a big crowded, bustling restaurant. And, I used to think that those are the best ways to spend time, to spend quality time together. But I've learned very much so over the course of the pandemic that to spend quality time, to be in each other's presence, does not need to happen to foster a great friendship or to foster a great relationship with anybody else. And I think that that's something we should all take. We obviously live in a different time. We have the benefit of FaceTime and Zoom and all of these things. But what I really like about it is the thought that, we don't need to align ourselves to things for convenience. We should be aligning ourselves to things for comfort and real meaning. And those friends who have stuck by us, and maybe we haven't talked to them a lot lately, but they're still close, not because they are physically close, but because the love is there and the feeling is there. And I think that that's a really important thing to keep in mind.
Aw, that really touched me.
I know.
Especially because I've been in the I'm here now, but I wasn't always in London. I was in the United States for the past year. So being far away from my friends in the UK it was a lot of our virtual relationship. And like she said, I think it proved to me how meaningful your relationships can remain, despite being so far apart.
And even some of them grew stronger. My husband we laugh at him that he has 3 friendships. Like he's got his 3 friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're childhood friends, and they're all in the UK. Obviously he does have friends here, but they're all in the UK, and he gets to see them. I mean, if he's lucky, he gets to see them twice a year when we go visit. But one of the things that they did was they started this Saturday's 1 o'clock phone call where they talked, and like today they talked, and here's the hard part.
So nice.
Like all of them had family, parents who are in their 80s and 90s, and 2 of us lost our parents this year. So we each and others had to go into nursing homes, and so virtually we walked alongside one another, or journeyed alongside one another as we tried to care for our parents when we couldn't ever be with them.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
But I also know, Ten, that it's been really hard for a lot of our youth alumni who are in their 20s, who either had to move back in with their parents, like you moved back in with your mom.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I wrote an article about that, actually, about my experience moving back in with my mom, and how that can be really difficult for a young person, and how right now, well, maybe not right now, but when I wrote the article, 52% of young adults in the US were moving back in with their parents, which is the greatest percentage since the Great Depression. And I mean, there's loads of research about the mental effects of moving back in with your parents, and what that means for your headspace as a young person after you thought that you had started, your independent life. But I mean, I think that the communities that we, hopefully for me at least, the community that I had established before going back into quarantine, stuck with me throughout all that time. And it was still played a really big role in my life, despite me not physically being with them. And I think that definitely the youth group community has been in the lives of, loads of people that I know. Those friendships, those friendships last forever. And I think, sometimes maybe, I don't know, maybe not for other people, but for me, like childhood friends, like people who go back a bit further, became almost more important during quarantine. So I think a lot of people were reconnecting with youth group people even before this project. Anyway, it's just lovely that those connections exist and will do forever.
Yeah, and even though we're coming out of quarantine, at least in this country, I know it's very different. I know it's different in the UK, and it's different. I've been journeying with Thule, and it's different in India, right? So we all have family and friends who are having a different experience. But as we come out of the pandemic, I've heard lots of people say that it taught them how to live with solitude. And I think that that's what Sam was getting to. And it was so interesting to me, because when I reached out to Sam and said, would you mind doing the chapter on solitude? So first of all, it's just always hard to ask someone to do something, especially if you haven't talked to them in 2 years. Right. But to make that connection, to reach out and say, hey, I've been thinking about you, and I'd love for you to be a part of this group or this project. And what's amazing to me time and again is when you reach out with an invitation, people say what Sam did, which was, thank you so much for dealing with solitude. And I really needed this chapter.
Oh,
I really need, and it reminds me how much we need to invite people into our lives, and how so frequently we're reticent to. And how often we need to make room for solitude in our lives. So on that note, I want to just say one thing right now, and then we're going to move on to Alex Rothfelder. And I really want to invite people to share this event. And just to show you how much I want you to share it, I have just texted all of my cousins in Kentucky and in California and in Canada and in Colorado, asking them not only to come and see this, but I've also asked them to contribute, which let me just tell you, it took a little bit of courage to invite them into this. But it's an invitation into my life and into Thoreau's life. So encourage you, just text. You can text them the link on YouTube or the link on Facebook and encourage them to be here. But it really takes like a personal invitation. So we invite you to do 2. Who are the 2 people that you're going to ask right now? And we encourage you to put their name in the chat. These are the 2 people I plan to ask. 10, you and I are going to do that right now. We'll write it in the chat. Alex, I know you're behind the scenes. You too. Who are the 2 people you're going to ask? Because that's the only way we reach 1,000 is when each one of us reaches out to 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's hear from Alex Rothfelder. Are we on chapter 6? I'm losing count.
I think so, yes. Chapter 6.
Hi, my name is Alex Rothfelder. I use he, him pronouns, and I currently live in Worcester, Massachusetts, which is just 38 miles away from where Walden Pond sits today in Concord, Mass. I would say I have a very warm relationship to Beacon. I haven't been there in a while, but when I was in high school, I was really active in youth group, went to as many cons as I could, and I feel as if that period of my life and being around so many amazing UUs really shaped who I am today, shaped who I've wanted to be, and really has shaped my values and worldview. So, yeah, moving on to Thoreau. My chapter is called Visitors. And to me, it really relates a lot to, I think, what I've been through this past year. It talks about, I think, Thoreau's relationship to having visitors, being around people, being a hospitable person, being in community, but also his whole desire to be in solitude, to be able to appreciate nature and to live a simple life. And I think he's really wrestling with that. I think outwardly the tone of the chapter is that he's very critical and almost standoffish to people. But at the same time, I mean, given that it's about visitors and he's describing different people that are coming to his cabin, it seems really clear that he needs people. Even though he's putting himself in his cabin in the woods away from people, he still feels like he needs others. He talks about how the visitors he received in this period were actually coming to him with the least trivial matters. And I think that's kind of telling. It's also just interesting because he walks through different descriptions of visitors he seems to like and visitors he seems to not like so much. One thing he said is, in some ways, he doesn't like the people who seem to come and want hospitality, but they don't want to help himself, which I think I first read that and I thought, that's kind of harsh. But I think that's also valid. I think no one really likes feeling like someone's just there to take advantage of them because they want something. And he also talks a lot about a couple people, but one postmaster and woodcutter in particular, who seems really simple and almost dumb on the outside, but is actually really intelligent in an intuitive way. And that he likes people who appear simple and humble, but actually have a lot of depth. So that's the general outline of the chapter. So the passage that I selected actually comes at the very beginning of the chapter. So it sort of contextualizes everything that I felt Thoreau was kind of getting at. So here it goes. I think that I love society as much as most, and I'm ready enough to fasten myself like a bloodsucker for the time to any full-blooded man that comes in my way. I am naturally no hermit, but might possibly sit out the sturdiest frequenter of the bar room, if my business called me thither. I had 3 chairs in my house, 1 for solitude, 2 for friendship, 3 for society. When visitors come in larger and unexpected numbers, there was but the 3rd chair for them all. But they generally economize the room by standing up. It is surprising how many great men and women a small house will contain. I have had 25 or 30 souls with their bodies at once under my roof, and yet we often parted without being aware that we had come very near to one another. Many of our houses, both public and private, with their almost innumerable apartments, their huge halls, and their cellars for the storage of wines and other munitions of peace, appear to me extravagantly large for their inhabitants. They are so vast and magnificent that the latter seem to be only vermin which infest them. I am surprised when the herald blows its summons before some Tremont or Astor or Middlesex house, to see come creeping out over the piazza, for all inhabitants a ridiculous mouse, which soon again slinks into some hole in the pavement. One inconvenience I sometimes experienced in so small a house, the difficulty of getting to a sufficient distance from my guests when we began to utter the big thoughts in big words. You want room for your thoughts to get into sailing trim and run a course or two before they make their port. The bullet of your thought must have overcome its lateral and ricochet motion and fallen into its last and steady course before it reaches the ear of the hearer, else it may plow out again through the side of his head. Also, our sentences wanted room to unfold and form their columns in the interval. Individuals, like nations, must have suitable broad and natural boundaries, even a considerable neutral ground between them. I have found it a singular luxury to talk across the pond to a companion on the other side. In my house, we were so near that we could not begin to hear. We could not speak low enough to be heard, as when you throw 2 stones into calm water, so near that they break each other's undulations. If we are merely loquacious and loud talkers, then we can afford to stand very near together, cheek by jowl, and feel each other's breath. But if we speak reservedly and thoughtfully, we want to be farther apart, that all animal heat and moisture may have a chance to evaporate. If we would enjoy the most intimate society with that in each of us, which is without or above being spoken to, we must not only be silent, but commonly so far apart bodily that we cannot possibly hear each other's voice in any case. Referred to this standard, speech is for the convenience of those who are hard of hearing, but there are many fine things which we cannot say if we have to shout. As the conversation began to assume a loftier and grander tone, we gradually shoved our chairs farther apart till they touched the wall in opposite corners, and then commonly there was not room enough. So I really like this passage generally, but it also really relates to my experience in quarantine. I think the beginning of my quarantine is set up by what happened right before quarantine in late 2019, because I was doing some labor organizing in Southeast Connecticut, and it was a really amazing time, but the campaign didn't work out. And when I was doing it, I wasn't making a lot of money. So I basically moved back to where I am now, but I was very broke. So I ended up actually living in the sort of living room, the sort of like TV room area with just a sliding door for a wall. And yeah, it was a really hard time. I put a lot into this campaign and it didn't go very well. And I had to kind of figure out my life again. So in some ways, I really needed some solitude, some time to process that while I get my life together. At the same time, I moved back here because I felt like this house lets you live like this weird bohemian existence. There's always kind of people up at really weird hours. People are really nice, and a lot of times people just kind of come over. And we had house shows where you see, not enough chairs and a bunch of people standing in a small space. So that was a really great environment to be in for those couple of months where it was hard and I was kind of depressed, but I also, was just kind of trying to embrace my 20s. And I started driving Lyft, which I really liked because you could meet some people who were nice and some people who were almost as weird as me. And I actually got a couple job interviews, so I was getting there. And then the pandemic hit. And I just felt like I was stuck inside. At first, I did have some time to just kind of be inside and do whatever. And I actually have no idea what I did with that time. It's all a blur. But I didn't really end up spending that much of my quarantine in solitude, actually. Felt like the times where I actually had time, I was kind of freaking out or just thinking about how I was stuck inside or how I needed to find a job or something like that. I never really could lean into the time in a way that I kind of needed to and kind of wish I could have. And so, so I was very jealous of people who got fun employment because I definitely tried to get that. And I think it's a really good experience to be able to have that amount of open time. In terms of the house too, so I was living in the living room for a bit, and then the person who used to live in this room, their sibling moved in, so they started living in the living room upstairs, and then another roommate's partner moved in, so we had 9 people here. And I talked to some people who were kind of envious that I had roommates to live with, but it was really hard because I felt like you couldn't have any sense of solitude and you were, home a lot. So it was very difficult because that's really what I wanted at the time. And so I was trying to do some organizing, do some Zoom meetings. I remember making calls for Bernie Sanders to Wisconsin and when quarantine hit. And then I had to start my kind of endless string of jobs that didn't last very long because originally it was because I wanted to, but at some point I couldn't get unemployment, so I just kind of had to keep going. And that contributed to this kind of issue where I would either be home and I would feel like my thoughts were bouncing off my roommate's thoughts, who were bouncing off my thoughts, and just I had no space to kind of move away from that. And then I'd go to work where there's just all kinds of people around. So I worked my first job at UPS, which I then quit. And then I worked at this FedEx taking temperatures for the workers coming in. And sometimes I could just sit and read and had that sense of solitude. And sometimes people were talking at me, particularly this one conservative security guard who was quite a character. And then I became a barista at a coffee shop, and I was a horrible barista. Don't let me make your lattes, but it was an interesting experience. All those times I was forced to be around people I otherwise wouldn't be around. And in the case of that security guard, it's definitely a meaningful experience, but not someone I would choose to be around. And just that feeling of, organizing and then having these jobs and being around people all the time, but it's quarantines, you can't do the fun thing. It was very draining, knowing that I just really needed some time to think, some time to reflect, kind of lean into that sort of aspect of what seemed to be something that other people were getting. So yeah, it was hard, but I think over time I adapted. When I was driving to UPS, I was working third shift, so that was crazy in itself, but I would really appreciate falling asleep at night, and just falling asleep to the sunrise is actually a very beautiful experience. When I was working at FedEx, a lot of times, when I needed to escape the security guard, who was even more tangential than Thoreau, I would walk outside and just kind of look at like this large plane and just kind of take that in. And that was really beautiful and meaningful. And then a beautiful thing happened too when I was working at the coffee shop. It was a really slow day. I was trying to find weird crevices to clean. And a bunch of people I knew were doing a housing protest outside of the Registry of Deeds. So I told one of my managers, I'm going to go outside and say hi to them. And I did. And it was fine because it was slow. And I also didn't care much for the job. And at my house, it was interesting. I think things have kind of quieted down, where that summer, one of my roommates moved out, and actually many roommates moved out over the course of that year, and they all found something that was quiet, more stable, and I think many of them ended up living by themselves. And yeah, so I think it worked out all right. We all kind of figured out how to find our moments of solitude and also how to stay connected. I think the thing that Thoreau talks about of people talking together across a pond is a really beautiful idea, because I think we've all had this experience of, we're stuck in our homes and we know how much we need other people because we can't really see other people in the same way. So we have to call them. We have to Zoom them. And it was definitely a proverbial, sitting across the pond, hearing someone's echo. And yeah, the people I got to reconnect with, or kind of connect with for the first time, made some really strong connections over this past year, mostly through the 2021 pond of Zoom and phone. I think that was really powerful. And so I also am at the point where I need to move out of this place and live by myself and find that sense of solitude and stability. But I'm really grateful for being able to have my creative living situation. And I'm pretty sure that wherever I move to next, I'm going to make sure that I have at least 3 chairs, but hopefully a couple more.
Hello. Oh.
Oh, we caught Alex while she was down.
Oh no.
Oh no, Alex.
Times were actually.
Ooh, ooh.
Whoa,
Oh.
spooky.
Must be a faulty video, unfortunately. It just goes black.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, carry on, I guess.
Yeah.
Press on.
I'm thankful for what I had.
Yeah. Me too.
I mean, I learned a lot. So you all can't see me, but I think Alex can. You two can see me, but the rest of the world can. I mean, I'm watching Alex and I am cracking up. Like I am laughing so hard. It's just so Alex. So one of the things one of the memories that I wanted to say about Alex is, so at one point we had a large youth group and we have 2 co-leaders, and it was like the youth group was growing so quickly that we needed to have more leaders. So we needed to have a vice president, but nobody wanted to call it a vice president. They wanted to call it the Speaker of the House.
I always was curious as to why it was called the Speaker of the House.
It was just the random thing that the youth group decided, and Alex Rothfelder was our first Speaker of the House.
That's so funny.
And he was always like, "What is this role? What do I do?" And we're like, "We don't know." But
that confusion exists to this day.
It really does. It's sort of like you're the third co-leader.
Yeah.
And my joke was always, as Unitarians, we need a Trinity. So we have a Trinity.
It's true.
So many thanks to Alex Rothfelder. Just absolutely loved it. And I loved the idea of speaking across the pond as Zoom and over the phone. So I will take that with me. 10, tell me, do we have beans?
Do we have beans? Emily,
Do we have beans?
why would you ask such a foolish question on this here live stream? Of course we have beans. We have plentiful beans. This time we have Heinz baked beans that I put in a fancy jar. Don't make that face. It's beautiful. It's art.
It is beautiful.
I'm English now, so I had to do this. I counted these beans. These
are Heinz baked beans, people.
These are Heinz baked beans.
Mm-hmm.
They're in their tomato sauce. And y'all have to guess how many there are. Look at them swimming around in there. This one is like really just like, you can't even calculate that, right? Because you can't even see them.
You can't see the ones in the goo, but you could probably make some significant guesses. So people, if you're new to this bean count thing, we need you in the chat to guess how many beans there are. And it can't just be one person. It has to be a few people to guess. And what's the prize?
The prize is a copy of Walden.
Dun, dun, dun.
Which, if you don't already have it, I'm sure that this live stream is making you really wish that you owned a copy, because it's making me wish I owned a copy. I want to read all of it. So I'll hold this here and I'll try to stay very still.
All right.
And in the meantime, we're going to do trivia.
Yeah. All right. So I just want to say that we've got Carol Conger-Miller in the house, who is live from Erna Hoover's birthday party. And I just want to say, Erna Hoover, one of our longtime members, the first female usher at Beacon.
What?
Yeah, is turning 95 today. So maybe the number in the Heinz bean jar is 95, although Anna Maria Alessi is looking at 167. So people,
she is. I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Put your number in. So now we have some trivia. Okay.
You can ask me and see if I know the answer.
Keep you amazing 10 people who are watching now. 9. See,
9 of you.
9. You have to guess. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Anna
Maria, your mom is like trying to get rid of everybody who writes a number in the chat because she wants to get Walden.
It's true. My mom is messaging all of them right now. She's threatening all of them to not guess.
All right.
So that you can win.
So, Tess, I'm going to test you on your Walden trivia.
Oh God, I know nothing.
Well, okay. let's just see based on today.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was Henry David Thoreau born?
I don't know. Was he born?
It's kind of easy. You've been there.
Oh, was he born in Boston? No. Oh, I thought that's. Oh.
You have been to Boston. That is correct. Just Okay, I'll give you. It's either Boston, Salem, or Concord.
Concord.
Yay!
Yay, I'm a genius.
You're a genius. Well, I actually, like, to some extent, I could get that wrong. But one of the things that's pretty amazing about Thoreau, I always think about him when I hear people like you, oh, my cousin Ethan is in the house. Ethan.
Hi, Ethan.
Hey, Ethan. Ethan's a dear. Henry really, like, he
Where's
traveled.
the beans, Ethan? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yelling at your
Ethan.
cousin.
Ethan, you've got to guess how many beans are in the Heinz bean jar. How many beans are in this jar? So he really never left Walden. Like, he traveled. He came down to New York, blah, blah, blah. He traveled. But he like lived with his mom and the sisters. He stayed in Concord most of his life. I'm trying to train my children to like stay around me, but you all are telling me that it might not be good parenting. Okay, so that's the first question. Okay, what university did Henry David Thoreau attend? Was it Yale?
Thanks.
Princeton,
yeah, I need multiple
or
choice.
Harvard?
Ooh, Ethan said 92.
Oh,
Yale, Princeton, or Harvard? Well, I guess I would say Harvard because that's the closest.
and that would be correct.
Nice.
Also, a lot of Unitarians went to Harvard. It was the school founded by some.
Is the divinity school there like quite influenced by Unitarianism or
Historically?
Okay, yeah.
Historically. Nice. Cool. Chad Petrove has put in 465. He's going big. He's going big. All right. Last question. Are you ready? This should be fairly easy. Which writer was a close friend of Thoreau?
Emerson.
Yes, that's right.
I know it because Henry said it before.
That's right.
316 beans.
Oh, yep. Okay. So now that we've done a few trivia questions, okay. Before you tell us how many beans there are, I just want to say, so I've married an English person. I had never had Heinz beans until I married Gordon, but beans on toast is a staple in our household.
A delicacy.
How do you do beans on toast?
I think the key to the beans on the toast is that you put the Heinz beans in and you really cook it for a long time so it gets nice and thick. I never did that when I first started cooking beans here, and then my friend Louie showed me. I mean, obviously you like add all your own spices. You add paprika and garlic powder and stuff like that to make them fancy.
I've never gotten spices in my.
Oh my gosh, really? Oh yeah,
No.
I always put like chili powder, paprika, garlic. Anyway, but you have to keep mixing it for a while so that it's less liquidy and more like a thick paste. That sounds very appealing, doesn't it? I love English food. And then you put that paste on some bread and you eat it, and it's bloody delicious. I'm not gonna lie.
Do bread or toast?
Toast. Yeah, toast. I mean, to be honest, I don't really have beans on toast. I usually just have it as like a side with a meal, like with breakfast or something.
Well, yeah.
But the first time I saw it, I was so confused. My friend Alice ordered it at a cafe, and it was like she didn't get anything else. She just got beans on toast, and I was like, "How did you pay money for this?" I'm so confused. But look at me now. I love them so much.
I know.
Counted them.
In our house, you have to make a piece of toast. You have to cut the toast in half. You heat it up, just like you're saying. You heat up the beans. You put it on the toast.
Yeah.
And then you shred. The toast has to have marge or butter on it. And then you shred cheese. That is how it's done in the Bacchus
cheesy beans on toast. That sounds delish.
And again, Missy Rogers, you'll appreciate this. Because we're giving you recipes, I might as well just tell you right now that we are selling a Beacon cookbook. That's right.
Oh yeah, you told me that. That's so cool.
A Beacon cookbook, which, by the way, you can get your cookbook today. And Chad Petrove has a recipe in the Beacon cookbook. But go to our website right now. I will pull up the thing and put it in the chat. Get your Beacon cookbook. It's amazing. It's got stories. I put my dad's recipe in. It's so brilliant. Okay, how many beans are in the bean jar?
So I counted 454.
So I think that means
so many. Who did 465?
That was Chad Petrove. Chad.
Yes. Chad. Bean winner.
Bean winner! Bean winner! You get a copy of Walden.
Your prize is us dancing and saying "bean winner." You're welcome.
Yes.
Wow,
yes.
well
All
done.
right.
That's really close.
Yeah. Yeah. So there are going to be many more opportunities to count beans. At least one?
Well, one more.
One more.
One more.
Chickpeas, people.
Thank
All
you.
right. And for some reason, so now we have chapter 7 with Yim So Boom.
Hello, my name is Yimso Boom and I use she, hers pronouns. I'm in college right now and living in New York City, and I graduated high school 2 years ago and still cherish the friendships I've made through the youth group at Beacon. This is a passage of chapter 7 from Walden called The Bean Field. In this chapter, Thoreau describes his relationship with his garden of beans. He is their caregiver and they are his teacher in the way that humans learn from working with the earth. Meanwhile, my beans, the length of whose rows added together was 7 miles already planted, were impatient to be hoed, for the earliest had grown considerably before the latest were in the ground. Indeed, they were not easily to be put off. What was the meaning of this so steady and self-respecting, this small Herculean labor, I knew not. I came to love my rows, my beans, though so many more than I wanted. They attached me to the earth, and so I got strength like Antinous. But why should I raise them? Only heaven knows. This was my curious labor all summer, to make this portion of the earth's surface, which had yielded only cinque folds, blackberries, johnswort, and the like, before sweet wild fruits and pleasant flowers produce instead this pulse. What shall I learn of beans, or beans of me? I cherish them, I hoe them, early and late I have an eye to them, and this is my day's work. It is a fine broad leaf to look on. My auxiliaries are the dews and rains which water this dry soil, and what fertility is in the soil itself, which for the most part is lean and effete. My enemies are worms, cool days, and most of all woodchucks. The last have nibbled for me 1/4 of an acre clean. But what right had I to oust johnswort and the rest and break up their ancient herb garden? Soon, however, the remaining beans will be too tough for them and go forward to meet new foes. When I was 4 years old, as I well remember, I was brought from Boston to this my native town, through these very woods and this field to the pond. It is one of the oldest scenes stamped on my memory. And now, tonight, my flute has walked the echoes over that very water. The pines still stand here older than I, or if some have fallen, I have cooked my supper with their stumps, and a new growth is rising all around, preparing another aspect for new infant eyes. Although the same johnswort springs from the same perennial root in this pasture, and even I at length helped to clothe the fabulous landscape of my infant dreams, and one of the results of my presence and influence is seen in these bean leaves, corn blades, and potato vines. It's clear that Thoreau sees nature as generous and magical. He seems honored and proud to be learning to harness the ability to influence it through careful farming. I have spent a lot of time working on a few different organic farms, and I agree that plants are magical. They are silent and still, but still radiate a peaceful energy. Spending a whole day concentrating on how to help something nourishing grow is a beautiful thing. It's a focus on the process, on slowing down, and it's a practice of patience. Really, it's the practice of love, the same way we comfort friends and take care of our families and participate in our communities. It's easy to forget that we are in a relationship with nature when all we do is take. Developing the connection and showing care back, as little as it seems, is how we ground ourselves in gratitude for all life. It's so lovely to be able to connect with you all this way. If you are able, please donate to our own nourishing community, one that centers radical inclusion, feeding the human spirit, and healing the world. Also, please feel free to share the WALDENaTHON on social media. Thank you.
Oh, Yumso. That really reminded me of my mom. First of all, because when my mom did coming of age, Yumso was a coming of age leader with her. And my mom absolutely loves her still. And also because my mom is a big, big gardener, and I got to watch her garden flourish before I left. So, yeah, that was a lovely excerpt.
So, Tess, maybe you can tell me, but like the
Mhm.
big thing right now is woofing, isn't it?
Woofing.
Woofing.
Wait, what is that? Oh, wait, is that?
It's like farming. It's farming.
It's like when you farm, you work for farming.
Yeah. So like
Yeah, no, yeah, I have friends
everybody.
who do that.
Well, so isn't that's what Yumso was doing? So Yumso
Oh, is
took a
it?
gap year. Yeah. Just as a Yumso was one of my kids' favorite babysitters, just FYI. And so she took a gap year, and she went and worked on farms throughout the world.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody else,
Awesome.
Joyce Andres, one of our amazing youth advisors, she was taking Turner Andres, her son, off to
To
it
woof?
just sounds to woof.
Yeah, to woof. I think Sydney Smith Cooper woofed in her gap year.
Yes. She
Yep.
also worked for Heifer International, I believe.
Yeah.
In Kansas?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah, I have friends who are doing it right now as well, who just graduated from uni and are like, "Well, I'm going to go woof."
I know it's a movement. It's like
It
becoming
is.
this huge movement.
It's awesome.
I know. So I have a couple things running through my mind. But one of them is we're getting up there in terms of our names and adding people to the dartboard. So Tess, just take us through what happens when you contribute $22.
Yeah, oh yeah, should I talk about the dartboard again?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
For those new people on
For the new people, if you donate $22, you get added to this beautiful dartboard here. You can see I have names written all over it. And at the end of the night, I'm going to take my dart. Where's my dart? Oh, don't you hate it when you misplace your dart? Here it is. And it's magnetic, but I'm gonna throw it. And then whoever's name gets hit by it, you get a prize. And we're not saying what the prize is because it's special.
It is not a copy of Thoreau.
It is not a copy. That would be so funny if we were like, we're not saying what it is, and then it was just another copy of Thoreau. No, it's something different. So if you want to get added to this year dartboard and participate in this crazy game of chance that we call life, please do donate and reach out to two people when you donate, asking them to also participate.
Yes, and the PayPal link is in the description and the comment section, as it says right there. So next up, am I missing anything? Have I missed anything, Tess?
Don't think so.
In the amazing amount of stuff that we get to read. All right, so next up we have Jaime Lara, which I can't wait to tell Jaime Lara stories after Jaime Lara goes. But let's listen to Jaime.
Okay. My name's Jaime Lara. I identify as he, him. I'm currently based in upstate New Jersey. And in 2012, I was part of Beacon Academy's first Goldsmiths spirituality camp with the Unitarian Universalist group in Summit. The chapter I will be reading is chapter 8, titled The Village. One afternoon near the end of the first summer, when I went to the village to get a shoe from the cobblers, I was seized and put into jail because, as I have elsewhere related, I did not pay a tax to or recognize the authority of the state which buys and sells men, women, and children, like cattle at the door of its Senate house. I had gone down to the woods for other purposes. But whenever a man goes, men will pursue and paw him with their dirty institutions, and if they can, constrain him to belong to their desperate oddfellow society. It is true, I might have resisted forcibly, with more or less effect, might have run amok against society. But I preferred that society should run amok against me, it being the desperate party. However, I was released the next day. I obtained my mended shoe and returned in season to get my dinner of huckleberries on Fairhaven Hill. I was never molested by any person but those who represented the state. I had no lock nor bolt, but for the desk which held my papers. Not even a nail to put over my latch or windows. I never fastened my door day or night, though I was to be absent several days, not even when the next fall I spent a fortnight in the woods of Maine. And yet my house was more respected than if it had been surrounded by a file of soldiers. The tired rambler could rest and warm himself by my fire. The literary amuse himself with the few books on my table, or the curious, by opening my closet door, see what was left of my dinner. And what prospect I had of a supper! Yet though many people of every class came this way to the pond, I suffered no serious inconvenience from these sources, and I never missed anything but one small book, a volume of Homer, which perhaps was improperly gilded, and this I trust a soldier of our camp has found by this time. I am convinced that if all men were to live as simply as I then did, thieving and robbery would be unknown. These take place only in communities where some have got more than is sufficient, while others have not enough. The Pope's Homers would soon get properly distributed. Nec bella fuerente, faginus astabat dum caecus ante dapes. Nor wars did men molest, when only beechen bowels were in request. You who govern public affairs, what need have you to employ punishments? Love virtue, and the people will be victorious. The virtues of a superior man are like the wind. The virtues of a common man are like the grass. The grass, when the wind passes over it, bends. This passage is criticisms of government, of state, of primarily institutions, with events all over the world, with institutions imposing doctrines upon people all over the world. And very often these doctrines are based in prejudice, based on one's faith, sexuality, gender, identity of some nature, especially in the past 2 years, with movements truly exacerbated by what COVID has kind of the situation that COVID has put us into, highlighting numerous injustices that have unfortunately always been part of our society, but I think have just finally been shed, have been brought to light because of COVID. I think while this passage has a very sort of anti-state and anti-government message, I truly believe it's institutions of any kind that can be the wind that passes over the grass, that bends people to their jurisdiction and will. Be it a religious institution, a political institution, simply a group of neighbors that don't like a certain family that lives in their neighborhood, or a family against an individual. I think institutions of all sorts, if not properly guided and not taking true consensus with everyone who's a member of these institutions, will inevitably kind of just oppress others. And I think in relationship to my spiritual journey during COVID, it's sort of been finding where exactly I can both be part of a group in an institution and serve an institution, but also balance that with my own personal values and have the strength to call out what is right and what is wrong. So thank you for listening to my segment. Please donate to Beacon Academy, where a link will be displayed either above or below me. Thank you very much.
That was so lovely.
I know. I love our new name, Beacon Academy.
I know. What was that? What was that about? Was that because he had a specific thing that he participated in that he was referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was in the first year so what happened at Beacon in the first couple of years that I was there was that our youth group grew because Tuli Patel was doing such an amazing job of growing the number of children who came. We had all these families coming in, and she was doing a great job of growing. the classes, right? So one year I had like 25 kids come into the youth group, and our youth group was only 12 people at that time. So
That's crazy.
because our youth group is youth led, the youth knew how to lead a 12-person group. They did not know how to lead a 37 to 40 member group. So we desperately needed youth leadership. And so kind of searched the country for a good youth leadership training, and found one from the Reverend Samaya Oakley, who came. And just so people know, we had set this up. We were going to have this training. We were hosting it. I think we were planning to host it at another congregation, and that is when Hurricane Sandy came through. No,
Wow.
it was a different hurricane, and our primary organizer could not come. And Jaime was a part of that class. And so she was teaching us how to teach the curriculum based on phone calls that we had with her every day.
Wow.
So
such COVID vibes.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the other part is, if I could look back at the last 15 years, climate change has been a huge part. Between Hurricane Sandy, New Jersey had an October snowstorm that like basically broke trees in half. We didn't have power for 2 solid weeks. And so there have been these moments where, and I believe it's climate change related, where the weather, we've lost power, we haven't had gas, and we've had to change what we're doing in order to meet our mission.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Absolutely.
Blah, blah, blah. So I've now lost track. I had like this whole thing I was going to say. So I loved that chapter. And specifically because it's Juneteenth, one of the things that I wanted to talk about, because when we talked to Richard Smith, we were hearing about the type of abolition that Henry David Thoreau was a part of. See, I can't say his name right. Thoreau was a part of. It's just, I got to get into the habit. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the ways that Beacon is a part of liberation in our time. So as people know, our mission is all about radical inclusion, feeding the human spirit, and healing the world. And we are tasked, we're a covenantal religion, which means it's all about the promises that we make to one another. And we have many diverse beliefs. So our covenant are the promises that we make to one another, and we are all about dismantling racism, both within our congregation and in the outside world. And so our covenant, it centers beloved community. And we have, as the Unitarian Universalist Association has 7 principles, we have now adopted an 8th principle, which is around spiritual wholeness centered in anti-racism. So there are 2 events. As it is Juneteenth, and this day is really a call to action, there are 2 events that I'd like to highlight. One is that Reverend Dr. Robin Tanner, my co-minister, has been super involved in the Poor People's Campaign. If you don't know about the Poor People's Campaign, please take a moment to look at what they're doing. And specifically, I want to lift up this week, both June 21st and June 23rd. There are amazing ways to get involved in their push for voter rights, and specifically for the People Act. So I'm going to lift that up. And my dad's family was from West Virginia. And so Reverend Dr. Tanner has been going to West Virginia in the last 2 weeks to be with the people of West Virginia in advocating for voter rights. So I'm going to put that in the chat, and I hope that you will share it on your social media pages. But the other thing I want to share is this amazing organization that Reverend Robin is a part of called Salvation and Social Justice. And they have an event on June 24th at 5 p.m. And it's advocating for accountability from the pews to the streets. And it's really about making police accountability happen now. So those are 2 events that I just wanted to lift up about ways that we are calling people to action here in New Jersey, but in the larger nation as well, and hope that you will be a part of it. Alex, I think that we are ready for our next speaker. Test, am I missing something?
No, you're not.
All right.
Yeah, we're
Oh.
all good.
Alex is looking for the video. I can stall.
We have Catherine next.
We have
I can stall
Catherine.
by saying that covenants are something that I think about all the time, because to me it's a common word, and we had one in the youth group that was really important. But I keep bringing it up. I do a lot of like community stuff in London where I make these zines, and I keep being like, we need a covenant for our publication, and they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. But I think covenants are great. And
so tell me, okay, why don't we say this? Let's hold this conversation until after Catherine goes, and because I have more questions about covenant that I want to ask you.
Yeah, keep
and I'm going to put
waiting.
I know, keep the people, I'm going to put the events in the chat. Thank you, Alex.
Hi, my name is Catherine Cosmeter. I use the pronouns she and her. And I came to know Beacon as a teenager, as part of the youth group that was led by Emily, and then as the religious education summer intern with Tuli. I live in Madrid, Spain, and I've been here for about 3 years. So I did spend lockdown here last year, and then have been living here through COVID. So I'm going to present chapter 9, The Ponds, which is quite poetic and describes nature's beauty. So here we go. Sometimes, after staying in a village parlor till the family had all retired, I have returned to the woods, and partly with a view to the next day's dinner, spent the hours of midnight fishing from a boat by moonlight, serenaded by owls and foxes, and hearing from time to time the creaking note of some unknown bird close at hand. These experiences were very memorable and valuable to me. Anchored in 40 feet of water and 20 or 30 rods from the shore, surrounded sometimes by thousands of small perch and shiners dimpling the surface with their tails in the moonlight, and communicating by a long flaxen line with mysterious nocturnal fishes which had their dwelling 40 feet below, or sometimes dragging 60 feet of line about the pond as I drifted in the gentle night breeze, now and then feeling a slight vibration along it, indicative of some life prowling about its extremity, of dull, uncertain, blundering purpose there, and slow to make up its mind. At length you slowly raise, pulling hand over hand, some horned pout squeaking and squirming to the upper air. It was very queer, especially in dark nights, when your thoughts had wandered to vast and cosmogonal themes in other spheres, to feel this faint jerk, which came to interrupt your dreams and link you to nature again. It seemed as if I might next cast my line upward into the air, as well as downward into this element, which was scarcely more dense. Thus I caught 2 fishes, as if it were with one hook. So living in Madrid, we had a very harsh lockdown, one of the strictest lockdowns in the world. Last spring, we were not allowed. So last spring, schools closed, and I'm a teacher. So schools closed. My school was not prepared for that. So we had no way to communicate with students outside of the school building. But last year when things closed, we were not allowed out of our homes. We were allowed out, one person could leave the home to get groceries or to walk a dog or to have a medical appointment, an urgent medical appointment only. And you had to have proof that that's where you were going. And you were not allowed to travel more than 1 kilometer or maybe half a mile from your home. So basically for 3 months, I didn't leave my home ever. I think I took the trash out once a week, and that was the extent of me leaving my home. So what I started to do was that I started to spend a lot of time outside, and we are very lucky to have a terrace here in our apartment. We have an outdoor space, and there are trees nearby, and you can see the neighborhood. And so I started to have my morning coffee outside on my own and just sit and listen to the birds and be outside. And so I connected with this passage specifically because I feel that there is real beauty in nature described in this passage, and that's what I had the opportunity to experience and realize that I had been taking it for granted when I was in my home last year. And I think moving forward, having that experience has pushed me to realize that I don't want to live in the city. It's too busy, it's too chaotic. And once I am able to, I'll move out of the city and closer to nature. So for those of you who are in Summit, I encourage you to go to the Botanical Gardens. And I also encourage you to donate to Beacon, which is a community that supports all of us and supports the human spirit and healing the world. And if you feel so moved to share your own understanding of Walden and WALDENathon on your social media. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, Catherine.
Oh,
I am so glad that Catherine talked about how strict it was in Spain. My nephew and niece and their son have been living in Spain throughout this. We were able to go to their wedding a few years ago, and so we've been following. I mean, I think a lot of us with family who are living internationally, we know the different restrictions that happen. So I'm so glad that she talked about that, and just want to lift up congratulations to Catherine Cosmeter, who just recently got married, had a civil ceremony. And so just delighted for her. And so lift up our congratulations.
oh my gosh, congratulations. That's so exciting.
So we were talking about covenant, and
Yes.
So covenant is a really old word for promises and the promises that we make to one another. Tell me what that looks like when you're like in a children's group or in youth group or in an adult group, in a small group.
It's one of those things that like was said to me so often by adults at Beacon that like it's etched in my brain, and there's always like a covenant is a list of rules that everyone agrees on, is what people said in RE, and then what we said in youth group. So that's how I understand it to be. It's rules that everyone agrees on, like discusses, and then votes to put in place. And then you also vote to like hold everyone collectively accountable for adhering to those rules or agreements.
Right. Promises. I mean, promises is when you're a kid, rules is like the word,
rules.
So what was a promise that you made that made a difference in youth group?
Oh gosh, the first one that comes to mind that probably isn't the most it's not the most meaningful is I don't know if it was in the covenant. I think it was. It was croissants, not donuts.
Oh, I
think
love
about
this
that
one.
all the time when I'm in social situations. When I'm in like the smoking area of a pub, I'm like, God, guys, croissants, not donuts. And it means that when you're in a group of people and you're talking, you always leave a space so that anyone can join your conversation instead of just standing in a closed circle, because that can be exclusive. And it's good to just leave opportunity for people to enter and leave conversations as they wish, so that everything feels really open. So I'd often like in youth group, I'd be going around being like croissants, not donuts, when people like were having like more exclusive, closed off conversations. And I think that in my head all the time in public. I'm always like, come on, guys, croissant it. But probably more. Why don't you just be a croissant?
No, that's a great one. I wish that more adults had that, especially when you go to like social. I can't tell you like how nervous adults get in social situations constantly. I hear they're like, I don't know what to do. So croissants, not doing it.
I think more meaningful ones were, like in the same vein of croissants, not donuts, we would always talk about exclusivity and like being inclusive, like being radically inclusive, acting in the spirit of radical inclusivity, making sure that we were, creating opportunities for everybody to get to know one another and understand each other on a very empathetic level. A lot of our covenant agreements related to that, like including people.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember some hard conversations. Like I remember in the early days when Alex Rothfelder was Speaker of the House, conversations around smoking. Like if a person was a smoker, was that something that we were going to bring to youth group? If they were in a relationship with someone, like an intimate relationship, in youth group, they made agreements with one another that they would kind of leave that relationship behind at the door, and come in so that they wouldn't be cliquish. It wouldn't just be the two of them off somewhere. And then more recently, it's around phones.
Is it you're being exclusive because you're on your phone?
Yes. And understanding that because social situations can be anxiety producing, that sometimes people Like the
Neither.
phone can be a useful way of actually helping being a part of the group. So
That's so interesting.
It's really, it's not like, it's not black and white. Right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of gray area.
Do you still have the phone box?
Some youth groups decide to have a phone box where if you come in, you can put your phone in the box so that you're not tempted to look at it. And that's Mike Millspaw and I were advisors, and we were advisors together for a long time. And then we stopped being a part of the youth group for a little while, took a break, and then we both came back in, and we decided that we were both too grumpy about phones. Like we probably couldn't be youth advisors because it made us too grumpy.
Really?
And the phones made us grumpy. It did.
That's so funny. Yeah, that's a whole new challenge. Yeah, I think the phone box was fairly successful when I was in youth group, but I guess times are different now. Things are changing.
It's just so much a part. Like I see it with adults as well. It's the thing that it's the habit that we form to keep ourselves busy. I actually think Thoreau would have a lot to say about the fact that we use it to keep our minds busy and not and asleep.
Yeah, numbing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. So everybody, it is time to reach out to two people. Alex, can we get that up in a banner? Time to reach out to two people. I just want to say all of my cousins are the bomb. They have been coming through. I just got a text from my brother. He's driving right now. 10, what about you? Did your two people, are they?
They have not responded to me, but it is late in London. It's almost 11 p.m. So I don't blame them. They're my English cousins, but I should reach out to some Americans is what I'll do.
Yeah,
I'll reach out to some Americans.
Reach out. Think through some of your Americans.
Alex? Yeah, I'll reach out to.
Do you have two people, Alex? I want Alex. Oh. Alex has got her two people. She's just lifted up. All right.
She's lifted it up.
So the next person that we have is Andres Perez. And yeah, I have more stories about Andres when he's done, but let's bring on Andres to tell us a little bit about his chapter.
Hello, my name is Andres Perez. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm currently in San Francisco, California, and I was part of Beacon's youth group. I'll be reading chapter 10, Baker Farm. So I've been to Walden Pond, I've read Thoreau, and I can tell you that even in the city, his words still ring true. This chapter is all about conspicuous consumption and sort of how Thoreau has streamlined his life so that he only needs to do what he needs to do. And we as people, I think we tell ourselves a lot that we need things or we need to do things. And there's a lot that we need to do that Thoreau sort of sees through that and realizes there's very little that we actually need. And he was great. He was a very efficient person. And because of that, he really focused on what is important to him. And I think that philosophy, while it might take a different form with anyone personally, I think that philosophy of understanding what's necessary for you and your values and following through on that, taking Thoreau's example and applying it to yourself is very valuable, regardless of where you are or who you are. So the muse fables, but therein, as I found, dwelt now John Field, an Irishman, and his wife, and several children. From the broad-faced boy who assisted his father at his work, and now came running by his side from the bog to escape the rain, to the wrinkled, Sibyl-like, cone-headed infant that sat upon its father's knee, as in the palaces of nobles, and looked out from its home in the midst of wet and hunger inquisitively upon the stranger with the privilege of infancy, not knowing but it was the last of a noble line, and the hope and cynosure of the world, instead of John Field's poor, starveling brat. There we sat together under that part of the roof which leaked the least, while it showered and thundered without. I had sat there many times of old, before the ship was built that floated his family to America. An honest, hard-working, but shiftless man plainly was John Field, And his wife, she too was brave to cook so many successive dinners in the recesses of that lofty stove, with round, greasy face and bare breast, still thinking to improve her condition one day, with the never-absent mop in one hand and yet no effects of it visible anywhere. The chickens, which had also taken shelter here from the rain, stalked about the room like members of the family. Too humanized, methought, to roast well. They stood and looked in my eye or pecked at my shoe significantly. Meanwhile, my host told me his story, how hard he worked bogging for a neighboring farmer, turning up a meadow with a spade or a bog hoe at the rate of $10 an acre, and the use of the land with manure for 1 year. And his little broad-faced son worked cheerfully at his father's side the while, not knowing how poor a bargain the latter had made. I tried to help him with my experience, telling him that he was one of my nearest neighbors, and that I too, who came a-fishing here and looked like a loafer, was getting my living like himself. That I lived a tight, light, and clean house, which hardly costs more than the annual rent of such a ruin as it commonly amounts to. And now, if he chose, he might in a month or two build himself a palace of his own. That I did not use tea, nor coffee, nor butter, nor milk, nor fresh meat, and so I did not have to work to get them. Again, as I did not work hard, I did not have to eat hard, and it cost me but a trifle for my food. But as he began with tea and coffee and butter and milk and beef, he had to work hard to pay for them. And when he had worked hard, he had to eat hard, again, to repair the waste of his system. And so it was broad as it was long. Indeed, it was broader than it was long, for he was discontested and wasted his life into the bargain. And yet he had rated it as a gain in coming to America, that here you could get tea and coffee and meat every day. But the only true America is that country where you are at liberty to pursue such a mode of life as may enable you to do without these, and that the state does not endeavor to compel you to sustain the slavery and war and other superfluous expenses which directly or indirectly result from the use of such things. For I purposely talk to him as if he were a philosopher, or desired to be one. I should be glad if all the meadows on the earth were left in a wild state, if that were the consequence of men's beginning to redeem themselves. A man will not need to study history to find out what is best for his own culture. But alas, the culture of an Irishman is an enterprise to be undertaken. With a sort of moral bog-hoe, I told him that as he worked so hard at bogging, he required thick boots and stout clothing, which were soon soiled and worn out. But I wore light shoes and thin clothing, which costs not half so much. Though he might think that I was dressed like a gentleman, which, however, was not the case. And in an hour or two, without labor, but as recreation, I could, if I wished, catch as many fish as I should want for 2 days, or earn enough money to support me a week. If he and his family would live simply, they might all go a huckleberrying in the summer for their amusement. John heaved a sigh at this, and his wife stared with arms akimbo, and both appeared to be wondering if they had capital enough to begin with such a course, or arithmetic enough to carry it through. It was sailing by dead reckoning to them, and they saw not clearly how to make their port. So therefore, I suppose, they still take life bravely, after their fashion, face to face, giving it tooth and nail, not having to skill to split its massive columns with any fine entering wedge, and route it in detail, thinking to deal with it roughly, as one should handle a thistle. So after reading the passage, it really got me thinking about what my life is like and how I can compare it to Thoreau's, and what are the equivalences between his life and my life, and how can I transfer his knowledge and his wisdom to the 21st century in a practical manner that doesn't involve me living in the woods, fishing to survive. And so, especially during the pandemic, you tend to, at least me, I spent a lot of time in my room, and I began to realize that I'm being constantly surrounded by my decisions, right? Everything in my room is here because I made it there. Right? All of this, all of my things, everything that I have is a decision that I made. And you start really thinking about sort of what are the essentials. That's really what Thoreau was trying to tell us. What do I need? What did I think I need, and why did I think I need it? Because he talks about sort of being stuck in a system in where society tells you you need these things when you really don't, in order to make you buy in. And then you have to work harder and harder and harder to get those things that society tells you you should want that you don't actually need. And especially having to move so quickly from Los Angeles, where I was in school, to back to San Francisco because of the pandemic, it really brought into question, do I need this thing? Do I not need this thing? What's important? What really is? It's not just about things, it's also about values. What values are important to you, and what are you willing to do? Because he talks about not drinking coffee, not drinking tea, not just because of the financial incentives of saving the money, but because of the moral question of, does this expenditure support a system that I don't believe in? And during the pandemic, you start sort of being cornered into having to support systems that you don't believe in, having to do online shopping, and it makes it so much harder to support local businesses. And how would Thoreau react to a situation in which he couldn't just avoid, supporting that? Because in the pandemic, it makes it so much harder to support local businesses. It made it so much harder to not buy stuff on Amazon. And so having to really think about, is this item that I don't actually need worth giving money to a cause that I don't believe in? Thoreau really understood that every action you do is either contributing or detracting from society in some way. And trying to sort of convert that into 21st century understanding, into the modern sort of society we live in, things haven't really changed that much. There's a lot of easy outs, easy ways to get things that can hurt people, and the people that you don't know, people that still matter. And so even though Thoreau is speaking from a forest somewhere in the East Coast, his understanding of that every action ripples out throughout society and it affects people, very real people, still matters everywhere. And speaking of supporting causes that you believe in, that's why we're here. Remember to support Beacon and their mission to have an inclusive community, and to share the WALDEnathon on your social media pages. Thank you.
Everybody's so good at their transitions.
I know.
They're fantastic presenters. Every one of them is like, and this relates perfectly to Beacon's mission. It's very professional.
I know.
Very well done.
I'm pretty amazed. Like, the other thing that I just love about them is just being able, so there's one thing about reading Walden and being able to engage the text. The next part is just hearing the ways people are engaging it. And I love the what Andres was lifting up, especially around like, what is enough? And like, what is this thing we need? How much pressure do we feel to actually need it? And what if we just let that go? Like, and that, to let it go is liberation, right? Do we actually need this? And then how do we support one another? Like, how do we create, one thing that I'm reading about right now is like, how do we create a gift society that actually is community based as opposed to individual based? So I just think I'm so thankful for Andres and for Andres reading. And just so people know, I have to give all the thanks in the world to Andres, because we had one reader back out like at the last minute for very good reasons. And Andres got the text on Tuesday.
Wow.
Read the chapter, read the excerpt, figured out what he wanted to say, and Friday at 5:00 had the video in.
Oh,
So
that's so lovely.
many, many thanks to
And he did such a great reading and such a great reflection.
He is a brilliant artist. I can't wait to see what he's going to do in the world, and loved what he had to say, and the influence that he had at Beacon. One of the things that I wanted to just say about Andres and his family, Jose and Erica, they came into Beacon, and a lot of people who come in through our doors have come from other religions for whatever reason, or no religion whatsoever. But like, they had to get used to the way Unitarian Universalism was. And so one of the first things we did was we invited them when the Transylvanians came. We have a Transylvanian partner church. Reka Biro was here at the beginning watching. She's one of the, I'll say students, but now she's an adult, a part of the Unitarian church in Barot, Transylvania. And so we asked their family to host one of our youth and his father. And it was a transformational experience. And it completely changed their experience of Beacon as well, because for 2 solid weeks or 10 days, they were traveling like with a group of not only Transylvanians, but also Beacon families. And there was just such a wonderful, it was like an experience of like, you have this shared intense experience, and they came away feeling like they were totally immersed in our community. And then his dad got a job in San Francisco. It was so heartbreaking. It was
Oh
so
my
heartbreaking.
gosh. When did they move?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Oh my God. I just meant like how soon after did they have to leave?
I want to say, like, I'm not so good with time,
Okay, yeah.
especially after the pandemic, but it felt like it was like the next month.
Oh,
I don't think it was. I think it was probably, it might have even been a year, but it felt like in my memory.
Yeah.
So right now we're going to transition. So we want to encourage people to, again, add your name to the dartboard. How's the dartboard looking? If you
dartboard's looking good.
If you contribute, if you're one of our 1,000 contributors, your name gets added to the dartboard, and there's an amazing prize for whoever's name gets hit by the magnetic dartboard. And we'd love to see your name. It supports Beacon's mission, which is to be radically inclusive, to feed the human spirit, and to heal the world. And now we have 2 sisters, Kate and Michelle, who were the first they were in the class that first went and visited Richard Smith, aka Henry David Thoreau. And they were the class that I said at the beginning, this might suck, but please be respectful. So let's hear what they have to say.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Muska. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm in Boston, Massachusetts right now.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am in Berkeley Heights, and both Kate and I spent middle school through high school attending Beacon together. Today, we are reading part of Chapter 11, Higher Laws. The main theme of the chapter is transcendentalism and how humans can find spirituality in nature by living in harmony with their surroundings. Thoreau, for example, finds his higher purpose and connection to nature by living a simple life at Walden Pond, and he does so in a way to create for himself a healthy mind and body. Now, Kate will start by reading a short passage from the chapter.
As I came home through the woods with my string of fish trailing my pole, it being now quite dark, I caught a glimpse of a woodchuck stealing across my path and felt a strange thrill of savage delight, and was strongly tempted to seize and devour him raw. Not that I was hungry then, except for that wildness which he represented. Once or twice, however, while I lived at the pond, I found myself ranging the woods like a half-starved hound, with a strange abandonment, seeking some kind of venison which I might devour, and no morsel could have been too savage for me. The wildest scenes had become unaccountably familiar. I found in myself, and still find, an instinct toward a higher, or, as it is named, spiritual life, as do most men, and another toward a primitive rank and a savage one. And I reverence them both. I love the wild not less than the good. The wildness and adventure that are in fishing still recommended to me. I like sometimes to take rank holds on life and spend my day more as the animals do. Perhaps I have owned to this employment and to hunting, when quite young, my closest acquaintance with nature. They early introduce us to and detain us in scenery with which otherwise, at that age, we should have little acquaintance. Fishermen, hunters, woodchoppers, and others, spending their lives in the fields and woods, in a peculiar sense a part of nature themselves, are often in a more favorable mood for observing her, in the intervals of their pursuits, than philosophers or poets even, who approach her with expectation. She is not afraid to exhibit herself to them. The traveler on the prairie is naturally a hunter, on the headwaters of the Missouri and Columbia, a trapper, and at the falls of St. Mary, a fisherman. He who is only a traveler learns things at a second hand and by the halves, and is poor authority. We are most interested when science reports that those men already know practically or instinctively, for that alone is a true humanity or account of human experience.
If one listens to the faintest but constant suggestions of his genius, which are certainly true, he sees not to what extremes, or even insanity, it may lead him. And yet that way, as he grows more resolute and faithful, his road lies. The faintest assured objection which one healthy man feels will at length prevail over the arguments and customs of mankind. No man ever followed his genius till it misled him. Though the result were bodily weakness, yet perhaps no one can say that the consequences were to be regretted, for these were a life in conformity to higher principles. If the day and the night are such that you greet them with joy, and life emits a fragrance like flowers and sweet-scented herbs, is more elastic, more starry, more immortal, that is your success. All nature is your congratulation, and you have cause momentarily to bless yourself. The greatest gains and values are farthest from being appreciated. We easily come to doubt if they exist. We soon forget them. They are the highest reality. Perhaps the facts most astounding and most real are never communicated by man to man. The true harvest of my daily life is somewhat as intangible and indescribable as the tints of morning or evening. It is a little stardust caught, a segment of the rainbow which I have clutched. I like this chapter because in it, Thoreau is talking about how we can all find spirituality in nature, how when we spend time out in nature, that's how we kind of get in tune with it, and we're all connected. In certain parts of the chapter, he talks about kind of imagining what the animals and the fish are feeling. And I feel like that's been, that whole interconnectedness has been a theme for me throughout quarantine. And as an example, I'll use like the birds in our yard that we've been noticing more now that we haven't had to like go into the office or be out during the day and we're all home. I've been noticing more of the connectedness that they have with kind of the plants on our yard and what's around them. So when I'm like on my computer in a Zoom call, I can look out the window and see hummingbirds at the bush outside, which is really cool. Or I can see in that same bush, there's also a robin's nest, and I could watch the robin come and be with her babies. And that spiritualness and that break I can take throughout the day and kind of center myself has been really nice. And then on the other hand, maybe a little less spiritually, but in this interconnected world we live in, there's also the aggressive bird that likes to poop all over our cars and attack our mirrors because he thinks he's protecting his nest from prey. So I kind of like to notice those things throughout the day and enjoy them, and kind of I think this whole quarantine has helped me become more in tune with the natural world that way. And it's something you don't think about doing. You don't think about going into nature and sitting there and being spiritual. You kind of just like take these moments throughout your day and notice these things around you, and that's kind of where the spirituality comes from.
So something I connected with reading this passage from Thoreau was the fact that we can find ourselves when we listen to ourselves in nature, was essentially what he was saying. And I connect with that because ever since I moved up to Boston, I'm not really a city life person. It's hard for me to be in a very urban place where it's stressful, it's fast paced. It's very hard to listen to yourself internally. So since quarantine happened, and just in general, what I've been trying to do more is go out into nature, where I can find it in Boston, so that I can reflect with what I'm feeling, because being in nature is it's so quiet, and I just feel like I can breathe, and it's just a place of solace and peace where I can go when I need to kind of escape and connect with myself.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our reading and conversation of Chapter 11, Higher Laws. Please consider donating to Beacon, a community that centers radical inclusion, feeding the human spirit, and healing the world. And share WALDENathon on your social media.
Hi.
All right, we're back. And the sun is starting, it feels like the sun is starting to set here, 10, but I know that it's been set. It's actually,
it's been set.
It's like 11:15 there, is it not?
It is. It's 11:15.
You are looking good.
Rock
One
and
of the
roll,
things
baby.
one of the things I have to say about Kate and Michelle, I heard through the grapevine that their video, they read this together. They are twins, and they talked about it for an hour. And Michelle had to like get their conversation down to like a 15-minute window. But part of what I think people need to know is that like it spurred so much conversation, you know, that people's videos were much longer. They had a lot more to say, but of course we're trying to fit into this window. So thanks to Kate and Michelle. I really loved, one of the things that I heard from a lot of folks was how much they connected with the natural world. And specifically animals. I know that a lot of families got pandemic pets. So what was your pandemic pet?
Oh, gosh, I miss him so much, Emily. Me and my mom adopted a puppy she got him in November, and I met him when I got back from New Jersey in the end of November. And we raised him together. We were co-parents. Sometimes there was some conflict in terms of how we chose to raise him. In the end, he is my mom's dog, and he loves her more than anyone in the entire world. My mom said something. But yeah, he's just so lovely. He was a Labradoodle. Oh, he's an Australian Labradoodle. So he's like a Cocker Spaniel and a Poodle and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, raising him literally was just the joy of my year. I don't know what I would have done without cuddling him every day. And I miss him so much. And I keep seeing dogs at the park that look like him and thinking that it's him, which I know sounds crazy. But I'm like, it's Dexter. And then I'm like, oh, right, that's not my dog. My dog is in the United States. But yeah, I mean, being around animals, it's just obviously so therapeutic, and being in quarantine and having that option of just being able to care for something, especially puppies, because they're sorry, I'm really going out here, but they require so much attention. And my mom always said he just really kept us in the present moment, because literally we had to take him out every hour, or else he would be on the floor, or he would just bite us and be like, look at me. And so you really were taking every day, minute by minute, in a way that we weren't before. And yeah, I'm really grateful for that, for him. He's a beautiful, beautiful soul.
So we would love to hear in the chat if you got an animal, your own pet. In our house, we got a bunny rabbit, Radagast the Lucky. And my 11-year-old at the time did a PowerPoint presentation for her father to convince him to get a pet. And so Radagast is just the most amazing animal. And then we have a family of wild bunnies in our back garden. It has caused us, my husband right now and I are having a war about whether or not the grass should be grass, or clover. Clover.
Yeah, clover's good.
I'm winning. And not only that, but I have a very interesting lawn mowing. I'm in charge of the lawn. So I mow the lawn. And I've kept all the tufts of clover and I just mow around it. So
nice.
So our back garden is looking like a maze. Like you can walk through, but then there's all these places where our family of wild bunnies go. So and one of the things I liked about what Michelle said was like, there's like it's so fun to look at the bunnies, right? And to feel like, oh, they're so beautiful and a connection, blah, blah, blah. But I remember, and people can write about this in the chat, like chipmunks last year were a nightmare. Squirrels last year were, oh yeah. Like people.
Why? They were just eating everybody's plants.
My understanding is that there are years where there's like, just like, I don't know, maybe like because of the weather.
Yeah.
So scientists out there, naturalists, I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering this, but like if there's like a plethora of nuts, then there's a whole bunch of more chipmunks, blah, 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 blah. So last year we had like an infestation of chipmunks and squirrels.
Oh, wow. Oh, no.
That's my understanding. So I love the fact that Michelle brought up like the mean robin. Was it a robin?
Yeah, she was like, some birds aren't as nice. She was like, some birds are nasty. I was like, oh no, we've had a bad bird experience.
Right? And like, I know that people feel the same way about deer. Like,
yeah, no,
right?
yeah. No, yeah, my mom hates the bunnies in her yard right now. She goes out with a big stick and she like rustles all the bushes and she says, get out, get out, get out. Because they eat all her food. Because they eat all of her crops and she really doesn't like them. So that's a good contrast between your bunny experience and hers.
Yeah, so far, Anna Maria, they aren't eating like my plant. I think I would be upset if but I have plenty of clover. So right now, the clover is winning out. Okay, I think the next round, we are going to do a few puns and it's time. It's time for chickpeas. Oh. But right now, we're going to welcome. Your mom just said she's so sorry they eat her veggies and flowers. And Anna Maria, of course. I mean, Peter Rabbit, come on. Peter Rabbit. He was always eating.
They're pretty cheeky. They do eat like everything.
McGregor's. Is it Farmer McGregor?
I think so.
Yeah. And I think Beatrix Potter was a Unitarian. I'm just going to look that up while we're at it. Okay, Charlotte Kramer's up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte. My pronouns are she, her, and I am currently located in Point Reyes Station, California, just outside of the Bay Area. I grew up at UU Beacon. I attended the youth group and the RE program. It is a very close home to my heart, and I am so grateful to be helping out with this fundraiser. So the chapter I will be reading today is chapter 12 from Walden called Brute Neighbors. You only need sit still long enough in some attractive spot in the woods that all its inhabitants may exhibit themselves to you by turns. I was witness to events of a less peaceful character. One day when I went out to my wood pile, or rather my pile of stumps, I observed two large ants, the one red, the other much larger, nearly half an inch long and black, fiercely contending with one another. Having once got hold, they never let go, but struggled and wrestled and rolled on the chips incessantly. Looking farther, I was surprised to find that the chips were covered with such combatants that it was not a duellum, but a bellum, a war between two races of ants, the red always pitted against the black, and frequently two red ones to one black. The legions of these myrmidons covered all the hills and vales in my wood yard, and the ground was already strewn with the dead and dying, both red and black. It was the only battle which I have ever witnessed, the only battlefield I ever trod while the battle was raging. Internecine war, the red Republicans on the one hand and the black imperialists on the other. On every side they were engaged in deadly combat, yet without any noise that I could hear, and human soldiers never fought so resolutely. I watched a couple that were fast locked in each other's embraces, in a little sunny valley amid the chips, now at noonday prepared to fight till the sun went down, or life went out. The smaller red champion had fastened himself like a vice to his adversary's front, and through all the tumblings on that field never for an instant ceased to gnaw at one of his feelers near the root, having already caused the other to go by the board. While the stronger black one dashed him from side to side, and, as I saw on looking nearer, had already divested him of several of his members. They fought with more pertinacity than bulldogs. Neither manifested the least disposition to retreat. It was evident that their battle cry was conquer or die. In the meanwhile, there came along a single red ant on the hillside of this valley, evidently full of excitement, who either had dispatched his foe or had not yet taken part in the battle. Probably the latter, for he had lost none of his limbs, whose mother had charged him to return with his shield or upon it. Or perchance he was some Achilles, who had nourished his wrath apart, and had now come to avenge or rescue his Patroclus. He saw this unequal combat from afar, for the blacks were nearly twice the size of the red. He drew near with rapid pace, till he stood on his guard within half an inch of the combatants. Then, watching his opportunity, he sprang upon the black warrior, and commenced his operations near the root of his right foreleg, leaving the foe to select among his own members. And so there were three united for life, as if a new kind of attraction had been invented, which put all other locks and cements to shame. I should not have wondered by this time to find that they had their respective musical bands stationed on some eminent chip, and playing their national airs the while, to excite the slow and cheer the dying combatants. I was myself excited somewhat, even as if they had been men. The more you think of it, the less the difference. And certainly there is not the fight recorded in conquered history, at least, if, in the history of America, that will bear a moment's comparison with this, whether for the numbers engaged in it, or for the patriotism and heroism displayed. For numbers and for carnage, it was an Austerlitz or a Dresden. Conquered fight, 2 killed on the patriot side, and Luther Blanchard wounded. Why, here every ant was a Buttrick. Fire, for God's sake, fire! And thousands shared principle they fought for. There was not one hireling there. I have no doubt that it was a principle they fought for as much as our ancestors, and not to avoid a 3-penny tax on their tea. And the result of this battle will be as important and memorable to those whom it concerns as those of the Battle of Bunker Hill, at least. There were some really big words in there that I didn't know. So, this is a very intense story, and it's a funny thing to compare to my experience in quarantine. But I found it actually perfect to describe the lessons that I've learned in the past year and a half. I think that I've always had an interesting relationship with Thoreau. I think he's a hero and also sometimes misguided. And I found his fascination with this scene in nature to be very interesting, in the sense that he is observing something that is happening that is violent and seems to make him a little uncomfortable, and he's using it to kind of poke fun at the violence that human beings often enact upon each other. Something that I learned in quarantine is the beauty of the darkness. And this is something that is kind of the heart and soul of my personal spiritual path, is learning that not everything in life is light and beautiful and easy and joyful. And to continue in that same idea, not all good things are light and easy and beautiful and joyful. I think that we see this so often in the natural world. And when I look at the earth, every aspect of the earth I consider to be a teacher of myself, as in every piece of the earth is me. And every piece of the earth, every aspect of it, every expression, every weather pattern, every animal is representing an aspect of myself and of who I am as a human being. So obviously I'm very complex because the earth is very complex. And so when I read this passage about these warring ants, the first thing that came into my mind was, okay, well, what part of myself is this representing? Like, what part of myself has a battle going on inside of it, and what part of myself is warring and is violent towards another aspect of myself? And how do I deal with that? I think that oftentimes in this society, in this world, we want to either glorify it or push it away. I think there's always some sort of dichotomy in that. And what I've learned over quarantine is that my darkness and the violence and the aggression and the assertiveness within me, which, I mean, I might be a super smiley, peace and love person, but it's there. That violence is a beautiful aspect of my soul, just like the violence that was happening with these ants is a beautiful aspect of Mother Earth. So my question to myself that I've been asking is, how do I work with this? Because I don't necessarily want to go beating people up and killing people, and I don't believe in war or violence, but I also don't want to hide from it, and I don't want to push it away. I don't want to pretend like it doesn't exist or that it's inferior to the light and the goodness. I think that is a necessary balance. So I have spent a lot of time thinking about this because there was, I think like many people, a lot of my darker sides were coming out, a lot of my fears and my shame and my insecurity, a lot of things that I didn't want to see. Were coming out, and I started to begin to realize how much I shut myself off from a certain understanding of life, which is life is darkness. There is pain, there is violence, there is anger, but there's also joy and beauty and love, and that they are all the same. They are all one. And my job is not to choose one or the other or to push something away and keep the other thing, but rather to respect them both and to stay in the middle path, the middle way, and to not fall into one or the other, but to find a balance. And I find that when I find that balance between those two aspects, when I see the two of them coming together, they ease each other and they work with each other. And then all of a sudden there's this symbiosis within me. This is a huge process for me because during quarantine, I was faced with the fact that I have spent most of my life trying to deny the fact that I was, that I had darkness inside of me. Even though I felt very drawn to like the literal nighttime and to storms and nature and to things that are considered violent when we press our ideas upon them. So it was a hard thing to come by, and it's something that I still work on every single day. But it really helped me to understand that the experiences that I was having in quarantine, I could just settle into them. I didn't need to fight the shame and the fear and the anger. I didn't need to fight any of that. I just needed to take a step back and breathe and acknowledge it and allow it to meet my goodness as an equal part of who I am. So, this passage reminds me a lot about that. About there is something really frightening to us about this violence that human beings have within us so easily. Like we can be. We're such violent people, and we've done such horrific things, and Thoreau knows that, and he's working against it in a beautiful way. I mean, his nonviolent, his ideas on nonviolence are completely admirable. But I think that the reason why we have such violent tendencies as a human species and we've been so mean is because we don't know how to adequately process and work through and understand the darker aspects of ourselves. So essentially, our shame and our fear and insecurities are embedded within us, and we're so afraid of them and so confused by them that we become violent and we do horrible things. But if we're able to acknowledge those darker aspects of ourselves and face the reality of our violence, then something else begins to happen. A shift begins to happen, and the light can seep in, and we can find that balance. So that's all I got to say for you. I apologize again for the funky words. I'm gonna have to practice them over and over and over again. But I'm also here to remind you, please donate to Beacon. This is a home for my family, a home for me. It's a place that has brought me so much joy in my life and has influenced me wherever I go. So please donate to this beautiful, beautiful spiritual home for so many people. And shout out to you, Emily. I love you. Bye.
Oh no. What has happened?
I don't know. She made me cry at the end.
I wasn't prepared for this.
Woo.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I should have known it's Charlotte.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, Tess, like what it really made me think about was, so much for our youth, but also for adults and for the elders in our congregation, the actual sanctuary of Beacon, right, has been such a place to carry like the hardest parts of our lives, right? And as she was talking, the image that kept coming to mind was so often when we would have a lock-in where we sleep in the congregation overnight, or some of the Green Vespers services that happen in the evening, right? Especially in the winter. And like, so we light up the sanctuary with candles. And, I mean, your teenage years are so tumultuous. So are your 20s. So is midlife. I mean, Richard Rohr talks about midlife as being the shadowlands, like walking through the shadowlands. And then, of course, in your elder years, you're facing the fact that life is a round trip ticket, right? So the sanctuary itself becomes a place where we bring that. And I wonder if, like, do you have moments that you remember of being like doing worship with your fellow youth in the sanctuary that were particularly meaningful for you in hard times?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. There was one particular worship when I was a freshman, and it was one of those worships where everybody was crying, and it was a lot of, because I think the worship was about people leaving. It was about like things moving on. I think maybe it was the senior worship, and Carter was going to college, and I was
Carter, your brother.
Carter's my older brother, who was also involved in the youth group a lot, and he was going to college, and I was so sad, but also we were all like holding that space together to explore like what it means for someone to leave and to have that kind of loss. And yeah, I feel like it's such a special thing. Like I really miss youth group worship services for that reason, because even if I go to a service, even if I just go to like a normal service here at a UU church or any church, it's not that same kind of community, that intimate community that we have when we do a youth group service, that really makes you feel like whatever you share with the group, because often our worship services involve some sort of sharing, it's like really held and heard and like processed in the space, and you can really like bring a piece of yourself to it. Yeah. So yeah, that was in the middle of the sanctuary with like candles everywhere, and I'll always remember that.
Yeah. There are moments, and this has been true. God, I like Charlotte. Man,
Charlotte,
you got me. There are moments during the pandemic, so nobody's been able to be in the sanctuary. And of course, it's been really hard to preach to an empty room. And Reverend Robin and I have talked about this on multiple occasions, that like we try to imagine the people who are typically there, or who have been there. I mean, some of them are gone now. And we try to imagine them in the room. And I can't remember who said it now, but talking about like in certain buildings, the buildings become sacred because they carry the memories of the people who have lived there and inhabited there and been so much a part of the community. And that's what, like, when I'm in the building by myself, I imagine your class. I imagine some of our elders who are just beloved. I imagine some of the memorial services we've done. I imagine the baby dedications that we've done. And the fact that an actual space has held such love, and held the fullness of our lives that Charlotte was talking about, like the parts of ourselves that we have to reckon with. And that's what makes a sacred space. It is the space that community holds us. So Tess and I were texting one another, like, we probably shouldn't count the beans after Charlotte talks.
We should have planned better.
We should have known no chickpea count after Charlotte.
Stop the vibe, read the room.
But also, Charlotte, much love to you. Charlotte right now is at Star King School for the Ministry, and we're so excited about the UU minister that you will become.
I'm going to move to whatever town she's ministering in. I'm going to move there.
Yeah. All right. So right now we are welcoming Russell Hathaway, and get ready.
Hello, my name is Russell, and I'm a member of the Beacon Unitarian Universalist congregation in Summit, New Jersey. I was first introduced to Beacon through a family friend and began attending as a teenager, going to youth group meetings every Sunday evening. I've been living in Beirut, Lebanon since September 2019. Today I'm going to read an excerpt from Henry David Thoreau's Walden from chapter 13 called Housewarming. I chose the chapter because it describes the sort of longing for community that I felt during this last year of quarantine, as well as the sense of alienation so many people have felt these past years, not only from the virus, but also from the state of our political discourse and our social environment. When feeling this way, I often think back to my time at Beacon, how it restores the kind of community and openness I often feel missing in day-to-day life. I miss that shared commitment to creating the kind of world in which we'd like to live. In Lebanon, where I've been for the past 2 years, I've seen people work to build community in a similar way, even amid extreme adversity. And insofar as it reminds me of Beacon, it's like having a little bit of home with me when far abroad. Without any more delay, an excerpt from Henry David Thoreau's Walden. I sometimes dream of a larger and more populous house, standing in a golden age, of enduring materials and without gingerbread work, which shall consist only of one room, a vast, rude, substantial, primitive hall, without ceiling or plastering, with bare rafters and purlins supporting a sort of lower heaven over one's head, useful to keep off rain and snow, where the king and queen posts stand out to receive your homage, when you have done reverence to the prostrate Saturn of an older dynasty on stepping over the sill, a cavernous house wherein you must reach up a torch upon a pole to see the roof, where some may live in the fireplace, some in the recesses of a window, and some on settles, some at one end of the hall, some at another, and some aloft on rafters with the spiders. A house which you have got into when you have opened the outside door, and the ceremony is over, where the weary traveler may wash and eat and converse and sleep, without any further journey, such a shelter as you would be glad to reach in a tempestuous night, containing all the essentials of a house, and nothing for housekeeping, where you can see all the treasures of the house at one view, and everything hangs upon its peg. At one's kitchen, pantry, parlor, chamber, storehouse, and garret, where you can see so necessary a thing as a barrel or a ladder, so convenient a thing as a cupboard, and hear the pot boil, and pay your respects to the fire that cooks your dinner and the oven that bakes your bread, and the necessary furniture and utensils are the chief ornaments. Where the washing is not put out, nor the fire, nor the mistress, and perhaps you are sometimes requested to move from off the trap door, when the cook would descend into the cellar and so learn whether the ground is solid or hollow beneath you without stamping. A house whose inside is as open and manifest as a bird's nest, and you cannot go in at the front door and out the back without seeing some of its inhabitants. Where to be a guest is to be presented with the freedom of the house, and not to be carefully excluded from 7/8 of it, shut up in a particular cell and told to make yourself at home there in solitary confinement. Nowadays, the host does not admit you to his hearth, but has got the mason to build one for yourself somewhere in his alley, and hospitality is the art of keeping you at the greatest distance. There is as much secrecy about the cooking as if he had a design to poison you. I am aware that I have been on many a man's premises and might have been legally ordered off, but I am not aware that I have been in many men's houses. I might visit, in my old clothes, a king and queen who live simply in such a house as I have described, as if I were going their way, but backing out of a modern palace will be all that I shall desire to learn, if I am ever caught in one. I was struck by one particular line in that passage, which is Walden's criticism of housekeeping as the art of keeping people at a distance. One of the things I learned at Beacon is that at the core of spirituality, faith, and the difficult human questions that underlie it, who we are, what are we here to do, what kind of world do we want to live in. At the core of these questions, you don't get absolute truth, but you often get more mystery. And what's more important than getting at truth, in my opinion, is committing to be on this adventure of discovery together, listening to each other, recognizing different values, unraveling the mystery side by side, and in so doing, creating the kind of world in which we want to live. I spent all of quarantine in a foreign country that, on the one hand, had a deeply fraught history where people failed to live side by side peacefully. But on the other hand, it's a country filled with people who will never hesitate to let you into their home, show you every single room, introduce you to all their loved ones, and cook you a delicious meal. It's a country agonizing under the burden of having to stay locked up indoors. And like Beacon, I found community here where people wouldn't hesitate to share their deep-seated beliefs, opinions, their vulnerabilities in one breath, and in the next breath implore you to eat more delicious food and take more with you for the journey home. It was a joy to be able to take a little bit of my community at Beacon to share with people here and be reminded of Beacon in so many ways. As part of my job here, I get to talk to high school and early college students to great age. I get to talk to them across Lebanon about the merits and challenges of the U.S. political system, particularly its emphasis on free expression. Far from keeping me at a distance, as lamented by Thoreau, I was met with warmth, engagement, and a good deal of healthy back and forth with the students, animated discussions that reminded me of sipping a coffee in our congregation on a Sunday night. Familiar, but also extremely special at the same time. When I asked a student what she thought of our system, she laughed and stated with a shake of her head and with a friendly challenge in her voice, "Too much freedom." And in that moment, I felt transported back to Beacon, exploring each room of that house and unraveling life's mysteries with a friend. Anyway, I encourage you all to make a donation to our congregation, a community that centers radical inclusion, feeding the human spirit, and healing the world. Please don't hesitate to share this video as part of our WALDENathon, and I hope to see many of you at Beacon in the future. For now, take care.
Hi, my name is Alyssa. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am in Morristown, New Jersey, and I am a youth alum, and I was a co-leader at Beacon a few years back. I will be reading chapter 14, which is Former Inhabitants and Winter Visitors. It is about the people that lived on Walden before Thoreau, and it's kind of his appreciation of his forefathers in a way. And it's also appreciation of the people who visited him when he was on the pond in the winter. The excerpt I chose it because it kind of felt like a metaphor for this past year, in that something pretty sad happens, but instead of focusing on the sadness of this occurrence, Thoreau acknowledges it, but then he also recognizes the beauty that comes out of it. And I feel like that's something that we've all had to do in some way through this year and this pandemic. And yeah, now I will start reading this excerpt from chapter 14, Former Inhabitants and Winter Visitors. The last inhabitant of these woods before me was an Irishman, Hugh Coyle, if I've spelt his name with Coyle enough, who occupied Wyman's tenant. Colonel Coyle he was called. Rumour said that he had been a soldier at Waterloo. If he had lived, I should have made him fight his battles over again. His trade here was that of a ditcher. Napoleon went to St. Helena's. Coyle came to Walden Woods. All I know of him is tragic. He was a man of manners, like one who had seen the world and was capable of more civil speech than you could well attend to. He wore a great coat in midsummer, being affected by the trembling delirium, and his face was the colour of carmine. He died in the road at the foot of Bristler's Hill shortly after I came to the woods, so that I have not remembered him as a neighbour. Before his house was pulled down, when his comrade avoided it as an unlucky castle, I visited it. There lay his clothes curled up by use as if they were himself upon his raised plank bed. His pipe lay broken on the hearth, instead of a bowl broken at the fountain. The last could never have been a symbol for his death, for he confessed to me that, though he had heard of Bristler Spring, he had never seen it. And soiled cards, kings and diamonds, spades and hearts were scattered over the floor. One black chicken, which the administrator could not catch, black as night and as silent, not even croaking, awaiting Reynard, still went to roost in the next apartment. In the rear there was a dim outline of a garden, which had been planted but had never received its first hoeing, owing to those terrible shaking fits, though it was now harvest time. It was overrun with the Roman woodworm and beggar ticks, which last stuck to my clothes for all fruit. The skin of a woodchuck was freshly stretched upon the back of the house, a trophy of his last Waterloo. But no warm cap or mittens would he want more. Now only a dent in the earth marks the site of these dwellings, with buried cellar stones and strawberries, raspberries, thimbleberries, hazel bushes, and sumacs growing in the sunny sward there. Some pitch pine or gnarled oak occupies what was the chimney nook, the chimney nook, and sweet-scented black birch, perhaps, waves where the doorstone was. Sometimes the well dent is visible where once the spring oozed, now dry and tearless grass. Or it was covered deep, not to be discovered till some late day, with a flat stone under the sod, when the last of the race departed. What a sorrowful act that must be, the covering up of wells, coincident with the opening of wells of tears. These cellar dents, like deserted fox burrows, old holes, are all that is left where once the stir and bustle of human life, and fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute, in some form and dialect or other were by turns discussed. But all I can learn of their conclusions amount to just this, that Cato and Brister pulled wool, which is about as edifying as the history of the more famous schools of philosophy. Still grows the vivacious lilac a generation after the door and lintel and sill are gone, unfolding its sweet-scented flowers each spring, to be plucked by the musing traveller, planted and tended once by children's hands, in front yard plots, now standing wall sides in retired pastures, and giving place to new rising forests. The last of that strip, the sole survivor of that family. Little did the dusky children think that the puny slip, with its 2 eyes only, which they stuck into the ground in the shadow of the house, and daily watered, would root itself so and outlive them, and house itself in the rear that shaded it, and grown man's garden and orchard, and tell their story faintly to the lone wanderer a half-century after they had grown up and died, blossoming as far and smelling as sweet as this first spring. I mark its still tender, civil, cheerful lilac colors. But this small village, germ of something more, why did it fail while conquered keeps its ground? Were there no natural advantages, no water privileges, forsooth? The deep Walden Pond, and cool Bristler Spring, privilege to drink long and healthy draughts of these, all unimproved by these men but to dilute their glass. They were universally a thirsty race. Might not the basket, stable broom, mat making, corn parching, linen spinning, and pottery business have thrived here, making the wilderness to blossom like roses, and a numerous posterity have inherited the land of their fathers? The sterile soil would at least have been proof against a lowland degeneracy. Alas, how little does the memory of these human inhabitants enhance the beauty of this landscape! Again, perhaps, nature will try with me for a first settler, and my house raised last spring to be the oldest in the hamlet. I am not aware that any man has ever built on the spot which I occupy. Deliver me from a city built on the site of a more ancient city, whose materials are ruins, and whose gardens cemeteries. The soil is blanched and accursed here, and before that becomes necessary, the earth itself will be destroyed. With such reminiscences, I repeopled the woods and lulled myself to sleep. So that's the end of the excerpt. As you can see, there's a man who's died and a town that's fallen by the wayside and basically also died. And Walden Thoreau is wondering, like, how could these have gone? But also he's seeing, even though it's sad that the people died and they moved away and that the village failed, he's seeing the beauty of the nature that's repopulating this area and making it beautiful again. And like I said, we've all had to do that in some way, I think, this year. For like myself, I started last year. I started college. I was excited to start, but I expected to just do 4 years all the way through. That was like my plan. And then when the pandemic struck, I realized that even though I have so many privileges and it was much easier, I'm sure, for me than for many other people, I realized that school in that way is just impossible for me. I could not do it. So by summer of last year, I decided to take the year off. I decided that this year I was not going to do school, I was going to do something different. So I started that by working for the census, and I worked on the ground making sure that people were getting counted in Essex County, and especially in Newark, where it's really important to make sure our communities are counted. I then worked at a goat farm in Ohio, which is never something that I thought I would do. Waking up early to milk the goats and then make cheese and yogurt and all sorts of things. And then since I've been home, it hasn't been all wonderful, but I've had some internships, and I'm now working at a farm in Morristown, right nearby. So these are all things that I never could have expected, that weren't like part of my plan. Even though I think that in the back of my mind, in some ways, the idea of taking a break from the like expected path and doing something different was something that I really wanted. It just it seemed too hard and too different, and so I just kind of kept on the path of least resistance. And so I'm really grateful that I got to experience this year in a different way than I've ever gotten to experience anything before. So yeah, that's my story and my excerpt. I want to remind you that if this excerpt moved you, and if any of the other excerpts have been moving you, that you can donate to Beacon. That they would love a donation, and this, especially for this community that is trying to find the beauty in this year, like with Thoreau, trying to find community and make something beautiful out of something that has a year that's been very challenging. They focus on radical inclusion and feeding the human spirit and bringing us all together and healing ourselves and people, our community, and the world. So if that is something that it speaks to you, please donate. And also, if you think that this chapter or another chapter speaks to you and maybe could speak to someone else, we'd love it if you would share this WALDENathon on your social media, or just like send it to a friend. And yeah, have a great rest of your day. Thanks for listening to me. Bye.
Everyone, my name is Matthew, and my pronouns are he, they, and currently I'm in Belgrade Lakes, Maine. I first came to Beacon when I was 5 or 6 years old, and throughout growing up there, going through RE and coming of age, I met some of my closest friends, people who I'm still really close with and care about a lot. So just from that, Beacon's been a huge influence in my life. And coming of age really influenced where I went after that. I ended up majoring in religious studies in college, doing basically the same work that I had started, looking at different religions and spiritualities and how I wanted to relate to the world in which they existed, and kind of tried to make sense of it all. So I'm really excited to be able to share this with you and read some of Walden to you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And please remember to donate to WALDENathon and share it on as many social media as you can or are comfortable with to help support this community that's based on inclusion and really supporting each other, especially through a pandemic, but throughout the entire world. In chapter 15 of Walden, Thoreau talks about some of the winter animals that visited him at Walden. And he says, "Squirrels and wild mice disputed for my store of nuts. There were scores of pitch pines around my house, from 1 to 4 inches in diameter, which had been gnawed by mice the previous winter, a Norwegian winter for them, for the snow lay long and deep, and they were obliged to mix a large proportion of pine bark with their other diet. These trees were alive and apparently flourishing at midsummer, and many of them had grown a foot, though completely girdled. But after another winter, such were, without exception, dead. It is remarkable that a single mouse should thus be allowed a whole pine tree for its dinner, gnawing round instead of up and down, but perhaps it is necessary in order to thin these trees, which were wont to grow up densely. The hares, Lepus americanus, were very familiar. One had her form under my house all winter, separated from me only by the flooring, and she startled me each morning by her hasty departure when I began to stir. Thump, 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 striking her head against the floor timbers in her hurry. They used to come round my door at dusk to nibble the potato parings which I had thrown out, and were so nearly the color of the ground that they could hardly be distinguished when still. Sometimes in the twilight, I alternately lost and recovered sight of one sitting motionless under my window. When I opened my door in the evening, off they would go with a squeak and a bounce. Near at hand, they only excited my pity. One evening, one sat by my door 2 paces from me, at first trembling with fear, yet unwilling to move. A poor wee thing, lean and bony, with ragged ears and sharp nose, scant tail and slender paws. It looked as if nature no longer contained the breed of nobler bloods, but stood on her last toes. Its large eyes appeared young and unhealthy, almost dropsical. I took a step, and lo, away it scud with an elastic spring over the snow crust, straightening its body and limbs into graceful length, and soon put the forest between me and itself. The wild, free venison, asserting its vigor and the dignity of nature. Not without reason was its slenderness. Such, then, was its nature. Lepus, levipus, lightfoot, some think. What is a country without rabbits and partridges? They are among the most simple and indigenous animal projects. ancient and venerable families known to antiquity as to modern times, of the very hue and substance of nature, nearest allied to leaves and to the ground, and to one another. It is either winged or it is legged. It is hardly as if you had seen a wild creature when a rabbit or partridge bursts away, only a natural one, as much to be as expected as rustling leaves. The partridge and the rabbit are still sure to thrive, like true natives of the soil, whatever revolutions occur. If the forest is cut off, the sprouts and bushes which spring up afford them concealment, and they become more numerous than ever. That must be a poor country indeed that does not support a hare. Our woods teem with them both, and around every swamp may be seen the partridge or rabbit, walking beset with twiggy fences and horsehair snares, which some cowboy tends. One of the things that stuck with me most the first time I read this passage, and has really kind of resonated with me as I've looked over it again and thought about what I'd like to say, is how much Thoreau really connects to the world around him. It felt to me while reading this that Thoreau, in fact, not only connected to nature and the animals that he saw, but he realized there was no difference between him and nature, that he was Walden and Walden was him, because that is our natural way to be in the world. And that's something that I've really been considering throughout all of quarantine. Usually in the year I live in Montreal, and this winter especially was hard. It was snowy and it gets dark around 3:30 and I couldn't go anywhere. We had a curfew at 8:30, so I really couldn't go anywhere even if I wanted to. So I felt alone. And it was hard. But one of the things that really helped was looking out my window, especially when it would snow. Snow's one of the few times I've found that I can wake up and see an entirely different landscape. You know, often if there's a storm, some branches might fall, some leaves might fall, but it's still recognizable. With a good snowstorm, especially up there, you close your eyes and when you open them up, it's a totally different place. And I really liked that because I felt like I was living in an unfamiliar way. Couldn't see my friends or family, and having the world reflect that was almost comforting. So I began to feel that same sort of lack of distinction between myself and everything else. And Thoreau talks about that with the rabbits and the partridges. They are closer to the leaves than they are to anything else, and closer to each other too. We're all connected. And that's one of the core UU principles, the interdependent web of human life. So the more I read this, the more I think about how true that was for him and how true it continues to be now, if not more so, as we find connections in unfamiliar times for all of us, which feels trite to say, to be honest, but I think it's true. And in fact, in my coming of age credo at Beacon, I made my statement, "We are such stuff as dreams are made on," which I stole from William Shakespeare. And I think about that a lot. I think it's more true now than ever, and I think Thoreau saw that. We are such stuff as dreams are made on because we are all made of the same stuff. That I am the same as the nature that's outside my house, the snow that might fall and keep me inside, and Thoreau's the same as the rabbits who wake him up in the morning with their thumping. We are all connected. We are caring for each other. And in fact, I extend what Thoreau says to the first UU principle, the most important, the inherent worth and dignity of every person. Because if we recognize that people are not separated by very much, that we are all connected, we are all such stuff as dreams are made on, if we extend that to nature, as he did, then we are all the same. And I think that, again, now more than ever, is becoming apparent. I think it's always been true, and Thoreau knew that, and many people have known it since then. But as we've all kind of come to face the fact that we have to figure out what does it mean to be just ourselves, that it really means being all of us together, if that makes any sense. And it's especially hard now, I find, as we start to re-enter society and figure out how to talk to people and what it's like to see more than 2 people in a week. Realizing that I'm having the same conversations over and over again. And at first it kind of felt like cheating, that like maybe I have nothing to talk about and that I'm just saying the same things as if I'm acting out some part. But then I realized that I'm saying the same things because we've all been having this shared experience of quarantine. We've all been feeling the same way largely, or some variations of the same way, and expressing that no matter how many times it's repeated and how many times it becomes a cliche, like saying in these hard times, it continues to be true that we are all made of the same stuff. We're all made of dreams, and we are just like the hare and the partridge. We are closer to the rustling of the leaves than you might think. Nature isn't something that I find to be abstract, and this is something I've thought about a lot living in cities. Every tree that's put somewhere on a block was put there by someone with an intention. And even the construction of a natural place that Thoreau would have hated so much and why he ran away to the woods, even the construction of a natural place like a park has a bit of someone else in it. Someone else put the intention of putting that tree there, and thus, when we look at a tree, we're looking at someone else too with that tree. And I find the more I think about that, especially coming out of quarantine, the more fulfilled I am, or at least the more prepared I am to continue living in a new way. And I don't think I would have gotten this place without Beacon. And I mean that sincerely, that no other place in my life really has nurtured my curiosity to understand the world and my eagerness to live in the world, because that's something I hold very dear, that every day is a good day for a day, as one of my friends says. And I learned that at Beacon, that every opportunity to interact with the world and interact with other people and the interdependent web of human life, and to care for our home, the earth, every chance we have, we should take that, because we are the earth, we are nature, and we are such stuff as dreams are made of. And the hare and the partridge are closer to the rustling leaves than they are to anything else. So thank you very much again for listening, and thank you for allowing me to share this with you. And please donate if you can to the WALDENathon and share on social media, and enjoy summer out of quarantine.
Matt.
I know, Matt, Alyssa, and Russell, all back to back.
Do you remember Matt's coming of age?
I do.
It was a song, folks. He didn't speak it. He sung it. He wrote a song, and it was freaking awesome.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful to the three of them for what they brought, and just their stories. I mean, if you think about just how different each one of their experiences is.
Mm-hmm.
Like Russell there in Beirut, right? Alyssa taking a gap year, trying to figure out what she's going to do. And then
Matt's like Snowden in Montreal.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. And it just, I imagine that if we reached out to the networks, I mean, they were talking about if we reached out to the networks of people and really opened our world to the stories of people in pandemic, I wonder what we would learn. So just transitioning. This is a tough transition. I will say that we were wondering how long it would take us to read Walden from start to finish, and we have 3 more chapters. And so one of the things that we want to do right now is it's time for some chickpeas.
What is it ever? You know what I was just thinking? I was like, you know what time it is? It's time for some chickpeas.
All right. So for those of you who are new, this is when we do a bean count, right? So hold it up, Tess, to the...
You have to guess how many beans are in this jar. And it's beans because Thoreau loves nothing more than a bean.
He did. A whole chapter, people. A whole chapter.
Beans. These are some beautiful garbanzo beans.
So this is your moment of complete ridiculousness where you win a copy of Thoreau's Walden. Oh, Anne-Marie Alessi is off. She's got 72.
72. That's
72. So we need you to put in your guesses for the number of beans that are in the jar. Tess, can you bring your fingers down just a tiny bit?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, yeah. Oh, there you go. Because see, I think that there's like 20.
Okay, yeah.
In the bottom.
Yeah, there's loads down there.
As you are guessing, My mom says 113. Mia Morris says 71.
Okay.
It's going on now, people. It's going on.
113. 128.
Oh, 450.
Oh my gosh. 450. Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, Chad says he loved beans, but not coffee beans.
Fair enough.
Yep.
340.
I don't think I knew that, Chad. Thank you. So while we're doing that, we have a few bean puns. Do you want me to read them, Tess? I know that these are so important to you.
No, you can read that. Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
very busy.
Okay.
So.
Oh God. What kind of shows do green beans do?
What kind?
Podcasts.
Oh my gosh. I was going to say that I kind of feel like we're doing a podcast right now. It doesn't feel like we're doing, I guess that's kind of what we're doing.
I don't know. I think so. How did the father Coffee Bean punish his son when he did something wrong? How did the father Coffee Bean punish his son when he did something wrong?
I don't know.
By grounding him.
Oh
my goodness.
Yes, he did. Yes,
all right, we need a few more guesses. There's a few more. Your mom says Carol's hungry, which is why she guessed 450. I don't think so. Carol has been to Erna's party, and I bet there was some good food at Erna's party. I am hungry, though. I'm ready to have the jelly beans. Okay, one more
pun.
Okay, so this was the pun that I had to explain to Tess.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But because it's not of your generation. So it is, when planting green beans, ensure you have a nice pair of socks, preferably garden hose. That's just terrible.
Like, what is that?
What? And I was like, well, it's not really a bean pun. It's a hose pun, right? Yeah. So that's terrible. Okay, so we have guesses in. And last call for guesses. We've got 133, we've got 340, we've got 450, we've got 71, 113, and 128, and 72.
And 72. Oh, I actually need to look.
You don't just have it in your head?
No, I don't. I counted them.
I love that you don't have it on a piece of paper.
I wrote it in my phone notes. And as you can see, the chickpeas are 342, folks.
342.
342.
Oh my gosh, which means that Missy Rogers with 340.
Yes. Missy Rogers.
Missy Rogers is getting a copy.
Bean Queen. She's the Bean Queen. And she did it. And now she's the Bean Queen. Wow. Well done. That was a really close guess. And also, you went against the crowd because nobody was in that range.
Well, we did have 450, but nobody was in the 300s.
Nobody was in the 300s, yeah.
Nobody was in the 300s. Okay. And while we're at it, we'll just say one more. Since Missy won, Missy was one of the chairs of our Beacon cookbook. So if you want to get the cookbook while you're at it, Missy's doing the dance. Let's do a dance with Missy.
Bean Queen dance. It's the Bean Queen dance.
Okay. We said there'd be music. And it's Tess singing the Bean Queen dance.
Me.
You should see Alex laughing in the background.
My flatmates are like in bed right now.
Like, why does she keep talking? Okay, so everybody, this we're almost at your dartboard moment. Okay, so this is the we have two and a half more chapters. Okay, Sarah Weinbrim is coming up, and then we have Nora Boylan, and then I'm going to give the concluding chapter, and then that is the moment when Tess will put a dart on the dartboard, and we see who wins the contributor prize. So this means that if you contribute any amount, but $22 is what we're going for. If you contribute, then your name goes on the dartboard, and then Tess is going to throw a dart, and we'll see who wins the amazing ultimate prize. Okay, so now what's up is Sarah Weinbrom.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Weinbrom. I use she, her pronouns. I am speaking to you from Philadelphia, where I live currently. but I grew up in the Beacon congregation, and I am here today to read chapter 16 of Walden, the Pond in Winter. In this chapter, Thoreau talks a little bit about his experiences living at Walden. In the wintertime, he talks about the lake being frozen over and how this changes the ways that he's able to interact with the pond and with the nature around him. He talks about things that he can learn and new ways that he can kind of be in communion with nature because it's in this different state, in this different time. And he talks about other communities that come to Walden in the wintertime for things like fishing and harvesting ice, because they also are able to interact with the world around them differently because things are just in a different state in the winter. So I'll be reading that chapter. Chapter 16, The Pond in Winter. I'll be reading an excerpt right from the beginning of the chapter. After a still winter night, I awoke with the impression that some question had been put to me, which I had been endeavoring in vain to answer in my sleep, as what, how, when, where. But there was dawning nature, in whom all creatures live, looking in at my broad windows with serene and satisfied face, and no question on her lips. I awoke to an answered question, to nature and daylight. The snow lying deep on the earth, dotted with young pines, and the very slope of the hill on which my house is placed seemed to say forward. Nature puts no question and answers none which we mortals ask. She has long ago taken her resolution. O Prince, our eyes contemplate with admiration and transmit to the soul the wonderful and varied spectacle of this universe. The night veils without doubt a part of this glorious creation, but day comes to reveal to us this great work which extends far from earth and even into the plains of the ether. Then to my morning work. First I take an axe and pail and go in search of water, if that be not a dream. After a cold and snowy night, it needed a divining rod to find it. Every winter, the liquid and trembling surface of the pond, which was so sensitive to every breath and reflected every light and shadow, becomes solid to the depth of a foot or a foot and a half, so that it will support the heaviest teams, and perchance the snow covers it to an equal depth, and it is not to be distinguished from any level field. Like the marmots in the surrounding hills, it closes its eyelids and becomes dormant for 3 months or more. Standing on the snow-covered plain, as if in a pasture amid the hills, I cut my way, first through a foot of snow, and then a foot of ice, and open a window under my feet, where, kneeling to drink, I look down into the quiet parlor of the fishes, pervaded by softened light as through a window of ground glass, with its bright sanded floor the same as in summer. There a perennial, waveless serenity reigns as in the amber twilight sky, corresponding to the cool and even temperament of the inhabitants. Heaven is under our feet as well as over our heads. Early in the morning, while all things are crisp with frost, men come with fishing reels and slender lunch and let down their fine lines through the snowy field to take pickerel and perch. Wild men who instinctively follow other fashions and trust other authorities than their own townsmen, and by their goings and comings stitch towns together in parts where else they would be ripped. They sit and eat their luncheon in stout fear knots on the dry oak leaves on the shore, as wise in natural lore as the citizen is in artificial. They never consulted with books, and know and can tell much less than they have done. The things which they practice are said not yet to be known. Here is one fishing for pickerel with grown perch for bait. You look into his pail with wonder as into a summer pond, as if he kept summer locked up at home or knew where she had retreated. How, pray, did he get these in midwinter? Oh, he got worms out of rotten logs since the ground froze, and so he caught them. His life itself passes deeper in nature than the studies of the naturalist penetrate, himself a subject for the naturalist. The latter raises the moss and bark gently with his knife in search of insects. The former lays open logs to their core with his axe, and moss and bark fly far and wide. He gets his living by barking trees. Such a man has some right to fish, and I love to see nature carried out in him. The perch swallows the grubworm, the pickerel swallows the perch, and the fisherman swallows the pickerel, and so all the chinks in the scale of being are filled. I chose this passage from the chapter because I liked the way that Thoreau talked about how things are a little bit different in winter, and specifically how things kind of take a little bit more work in winter than they otherwise might something as simple as getting water for the day for him requires trudging out onto the frozen lake, digging through some snow, cutting through some ice just to get a drink of water. And I thought that was an interesting parallel to this past year living in pandemic times, because everything has just felt a little bit more difficult and a little bit less accessible. Things as easy as going to the grocery store or trying to socialize with a friend. Things that I, would previously have taken for granted as, just as easy as maybe getting a drink of water, suddenly became a lot less easy and required a lot more energy, both physical and emotional energy. And sometimes things that used to be easy to get felt just as inaccessible to me as, a drink of water buried 3 feet under a frozen lake. And I think particularly the social isolation aspect of living through a pandemic really kind of came to mind in that passage for me, because there were times in this last year where just the effort involved in texting a friend or trying to set up a Zoom hangout, that felt like it would be just as difficult for me as it would be to hack through 3 feet of ice to get to some water. But as Thoreau finds, when he does break through that ice and he gets to peer through that window into the undersea world of the pond and see the fish, and it's worth it to put in that effort. And, I always found the same thing throughout this year. It's always worth it to put that effort. And there's also a sort of beauty and a sort of meaning in putting in that effort through a time like this, putting in just that little bit of extra effort to socially connect with people and to be in community with people, because it was a little bit harder, the action of putting in that effort to be with people, it felt really meaningful to me. Another line from the passage that really stuck out to me was when Thoreau is talking about these other fishermen who come to utilize the lake, and he kind of marvels at how they have this instinct and these different techniques that he's never seen and he's never heard of. And one thing that he says when he's talking about those fishermen is, "You look into his pail with wonder, as into a summer pond, as if he kept summer locked up at home or knew where she had retreated. How, pray, did he get these in midwinter?" And when I read that passage, I could not help but thinking of in visualizing Thoreau sitting there at the pond and looking into these fishermen's pails and thinking, how, pray, did they get these fish in the middle of winter? I could not help but picture myself sitting on my couch and scrolling through my Instagram feed and thinking to myself, how, pray, do you have time in the middle of a pandemic to be baking all of this sourdough, right? Or like learning a new skill or getting engaged. Like, it became very hard for me to not be comparing myself to other people throughout this time and to wonder, are other people having an easier time in the pandemic? Are they better at this than I am? Are they somehow more resilient than me? They seem to be thriving. I'm not thriving. Like, what is wrong with me? But I think what Thoreau reminds me to do in this passage, and what my upbringing in a UU community helped me understand, is that it's just as important for me to respect and honor my own journey as it is for me to respect and honor other people's journeys. So it's easy to get into a mindset where you want to compare yourself to others, but for me it's been important to take a step back and respect and honor people who are baking lots of sourdough and learning French and whatever they're doing to get through this time, and also honor and respect my own journey, whether or not it involves baking sourdough. I want to share one more passage with you from the chapter, and this paragraph comes from towards the end of the chapter. And Thoreau is talking about how with the passage of time, Walden is going to go back to looking the way it did in the fall. And he says, "Thus for 16 days I saw from my window 100 men at work like busy husbandmen, with teams and horses and apparently all the implements of farming, such a picture as we see on the first page of the almanac. And as often as I looked out, I was reminded of the fable of the lark and the reapers, or the parable of the sower and the like. And now they are gone, and in 30 days more probably, I shall look from the same window on the pure sea-green Walden water there, reflecting the clouds and the trees, and sending up its evaporations in solitude, and no traces will appear that a man has ever stood there. Perhaps I shall hear a solitary loon laugh as he dives and plumes himself, or shall see a lonely fisher in his boat, like a floating leaf, beholding his form reflected in the waves where lately 100 men securely labored. And I thought that paragraph just really spoke to the experience of the pandemic, sort of, hopefully, seems like coming to an end. And, you know, we've been through so much over this past year, and while I don't think the world is going to go back exactly to the way that it was prior to March 2020, you know, we're never going to get back there, but this pandemic time will be behind us. It will be a memory. And that's great. And I can't wait for that. But I think what Thoreau is reminding me here in this paragraph is that while it's good to move on, it's also really important for me to remember what I've been through this last year and to honor this journey that I've been on, and to hold with me all of the lessons that I have learned this last year. Anyway, thank you so much for being here with me. Please consider donating to Beacon, and remember to share the WALDENathon on your social media platforms. Bye.
Hi, my name is Nora Boylan, and I'm coming to you from Portland, Oregon. I was a member of Beacon's OWL 8th grade class, as well as participated in their youth group in high school. I have since moved away from Summit, New Jersey, but my parents, Ellen Boylan and Dennis White, remain active Beacon members. Today, I'm going to be reading a passage from Thoreau's Walden chapter 17. This chapter is called Spring, and it has a general theme of rebirth and reinvention. A single gentle rain makes the grass many shades greener, so our prospects brighten on the influx of better thoughts. We should be blessed if we lived in the present always and took advantage of every accident that befell us. Like the grass which confesses the influence of the slightest dew that falls on it, and did not spend our time in atoning for the neglect of past opportunities, which we call doing our duty. We loiter in winter while it is already spring. In such a pleasant spring morning, all men's sins are forgiven. Such a day is a truce to vice. While such a sun holds out to burn, the vilest sinner may return. Through our own recovered innocence, we discern the innocence of our neighbors. You may have known your neighbor yesterday for a thief, a drunkard, or a sensualist, and merely pitied or despised him and despaired of the world. But the sun shines bright and warm this first spring morning, recreating the world, and you meet him at some serene work and see how his exhausted and debauched veins expand with still joy and bless the new day. Feel the spring influence with the innocence of infancy, and all his faults are forgotten. There is not only an atmosphere of goodwill about him, but even a savor of holiness groping for expression, blindly and ineffectually perhaps, like a newborn instinct. And for a short hour the south hillside echoes to no vulgar jest. You see some innocent fair shoots preparing to burst from his gnarled rind and try another year's life, tender and fresh as the youngest plant. Even he has entered into the joy of his Lord. Why the jailer does not leave open his prison doors. Why the judge does not dismiss his case. Why the preacher does not dismiss his congregation. It is because they do not obey the hint which God gives them, nor accept the pardon which he freely offers to all. So when I first read that passage, the main theme that stuck out to me was the idea of letting others grow and the importance of giving others space and the opportunity to grow, and not always expecting the worst out of other people. And I think that's a pretty common theme in our lives today, especially living in such a divisive world. We need to accept that people can change and grow, and that we don't always need to see the worst in people, which is an important lesson to learn and to work on daily. However, when I sat with this passage a little bit more, I started to think about it a bit more introspectively, especially the line, We should be blessed if we lived in the present always and took advantages of every accident that befell us. I think a lot of people can relate to that line from quarantine, from having this new lifestyle thrust upon us, and having to adapt to a world of staying at home. I personally really struggled with working from home. I had just started a new job out here in Portland and only got to spend a month in the office. So when we had to switch to remote work, I was feeling pretty bitter and kind of stuck in that idea of the past, the idea of, oh, I loved working in that office so much and I hate working from home. But with time, I think we all started to accept that this was our new reality and that working from home was going to be our life for many of us for a while. And then one day in work, we had a check-in question where a team member asked us, what's something good that came of this quarantine for you? Or in Thoreau's world, what's the accident that befell us? And when you first hear this question, you think, oh, nothing good came from quarantine, from staying at home. But having that question asked in a team meeting really made me reflect on past couple of months and the months moving forward in quarantine. And one thing that really stood out to me is that quarantine gave me the opportunity to talk to my sisters a lot more. It can be really hard to live in a different time zone. When you work all day at an office, you can't really pick up the phone and call anyone. However, with my sisters and I all working from home, we had the opportunity to call each other almost daily. And I even did remote work with one of my sisters, with her on FaceTime, and we would work at the same time. So that's an accident that befell me from quarantine, an opportunity that I likely wouldn't have had otherwise, because I wouldn't be FaceTiming my sister in the office. So I'm grateful for that opportunity, and I think that's something that I'm going to bring forward with me even once we do start going into the office, keeping in mind that accident that befell me and how much it meant to me. So in quarantine, I had to allow myself to grow and accept the conditions, and that really goes along with chapter 17's theme of reinvention. Allow ourselves to change. We're doing a disservice to ourselves if we don't allow that growth and adaptation as people. But as I think of it more, I think it's also a pretty thin line between, living in the past and living in the future. Just how Thoreau explains that it's a disservice to ourselves to live in the past, I think we also have to be careful not to live too much in the future. I think during quarantine, a lot of the time I found myself thinking, okay, well, next week I'll be better. Next week I'll work harder. Next week I'll go out for a run. Starting next week, starting Monday, and on and on. And I think living in the future too much like that can be just as problematic as lingering on the past. We want to grow and allow ourselves to change, like Thoreau says, but we also need to be willing to accept where we are and be okay with ourselves where we are. Understand there might be something we're working towards or working on, but also be okay with how we're doing in that current moment and what's going on in our lives, and accepting that. So I think that's an ever constant battle between the past, the present, and the future, and walking that thin line is something I am definitely still learning how to live in the present. So if you have any advice, I'd gladly take any. But other than that, that's it for now, and I thank you very much. Have a great day.
And finally, the conclusion. So I will say that, like chapter 2, in which Henry David Thoreau read in full, the conclusion is a chapter that feels like it should be read in full, but that would take a long time. And so I want to read an excerpt, the closing, but I will say that overall, this chapter, if there was one phrase, it is know thyself. know thyself. And then right there at the end, Henry David Thoreau writes, everyone has heard the story, which has gone the rounds of New England, of a strong and beautiful bug, which came out of the dry leaf of an old table of apple tree wood, which had stood in a farmer's kitchen for 60 years, first in Connecticut and afterwards in Massachusetts, from an egg deposited in the living tree many years earlier still, as appeared by counting the annual layers beyond it, which was heard gnawing out for several weeks, hatched perchance by the heat of an urn. Who does not feel his faith in a resurrection and immortality strengthened by hearing of this? Who knows what beautiful and winged life, whose egg has been buried for ages under many concentric layers of woodenness in the dead, dry life of society, deposited at first in the alburnum of the green and living tree, which has been gradually converted into the semblance of its well-seasoned tomb, heard perchance gnawing out now for years by the astonished family of man as they sat round the festive board, may unexpectedly come forth from amidst society's most trivial and hand-sewed furniture to enjoy its perfect summer life at last. I do not say that John or Jonathan will realize all this, but such is the character of that morrow which mere lapse of time can never make to dawn. The light which puts out our eyes is darkness to us. Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There is more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star. And here's what I say to you from that chapter. The pandemic has felt like we as a world, as human beings, have been encased in a piece of wood where we have not awoken to the realities. So I say this both as an individual. It feels like this has been a year of an individual journey in which I have seen both the hard parts of myself and the good parts of myself. And as we come out of the pandemic, I have a new understanding of who I am. Know thyself. But it's also as a collective. I know here in the States, with George Floyd's death, that we have known ourselves anew. Now, our African American brothers and sisters and siblings have known this for a long time. And we as a country are waking up to who we must become. We are living into the principles of freedom and emancipation in new ways. And we have to come out of this pandemic with renewed conviction of who we want to be, both as individuals and as a people. And there at the end, we are resurrected. We are liberated. We are emancipated. And on this Juneteenth, that is the message that Henry David Thoreau gives to me. I welcome Tess back into the room.
Thank you, Emily, for that.
We just finished reading Thoreau!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, it only took us like 800 hours.
1 million hours.
Okay.
Wow, that was great. That was, everybody should leave a comment about like, what was your favorite chapter? What was your favorite moment? What was your favorite reader? Not like that kind of favoritism, but you know, what moment touched you specifically? Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, we're seeing in the chat right now that people said like they came for 5 minutes and they ended up staying, for hours.
Love that.
So thank you for all of you who have been here with us. Thank you for all of you who have contributed. I mean, this was a silly little idea that I had in the shower. It was an idea that I said, Alex, what do you think? And she's like, sure, let's do it. And then we started bringing in people like Tess and Carter and Alyssa, Emily Bloomfield, and then all of our readers. And I just cannot thank each one of you so much. Alex and Tess and I have been joking about how much fun we've been having. This felt like a huge, huge thing to do. And every time we told somebody we were doing it, they're like, what is it? And we kept being like,
I don't know.
It's a fundraiser. They're like, how are you going to make money? I'm like, we're going to ask people to contribute, just like a telethon, right? So it is a zany idea, but it is so indicative of what it means to be in the youth group and a community member at Beacon. So Tess, I think it's dartboard time. I'm going to check one more time.
Suspense.
Going to check one more time.
Okay.
I might have one more person to add.
Okay.
I don't know. Ooh, the final. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The final person that we're adding to the dartboard is my co-minister, Reverend Dr. Janer. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. While you're getting that up, I just want to tell everybody that although as we do the dartboard, and just so you know, I have a feeling that the dart is not going to connect the first time. So
I've tested it and it works fine.
All right. Good. Okay. But Chad, you're so sweet.
Nervous.
So I do want to just say that WALDENathon is actually going to stay. The live portion is done, but it's going to stay on our YouTube and our Facebook pages like forever. And I invite you to share it with people that you know. As Chad said, best 7 hours of the year. So if somebody has 7 hours to give, or 5 minutes, you just tempt them with 5 minutes and they end up staying 7 hours. And I just think it's this whole thing is not only a testament to the power of Walden, but also to the power of Beacon's community. All right. So with that,
oh my gosh,
let's see.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Okay.
Ready?
Oh my God, it's Dr. Tanner. No way. No, oh my God, what?
I will make sure she gets a gift. Throw it again.
I'll throw it again. Okay. That's crazy. That's so weird. Okay. I guess this is in the middle. Okay, wait. I'm gonna do a different, I'm gonna go from straight on. I was doing it from an angle there.
From an angle.
Here I go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, okay. Gonna do it again, guys.
I told you this was gonna happen.
It's okay, everybody. It just builds the suspense. Oh my gosh. Okay. One more time.
It's the straight on. It's not working.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh my gosh. Who's that?
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
That? The Wiggle. Meredith Bauman.
That's my cousin, y'all.
That's your cousin.
I'll make sure she gets a gift too. Do it again.
Oh, we're gonna do it again. Oh my gosh, gifts for everybody. Oh gosh. Okay, just setting it up. Oh, what a finish. Okay.
I just want to see you do the dartboard like 600 times.
You just want to see me struggle.
Everybody gets a gift.
Okay, you get a gift and you get a gift. Okay. Oh, that says Nancy Anderson.
Nancy Anderson. We're going to give it to Nancy Anderson.
All right.
Nancy
What is the gift, Emily?
So the gift is the most amazing, and I'm sorry I don't have it here. I have it at Beacon. But the gift is the most amazing light up chalice, right? So it's like this huge electronic thing. Not huge, but it's like an electronic thing that glows, and it's so fun. Anyway, I got one for myself, and then I got one for all of you. So that is the gift.
One for the general public.
Nancy Anderson, Katie Wilkinson's mom, is getting the big light up chalice. Amazing. If she asks for Walden, I'll give her Walden, but there you go. Okay. Yeah. Any parting words, Jess?
Thank you, Emily, for being our captain on this ship, who could see the shore clearer than all of us.
I was going to say, Alex, come on.
Thank you, Emily.
I mean,
You-
we're all we're all just
No.
obsessed with you, Emily. You have
We are.
an immense fan club that's just growing across the globe of youths you've changed their lives, and you're continuing it with stuff like this. So
Well,
thank
and
you.
each one of you is changing lives. So thank you for that. It's the ripple effect, and it's what we do. It is what we do. It is our mission. Alex, thank you so much for making all of that happen. You guys don't have no idea. And to Carter, who edited all of the videos. So thank you to all of you. And everyone, have a great night. Tess, get some sleep. It is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's fine. I'm a party animal. I'm used to this.
And with that, WALDENathon concludes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Bye.